a class opera of modern society. The authority of families and the intricate mysteries of human nature are endlessly complex. Whether it's the Liu family or the Mu family, there are overt and covert struggles, clashes of interests and power between the two great families. What is revealed are countless harsh realities of modern society. The Liu family possesses the mysterious file number 0. This file seems to concern the grand future direction of the family. Meanwhile, the Mu family holds some confidential information, its members engaged in various secret operations and missions. As for the Bei family, they are involved in the slave trade and other little-known activities. The sinister forces within it are fear-inspiring. My name is Liu Minjing. I am the eldest young lady of the Liu family and also the leader of the secret agent organization, Dark Kuei. Due to my family's decline, I have shouldered the responsibility of reviving it. September 18th, the fireworks and lantern festival. The Honghu Opera House was bustling with excitement. Enchanting music drifted through the air. A performance of The Flirting Fan by the popular opera singer Shui Qingyang captivated the audience below and raised the curtain on our story. Late at night, Lu Ming and I came out after watching the opera. She is the precious daughter of the Liu family and my best friend. Seemingly captivated by boss Shui's handsome face, Lu Ming was infatuated the whole way. Just then, a thief in a flat cap snatched the hairpin from her head and started to flee into the crowd. That was a birthday gift from Ming's mother. It couldn't be lost. Lu Ming was about to call the police. I told her not to panic. Then, ignoring her protests, I went after the hairpin alone. A moment later, in a small alley, I had the thief pinned under my foot. He couldn't believe that a seemingly delicate woman could possess such strength. He could only wail on the ground. I forcefully stepped on one of his fingers, breaking it, and told him that not everyone's things can be stolen. Afterward, I put away the recovered hairpin. The midnight bells had already rung. I checked the time, thinking it was time to complete my mission. Tonight, I actually had an important mission: to seize the Lin Hao file from the Mu family's young master, the warlord's son, Mu Fian. So I immediately began to disguise myself, making myself look like a little beggar, and started running toward my destination. Just moments ago, the alarm blared inside the police station. The Lin Hao file, which recorded all criminal evidence, had been stolen. The perpetrator was none other than Mu Fian. Taking advantage of the chaotic crowd, Mu Fian turned and slipped into a small alley, only to run right into me, who had been waiting there for a while. Our eyes met. Without a hint of hesitation, Mu Fian immediately grabbed my neck. Pressed against the wall, I could barely breathe. He asked me fiercely which master had sent me. Just then, Mu Fian's wallet fell to the ground. An idea flashed to my mind. I immediately put on a pitiful expression, repeatedly explaining that I was starving, which was why I stole the wallet. The pressure on my neck lightened slightly. I continued to wail, and my stomach rumbled along. Mu Fian grabbed my hair, scrutinizing my face. With tears in the corners of my eyes, I looked truly pathetic. So, Mu Fian took a handful of coins from his pocket and threw them at me, yelling, "Take it," and turned to leave. Of course, I wouldn't let him leave. I quickly grabbed the corner of his coat, praising him for being handsome and kind-hearted. Eager to get away, Mu Fian didn't want to get entangled with me and threw me off with a push. Just then, the fireworks exploding across the sky caught his attention. This was it. I timed it perfectly and, despite his objections, insisted on pulling him to watch the fireworks. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian didn't resist. I dragged him right into the middle of the crowd, because I had never seen fireworks from this close before. As we walked, I pretended someone had stepped on my foot. I pulled Mu Fian down with me as I fell. The surrounding crowd was noisy, and chaos erupted instantly. He landed on top of me, our faces almost touching. Mu Fian immediately stood up, shielding me from the pushing crowd. As he got up, he couldn't help but mutter, "I knew I shouldn't have come." I held onto him tightly, yelling loudly that my foot was stepped on and it hurt. Mu Fian got anxious too, shouting at the crowd behind us not to push. The opportunity had come. I gently reached out and felt his clothes. My hand touched the object. I finally got it. I quickly scrambled up from the ground, echoing for everyone not to push. Then I hurriedly expressed my thanks and plunged into the crowd. Watching me run off in a hurry, Mu Fian wiped the sweat from his face and suddenly felt that something was not right. He reached out to check. The item was gone. The crowd was surging. The little thief had long since vanished. Mu Fian stood there, stunned and at a loss. After getting far away, I clutched the Lin Hao file in my hands, taking off the wig and removing my disguise as I walked. In recent years, our Liu family has been in decline, suppressed by several other families led by the Mu family to the point where we can barely hold our heads up. The Liu family's power is already in jeopardy. If someone were to say the Liu family had suddenly vanished from the face of the earth, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But as the sole heir of the Liu family, I will absolutely not allow that to happen. Fortunately, I finally obtained the Lin Hao file. This will be the crucial bargaining chip for our Liu family to begin turning the tables. Returning to Lu Meng's side, I gave her back the stolen hairpin and told her it was getting late and she should go home. Late at night, a furious roar came from the Mu residence. Faced with the interception of the Lin Hao file, the old master flew into a rage. He raised his hand to strike Mu Fian's face, but Mu Fian caught his father's hand. He responded coldly, saying he would definitely get the file back, and he would find and eliminate everyone who opposes the Mu family, one by one. Mu's father, his anger unabated, cursed Mu Fian for being a rebellious son. The latter slammed the door and left, thinking to himself that he must find the little beggar and torture them severely. At this moment, a gramophone was playing beautiful music. To the music, the popular opera singer Xue Qingyang was bathing in rose petals. A servant's voice came from outside the door. The eldest young lady has successfully completed the mission, seizing file number 0 from Mu Fian. Hearing this good news, Xue Qingyang poured a glass of red wine from the side, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. Late at night, I played with the coins in my hand, thinking that Mu Fian was quite generous. He must be furious right now. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door to see the butler. He walked toward me holding a file folder, informing me that I have a new mission. The butler also told me that my father was very pleased that I had seized file number 0. The old master repeatedly praised my competence, saying the fate of the Liu family was now entirely in my hands. I took the file from a butler and began to read the mission details. This time, I will assume the identity of certain young master to infiltrate the Beiyang Military Academy as an undercover agent. Yu Xiao became my new name. A week later, at the entrance of the Beiyang Military Academy, I arrived disguised as Yu Xiao. From a distance, I saw a young master with brown hair tied in a ponytail walking towards me. That was my target, the Bei family's young master, Bei Xen, owner of the underground slave market. From what I know, this guy has a volatile temper and is arrogant and unruly. Even within the military academy, few dare to provoke him. My current goal is to get close to him and get the specific location of the underground slave market transaction from him. So, I deliberately brushed past him and stepped right on his leather shoe. The hot-tempered guy was indeed hot-tempered. He turned around and cursed me for not watching where I was going. As he spoke, he kicked me in the leg. I lost my balance and was about to fall when a hand quickly steadied me. I was about to apologize when I looked up. The person was actually Mu Fian. What was he doing here? I put on a grateful expression and thanked him. Mu Fian waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. I never expected this. I had wanted to avoid the Mu family for the time being. It's true that what you fear most is what you'll encounter. In that awkward moment, another angry curse was heard and a hand grabbed my collar. Only then did I remember that this guy, Bei Xen, was still furious. So I prepared to apologize, but the hot-tempered guy wasn't having it. He punched me in the face. It seems it was too late for apologies. He's really not someone to be trifled with. I showed a troubled expression. I saw Mu Fian watching the show, a smile even playing on his lips. After staring at me for a while, the hot-tempered guy seemed to recognize my identity. He angrily yelled, "So you're that Jing from the Yu family. No wonder you're so unpleasant to look at." I quickly put on a smile and told him he was right. I was his distant cousin, Yu Xiao, and asked if he remembered me. Mu Fian grew impatient and urged Bei Xian to leave. So they knew each other. For the sake of the mission, I quickly went to pull the hot-tempered guy, wanting to build a connection with him for better protection. Bei Xian became agitated at this, quickly shaking his hand off and telling me to get lost, then chased after the departing Mu Fian. Getting beaten up really annoyed me. I thought to myself, "You little bastard, just you wait. I'll tear you apart sooner or later." I completed the enrollment procedures and was about to go to class. Before I entered, the instructor told the students that a transfer student was coming today. Under the expectant gazes of the students, I walked into the classroom and began my self-introduction. I scanned the room and found Bay Xin sitting in the middle of the classroom. What a fateful, unfortunate connection. I pretended to greet him enthusiastically, but he kept a straight face and ignored me. When the instructor saw that we knew each other, he immediately made a decision to put Bay Xin and me in the same dormitory. At this, Bay Xin became unhappy, loudly protesting that it was not acceptable. The instructor, of course, wouldn't be nice to someone like him. He slammed the desk and told the kid to shut up, threatening to lock him in confinement if he said another word. Seeing that guy's expression of being angry but not daring to speak, I felt quite pleased. I thought to myself, this lady is here today. You'll have to like it whether you want to or not. Walking to the back of the classroom, I found another familiar face sitting there. It was Mu Fian again. Why is he always haunting me? I smiled but didn't speak to him. At lunchtime, I carry my tray and search around the cafeteria for Bay Xin. I found him sitting with Mu Fian. I really don't get it. Why are these two always stuck together? I had to find a way to get Mu Fian away. So I skipped over, shouting as I ran toward them. Hearing my voice, the hot-tempered guy couldn't even hold his food steady with his chopsticks. I pretended to trip and flung the food-filled tray in my hand towards Mu Fian. I thought to myself, you kid, just get out of here. The farther away from me, the better. But unexpectedly, Mu Fian was agile. With a sideways move, he raised a hand and pushed the tray right into Bay Xion's face. The hot-tempered guy let out a cry. When he looked again, his face was covered in food. Humiliated in front of everyone, how could Bay Xion stand it? With a roar, he picked up a stool to beat me. I was utterly speechless at this point and could only apologize while running away. Could Mu Fian really be my nemesis? In the evening, I lay in bed waiting for Bay Xin to return. But after waiting for a long time, no one came in. Just as I was thinking about easing the tension with Mu Fian, the dormitory door was pushed open. I took a closer look. It was Mu Fian again. I got up and asked if he had the wrong room. He pointed to the door number and told me it was correct. He and Bay Xion had switched. From now on, we were roommates. Oh my God, I'm about to have a breakdown. How on earth can I get rid of him? Seeing my plan disrupted, an unhappy expression appeared on my face. Mu Fian glanced at me and asked what I meant. Did I really want to be in the same room as Bay Xion that much? I quickly shook my head to deny it, explaining that, after all, he was the only person I knew here. Mu Fian looked disgusted, remarking that I had just been beaten up this morning and was still trying to get close. He practically suspected I was a masochist. In the morning, I had just walked out of the washroom when I saw that Mu Fian was already up, sitting on his bed in a daze. He didn't respond when I greeted him, so I awkwardly walked toward my bunk. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed my head. When I came to my senses, my face was pressed against Mu Fian's chest. What is this guy doing? Has he become suspicious of me? I saw him sniffing at my head. I was terrified. I quickly pushed Mu Fian away and asked him what he was doing. I'm not into men. Even if he's handsome, it's a no. Seeing me trembling, that guy was also taken aback. He then awkwardly turned and ran to the washroom. He warned me not to get the wrong idea, saying he just smelled that my hair was a bit sour. On the training ground, on account of our cousin relationship, Bay Xion and I were put in the same group. Because I always came in last in the physical fitness tests, the instructor made the two of us continue training after the session ended, until we passed. Bay Xion was unhappy again upon hearing this, yelling that I was dragging him down and that he absolutely had to switch teammates. I rolled my eyes. I didn't realize pretending to be weak was so tiring, especially in front of the hot-tempered guy. The instructor didn't indulge him either, criticizing the kid for having no sense of teamwork and telling him that instead of complaining, he should help his teammate improve. After saying that, the instructor went to lead the next group, completely ignoring the hot-tempered guy, fuming on the spot. I put on a guilty expression and kept apologizing to Bay Xion. His face turned black with anger. He threatened to beat me to death if I said another word. I urged Big Brother Bay to calm down. Unexpectedly, this guy really did come after me after class. When I was heading back to the dorm after training, a few of Bay Xion's lackeys were tailing me. I was wondering what they were up to. Two sleazy guys rushed over, grabbing me from both sides. They dragged me into a storage room. After we entered, someone immediately shut the door. I saw it was that bastard, Bay Xion. He was holding a wooden plaque and asked me coldly, now that I'd made him suffer so much these past few days, what should be done? I admitted my fault with a terrified look on my face. Bay Xion didn't waste words. He hung the wooden plaque around my neck, wanted me to go to every dorm room, one by one, admit I was a jinx, and let the students in each room give me a slap. I looked down and saw the 6 large characters on the plaque. Yu Xiao is a jinx. It seemed he wanted to humiliate me publicly. As if that wasn't enough to vent his anger, the bastard suggested stripping off all my clothes and pants and making me walk around outside naked. As they spoke, a few of them found a rag to gag me and prepare to make their move. Listening to their shameless laughter, I was instantly enraged. Even if I die today, this lady is taking a layer of your skin with me. On second thought, I couldn't attack them directly, or I would expose my identity. I had to use noise to attract others, preferably the instructor. Such a loud commotion would surely draw someone. As I struggled desperately, the surrounding boxes were knocked about with loud thuds. Seeing this, the guys feared they would be exposed and yelled to restrain me quickly. I took the opportunity to kick one of the underlings in the leg, making him cry out in pain. The hot-tempered guy got angry again, cursing these idiots. An underling quickly increased his force to grab me. I couldn't help but glare at him, which scared the scumbag into quickly retracting his hand. Seeing he was intimidated, I feared being exposed, so I pretended to look wronged and about to cry again. This left him completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. Just then, the door was opened. Mu Fian was standing at the door with a group of people, all complaining about what was going on inside. That was deafeningly loud. My goal was achieved. With tears in my eyes, I cast a pleading look at Mu Fian. Unexpectedly, he just ignored me. The instructor's voice came from downstairs, telling us to go to sleep immediately or go for an all-night run. Only then did the crowd of onlookers quickly disperse. Mu Fian also called Bei Xian away, saying he had something to talk to him about. The duck that was almost in his mouth had flown away. The hot-tempered guy was naturally very unwilling, but due to young Master Mu's request, he could only toss out "I'll deal with you later," and trotted off after him. I was finally saved. I put on an extremely wronged expression, thinking to myself, it's not yet certain who will be dealing with whom. The lights in the dorms were all out. Bei Xian and Mu Fian stood one after the other in the silent hallway, quietly plotting something. It turned out that Mu Fian had always been suspicious of my identity, so he arranged for Bei Xian to investigate me secretly. The hot-tempered guy believed that the Yu Xiao he remembered was stupid as can be. Whether in height or appearance, there was no difference from the current me. Mu Fian was just overthinking it. Mu Fian frowned, telling the hot-tempered guy not to let his guard down. Young Master Mu's suspicious look reminded Bei Xian that he seemed to have lost something at home, so he mentioned it. Mu Fian nodded, saying that as long as Bei Xian helped him find the lost item, he would help him graduate smoothly from the military academy. The latter readily agreed. The bell for the hour of the ox had already rung. In the main hall of the Honghu Opera House, Xue Qingyang was leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, seemingly asleep. A cold glint flashed, and a sharp blade suddenly stabbed towards the spot between his eyebrows. Boss Xue's eyes flew open, and with a sudden burst of strength, he seized the attacker's hand. "Damn it!" I exclaimed. In an instant, I was thrown to the ground by immense force. The dagger that was in my hand was now, at some point, pressed against my throat. Xue Qingyang, with a hint of mockery, called me good disciple, while scolding me that if my skills weren't up to par, I shouldn't be thinking about betraying my master. Actually, Xue Qingyang is my master. He began teaching me martial arts when I was 7, and it has been 11 years since. I still can't figure out Xue Qingyang's character. I don't know why such a highly skilled martial artist would become an opera singer. He says it's because of his interest, but I've never believed that excuse. I came to visit tonight to report on the recent situation with my mission at the military academy. Seeing the old fellow sleeping soundly, I decided to play a prank on him. I didn't expect that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. My skills are still no match for him. I complained to my master that this mission was not going smoothly. Because of the appearance of that annoying pest, Mu Fian, I've been repeatedly thwarted. Old Xue thought about helping me eliminate the problem, but I quickly refused. First, I don't want to owe him a favor. Second, I want to complete this with my own abilities. So old Xue threw the dagger back to me, returned to the sofa, and started sulking. He wanted to kick me out, saying we'd train another day. To complete this mission, I have to intensify my training. I urgently need my master's help now. So I begged and pleaded, even offering to cook for him personally as a condition. I finally got old Xue to agree. By the time I returned to the military academy, the sky was already dawning. I dragged my weary and aching body and climbed through the dorm window, thinking to myself that my master really holds a grudge. He nearly beat me to a pulp. Just then, a voice came from behind me, asking where I had been. The voice came from Mufian. I went to his side and checked his pulse. He was indeed asleep. What I heard must have been him talking in his sleep. I jumped in fright, thinking it was a good thing that before I left, I had prepared some colorless, odorless, special incense for him to help him sleep soundly. The next day, on the shooting range, because I kept missing the target, the instructor lost his patience and threatened that if I didn't try harder, I wouldn't be able to graduate. So, I requested to stay behind after training to continue practicing. That brat Bay XIN was ecstatic. Finally, no one was dragging him down. After everyone had left, I thought about all the frustration I'd endured recently, and then about that annoying pest, Mufian. It was so infuriating. I angrily raised my gun and fired. With the sound of something cutting through the air, a bullet went straight through the bull's eye. Just then, I heard the sound of shuffling footsteps from behind. I turned to see Bay XIN sneaking out of the dormitory. So late at night, what was he doing sneaking around? Could he be up to something? I quickly followed him. I had just left when Mufian arrived at the shooting range. He looked at my target. It was indeed quite terrible. Then his gaze shifted on a target next to it. The marks of 2 consecutive bullseyes caught his attention. Mufian was stunned, recalling today's shooting practice. Besides him, no one else had hit the bullseye. Just now, only I was practicing there. This aroused his suspicion again. I followed Bay XIN all the way to an old mansion. He went inside and closed the door. I had no choice but to climb onto the wall to observe the situation inside. I saw a group of slaves kneeling on the ground in the courtyard. There were men and women, all bound with ropes. Bay XIN stood before them. A servant handed him a piece of paper, which looked like some kind of order form. I understood. Wasn't this a slave trade? Bay XIN mocked the slaves on the ground, kicking a dark-skinned, long-haired boy hard. The boy revealed a fierce look in his eyes. Bay XIN cursed loudly and kicked him into a corner again. The boy looked up, and his gaze happened to meet mine. I made a hushing gesture, so he quickly closed his eyes again. The servant told Bay XIN that this boy's name was Luo Ji. In half a month, he would be responsible for escorting this batch of slaves to the slave market. Looking at the pitiful people below, I thought I had to change my original plan. I must make the hot-tempered brat hate me even more. Time passed quickly. It was almost a month, the day we could leave the school again. The students started to celebrate with a meal, saying they wanted to take this opportunity to have some fun. Bay XIN, with a group of his underlings, was discussing going to the Bailu Pavilion. I held a bottle of drink and stared at him intently. Scum like him also deserves to have fun. Seeing a hornet's nest on a branch above his head, I immediately had a great idea. Just as I was thinking of turning around, I accidentally bumped right into Mufian. Mufian helped me up, chiding me for being so clumsy. I was completely bewildered. Weren't you the one who tripped me just now? This guy glared at me and asked if I disliked him. I quickly shook my head, saying he was handsome, had good grades, and a good family background. There was no one in the military academy who didn't like him. I still underestimated this bastard. Mufian said that since I don't hate him, it must mean I like him. What kind of logic is that? I was petrified on the spot. I hurriedly used finding Brother Bay XIN as an excuse to slip away. But I didn't get more than a few steps before Mufian suddenly threw the glass bottle in his hand at me. As expected, he's still suspicious. Is this a test? I didn't dare to fight back. I could only let the bottle smash against my head. With a crack, my forehead felt cold, and blood immediately started streaming down. The surrounding students all gathered around to watch the commotion. I pretended to be in pain and started yelling loudly. Mufian walked over, feigning concern. Apparently, he didn't expect this kind of scene either, so he suggested taking me to the infirmary. Ignoring my refusal, he helped me up and was about to leave. The surrounding students burst into an uproar, all gossiping about my relationship with Mufian. They really love a good show. The bigger the better. If you love to watch, then I'll give you a real show. I flicked a small stone from my fingers, hitting that beehive from earlier. The unlucky one was Bay XIN. He was still standing foolishly under that tree. Suddenly, he was stung and started screaming. Mufian was still playing dumb, hypocritically asking how I could be so unlucky to get hit by a bottle. I kept crying out, thinking to myself, what goes around comes around. You just wait, kid. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. When we got to the infirmary, Mufian even wanted to apply the medicine for me himself. To test me, he's really capable of anything. I was about to refuse, but he suddenly pressed the cotton swab heavily onto my wound. The pain made me scream out loud. Mufian not only suspects me, but he's also torturing me. I couldn't take it anymore. I backed away while scolding him for being so rough. Seeing me acting all crazy and hysterical, Mu Fian lost his patience. He grabbed me by the collar, his face stern, and insisted on continuing to apply the medicine. It seems as long as I keep up the act, he can't do anything to me. Just then, Bei Xian also arrived at the infirmary. Hearing the strange noises from inside the room, he couldn't help but push the door open. He saw his good brother intimately entangled with me. Bei Xian was furious again. He came up and blamed me for the bee stings. He even looked like he was about to hit me. Mu Fian quickly stopped him and told him to calm down. He never expected his good brother to speak up for a jinx like me. Bei Xian was heartbroken. He randomly asked Mu Fian if he liked me. Thinking about the dorm swap from before, he became even more certain that his good brother was probably into men. Hearing this, Mu Fian's face darkened. He told the hothead to stop talking nonsense and get his own wounds treated. I also chimed in, saying things weren't what he thought. The hothead was already furious and flustered, incoherently telling Mu Fian to choose between me and him. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Mu Fian asked me with a cold face if I did it on purpose. I vehemently denied it. He told me to stop pretending and was about to send me home. I made an excuse to leave. Mu Fian warned me. Although he wasn't sure of my purpose yet, he advised me not to have any ideas about Bei Xian. He's trying to test me again. I gave him a smile and told him I don't like men, so I wouldn't have any ideas about brother Bei Xian. At this moment, in an old mansion, a group of guests were shouting about catching a human slave. The young Luo Ji sprinted out the main gate. Coincidentally, a car was parked at the entrance. A young lady who looked like a miss was sitting in the back seat, so the boy shouted for help. The young lady slowly turned her head. The pretty girl in the car glanced back. The street was empty. There was no one there. She clearly heard a voice just now. She found it quite strange. The driver asked if she was still going to the Liu residence. The pretty girl held an invitation card in her hand, saying boastfully that she absolutely had to go. She had to personally deliver the birthday invitation to me. At this moment, Luo Ji was being chased and beaten by thugs, crying for his parents. A thug viciously rammed into him, making his stomach hurt so much he couldn't stand up straight. 2 days later, the Liu family mansion was as lively as a festival. Father Liu introduced Mu Fian to Lu Meng, asking her to show this young man around the mansion. Today was her birthday, and Lu Meng was thoroughly annoyed. She could only give a perfunctory reply. She walked with Bei Xian and Mu Fian, all of them silent as clams. Mu Fian suddenly spoke, startling the frowning Lu Meng. Mu Fian told Lu Meng that if she had things to do, she didn't need to accompany them. Hearing this, the latter ran off as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Bei Xian complained that Mu Fian didn't know how to please women, but he said he had no such hobby. Bei Xian's eyes widened. Could it be that the great young master Mu really isn't interested in women? Bei Xian couldn't believe it. This guy actually likes men, especially that Yushao. He'd have to find a chance to have a good talk with him. He then saw Fian staring intently at something. Over there, a group of women were chattering around a man. When Bei Xian saw the man, he immediately recognized him as that famous actor. Standing next to the actor seemed to be the eldest miss of the Liu family. Mu Fian remarked that the Liu family actually had an eldest miss. How come he'd never seen her before? Bei Xian told him that the Liu family's eldest miss had always been a recluse. He himself had only seen her once in passing. Mu Fian seemed lost in thought. Seeing that he appeared quite interested in this Miss Liu, Bei Xian decided to play matchmaker and help bring them together. The women were surrounding Boss Shui, constantly flattering him, all hoping to build a connection. But Boss Shui just smiled mischievously and said he already had a female confidant. He then suddenly pulled me, who was standing beside him, over and introduced me to everyone as that confidant. The women were all skeptical. He quietly signaled for me to play along. My eyes widened in shock, and I warned him to just forget it this time. I told the women that Xingyang and I had known each other for a long time. Unexpectedly, I had called him directly by his name. The old fellow showed a hint of displeasure. Just then, Lu Meng was searching the whole venue for me, but was suddenly stopped by the handsome Boss Shui. She turned around, puzzled. Boss Shui offered his birthday wishes and asked Lu Meng for a favor. Looking at the dashingly handsome man before her, she subconsciously nodded in agreement. I was also looking everywhere for Lu Meng, running around foolishly. I was thinking about her birthday gift, which I still hadn't found a chance to give to little Meng. Now my master had also disappeared somewhere. As I was thinking to myself, I suddenly heard someone approach and greet me. I looked up. To my surprise, it was that hothead. What was he doing here too? Bei Xian puffed out his chest and introduced himself. I pretended not to know him. Seeing his sleazy look, I felt he had ulterior motives. Seeing my coldness, his face showed a hint of displeasure, but he still had the nerve to ask me if I was already engaged. I already wasn't giving him a pleasant look, and now he asks such a blunt question. I really don't get what he's trying to do. Bei Xian told me not to misunderstand. He pointed to Mu Fian in the distance, introduced him as his friend Mu Fian, and intentionally tried to set us up. I had certainly heard of the Mu family. It looks like this hothead is playing matchmaker again. Through the guests coming and going, Mu Fian and I looked at each other from afar. I had a feeling something very bad was about to happen. After a long while, seeing that Mu Fian was still staring at me intently, it seemed everything was going as Bei Xian had planned. For the sake of Fian's future happiness, he decided to go all out. Bei Xian poured a glass of red wine, took out a prepared powder from his pocket, and carefully sprinkled it into the glass. He swirled it gently. He thought that as long as Fian experienced the pleasure of a woman, he would no longer like that Jinxu Xiao. I moved my gaze away from Mu Fian. Bei Xian handed me a glass of red wine and asked me seriously what I thought of Mu Fian. I took the wine, my mind racing. Bei Xian nervously watched me look at the wine, mentally urging me to drink it quickly. He was so nervous his face was flushed, and he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. I had long sensed something was off. I smiled, grabbed Bei Xian, and suggested we go for a walk outside. Bei Xian agreed immediately. He turned back and made a gesture to Mu Fian. I gave a sweet smile. Mu Fian looked completely baffled, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Once outside, the noisy crowd gradually faded away. Bei Xian was still suggesting we drink while we talk. Does this fool have to be so obvious? I raised my glass and clinked it with his. Bei Xian thought I was about to fall for it. Just as he was about to speak, I unexpectedly poured my wine into his mouth. While forcing him to drink, I said I don't like red wine and asked him to help me drink it. Bei Xian was so angry his eyes were spitting fire. He pushed me away, and the wine glass shattered on the ground. I laughed at him, asking why he was so angry. I just don't know how to drink red wine. Then I asked if there was something wrong with the wine. Bei Xian was so scared he started stuttering, shouting about how there couldn't be anything wrong with the wine. While turning to run back inside, the effects of the drug seemed to kick in. He didn't get more than a few steps before he collapsed on the ground. I dragged Bei Xian into the bushes. I slapped his face again and again against a tree. This damn brat dared to drug me. It seems to be Sting's last time weren't enough. I'll give him some more today. Meanwhile, Boss Shui took out 2 necklaces and asked Lu Meng to help pick which one looked better. Lu Meng considered for a moment. She thought the one on the right was elegant within its splendor, more outstanding than the other one. So she made a decisive choice. Boss Shui put the box away, saying he trusted Miss Lu's taste. He then took out another box, saying that was the birthday gift. Lu Meng gave a silly smile. She thought the necklace was the gift, but it turned out to be a false hope. In a daze, Bei Xian heard someone calling him. He struggled to open his eyes and saw it was Mu Fian. He suddenly felt a burning pain on his face. Coming to his senses, he started cursing at the air. Mu Fian asked Bei Xian what he did. He stammered, unable to explain. Looking at the shattered wine glass on the ground, Fian understood. This kid failed to drug someone and got played instead. Mu Fian warned him not to do such stupid things in the future. Then he hurriedly walked upstairs. Bei Xian asked where he was going. Mu Fian turned back and told him to get in the car, but not to look in the mirror, lest he see his own pathetic state. Bei Xian clutched his face, crying out in pain. I was about to return to the hall when I heard rapid footsteps behind me. I turned my head and saw Mu Fian rushing over. I froze, thinking, this guy isn't coming for me, is he? He must have found the hothead in the bushes. What a pain. Can't he just stay away from me? Just as I turned to leave, Mu Fian charged recklessly, running all the way up behind me. He loudly called out the name Yu Xiaoji. I was shocked, my mind went blank. Mu Fian shouted, "Wait a minute," while reaching out to me. Just then, Boss Shui grabbed him. He told him that he already had an appointment with me and to come back another day. Then he put his arm around my shoulder and was about to leave. Mu Fian's face was stern. He coldly asked me when I would be free. I cursed inwardly. I gave a smile and said, "Maybe next time." My master and I entered a room. Master closed the door and covered my eyes with a cloth. I asked him what he was doing. Master signaled me not to speak, saying he had a surprise for me. I sat on a chair, completely confused. Old Shui turned around and prepared to open the exquisite box. Hear a noise outside. He looked and saw Mu Fian peeking through the window. Acting like a thief, he huffed and turned to leave. I only felt old Shue fumbling around my neck. Then he ripped the black cloth from my face and happily wished me a happy birthday. Looking at the exquisite necklace around my neck, I was a bit stunned. My birthday isn't until next month. Old Shue must have gotten the date wrong. He said that's just what outsiders think. What Master says is definitely correct. I pressed my lips together and said nothing. I was actually a little touched inside. I expressed my thanks to old Shue. He looked me in the eye, then sighed, saying his good looks were completely useless on me. I nodded and said I've probably seen too much of it. Then I prepared to go give Lu Meng her gift. Master told me to wait for him to take me home in the evening. I replied that it was no problem. Then I opened the door and walked out. After I left, Boss Shue's face was grim. He summoned Shue Fei and asked how the young miss got the wound on her forehead. Shue Fei said it was from being hit by a glass cup at the military academy a few days ago, but she didn't know who threw it. Old Shue suddenly felt that his apprentice had grown up and wasn't telling her master anything anymore. With a squeeze of his hand, the water cup cracked. Just as Shue Fei was about to speak, a teacup flew at her face. Blood immediately spurted out like an arrow. Old Shue angrily reprimanded Shue Fei for not reporting the young miss's situation in a timely manner and told her to get out. The latter repeatedly admitted her mistake and gently closed the door on her way out. Shue Qingyang lay down on the couch, recalling the earlier scene, feeling secretly delighted. After the party, Lu Meng apologized to me for not having time to spend with me. We agreed to go out together some other day. I readily agreed, saying I'd be available whenever she called. I walked out the main gate, laughing all the way. Boss Shue was already waiting for me by the car. I said goodbye to Lu Meng and got in the car. Mu Fian watched the car disappear, pondering. The driver called for him to get in the car, but he paid no mind. He just felt that the more he looked at this Miss Lu, the more she resembled Yu Shao. Perhaps the two of them were the same person all along. The day before the military academy's vacation ended, everyone was asking me how the wound on my forehead was. Ever since Fian took me to the infirmary, this bunch had suddenly become very enthusiastic. I think they were only being so concerned because of Mu Fian. I verbally expressed my thanks. Just then, Mu Fian walked over. Everyone invited him to go for a massage at a newly opened bathhouse, saying the service there was great. He immediately agreed, leaving everyone with a look of disbelief. Mu Fian suddenly put his arm around my shoulder and told everyone his one condition. He would go, but he had to bring me along. My face fell. This guy was making trouble for me again. I quickly refused, yelling that the scar on my forehead hadn't healed yet and couldn't get wet. Mu Fian was taken aback. He lifted my hair to look at the wound. Everyone looked at the two of us, at our intimate behavior, and started gossiping. I refused to go no matter what. Mu Fian said if we were careful, it should be fine. I grimaced and gave him a dirty look. Mu Fian insisted that I had to go. You're not hiding some shameful secret, are you? I cursed him inwardly. A whole swarm of people were there, talking nonsense. Mu Fian patted my shoulder and told everyone to call a car quickly. They were going to that place called Jade Dragon Bay right now. This guy was giving me no chance to prepare at all. My hair stood on end. I made an excuse about needing to go to the toilet. Mu Fian wanted to go with me. I vehemently refused and hurriedly escaped into the toilet. I heard a threatening voice from behind me. Don't even think about running. If you're not out in 3 minutes, I'm coming in to get you. This time, I was really in big trouble. 2 hours later, in the north of the city, we found a bathhouse called Wanwan Nomyu. Looking at the name, I felt this probably wasn't a proper establishment. Just as I was thinking that, a group of flirtatiously posing young women were already waving at the entrance. In no time, they had surrounded us, chattering and pulling us while talking a bunch of nonsense. A woman named by Jiujio walked over, her face full of infatuation. She came up, pinched my cheek, and said she liked me. Seeing me stuck with Bai Jiujio, Mu Fian wanted to come over and help, but he was blocked by several women who said they wanted to entertain him well. I was pulled into a private room. Several girls constantly surrounded me, waiting on me. They poured wine down my throat, especially Bai Jiujio, who would even plant a kiss on my face from time to time. I don't know how much time passed, but my consciousness was already blurry. Mu Fian walked in and saw the table was covered in alcohol. His eyes widened. My face was as red as an apple, and there were lipstick marks on it. Mu Fian grabbed me with one hand and angrily asked why I drank so much. I dazedly said I was very happy, but on second thought, I wasn't happy at all. These people were bullying me. They're all bad guys. Seeing my dazed eyes, Mu Fian started to sneak a peek at my open chest. So it's flat. Just then, he noticed someone else sitting on the sofa at the side, holding a wine glass and watching the show. Mu Fian questioned him. Did you bathe with him? The person nodded and replied, right next to him, seemingly doubting he had overthought things. A trace of suspicion flashed in Mufian's eyes. At this point, I couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited all over Mufian. Mufian's face turned black. Bai Jujio could only tell him to hurry and change his clothes while she would take care of me. Hearing this, he had no choice but to go change first. 5 minutes later, when Mufian returned, he found that everyone was gone. So he asked the girl who was present where I had gone. The girl said I was taken away by Sister Bai, probably to rest in the innermost room. Mufian quickly walked over to find me. He pushed the door open and looked inside. I was lying on the bed. Bai Jujio was on top of me under the covers. I was mumbling, "Kiss me, sister," which was enough to give anyone goosebumps. The sudden intrusion of Mufian made Bai Jujio scream. Mufian was stunned. Bai Jujio sat up straight. The bath towel around her body slipped down like a soft noodle. She tilted her head and asked Fian if he had entered the wrong room. He quickly averted his gaze and told her to get me cleaned up and bring me out. I was still mumbling about wanting a pretty sister. Mufian was a bit troubled. He told Bai Jujio he would wait right outside, then closed the door with a bang and left. I opened my eyes and sat up. Bai Jujio asked me how I ended up provoking him. I rubbed my eyes and said, "It's a long story." She poked my silicone chest and told me this thing wouldn't work so well in a well-lit place. Actually, during those 3 minutes in the toilet earlier, I had called Bai Jujio. That's why she rushed over in advance to help. Outside the door, Mufian urged Bai Jujio, asking if the clothes weren't on yet. He could only continue to wait. I apologized to Bai Jujio as I got dressed. She patted my head and told me to be careful. I nodded with a determined look in my eyes. The door finally opened. Bai Jujio pushed me out. She even made a heart sign at me, hoping I would come find her to play again next time. I gave a perfunctory reply. Without any delay, Mufian pulled me and started walking out. As he walked, he apologized to Bai Jujio for ruining her fun. After we got out, Mufian said to forget about the others. He was going to take me back first. Suddenly, a newsboy came running over, bumped into me, and the newspapers in his hand flew into the air. Mufian casually caught one and started reading it, completely ignoring the newsboy, frantically picking things up from the ground. The headline on the newspaper was a photo. It was a picture of Boss Shui and me from the birthday party earlier. The article said Boss Shui had revealed his female confidant, breaking the hearts of all the socialites. I wondered who took the picture, making it seem like there was really something going on between my master and me. Mufian asked me what I thought of the two people in the photo. I praised them both as great beauties. Mufian suddenly pinched my face and asked, "Has anyone ever told you that you look a lot like a girl?" My heart sank. Was I exposed? I couldn't help but clench my fists. Meanwhile, Shui Qingyang was sleeping soundly on his bed, bare-chested. The voice of a subordinate reporting sounded from outside the door. The young miss and a group from the military academy went to Jade Dragon Bay. Boss Shui sat up in shock. How could a girl go to a place like that? The subordinate said the young miss went back to the academy with Mufian. It seems her cover wasn't blown. Boss Shui pondered. This Mufian fellow, is he just extremely cautious, or is he interested in the young miss? The subordinate also reported that besides this, Boss Shui and the young miss had made the newspaper headlines. Shui Qingyang was very pleased by this. He asked his subordinate for the newspaper and read it carefully, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Mufian expressed his doubts about my gender, but I refused to admit anything. To escape his questioning, I claimed I felt like throwing up again. Mufian quickly pushed me away. With a look of disgust, he told me to get in the car after I finished vomiting. The next day at the military academy, everyone was gathered together, chatting. Seeing Mufian return with his arm around me, they all let out a gasp. I wondered to myself, what is this guy planning? He still hasn't let go of his suspicions about me. I told him that us hugging like this might not look good. Mufian said he didn't care, that it was what I wanted anyway. What does he mean, what I wanted? There must be a misunderstanding between us. This is revenge for what happened in the infirmary. For him to be so open about it. He really isn't afraid of ruining his own reputation. Just as I was about to explain, I saw that kid Bei XN walking towards us, carrying a suitcase. The students on the side were still chattering about us going out last night. This angered Bei XIN so much that he started cursing at them. I put my hand on Mufian's waist. I did it on purpose for the hothead to see, wanting to provoke him. The kid fell for it, as expected. He roared and rushed over, wanting to chop off my hand. Mufian stepped forward, blocking the charging Bei XIN. He told him that from now on, we were on the same side, and he had to take good care of me. Bei XIN was completely baffled. He thought it was a joke. Seeing Fian's serious face, he became furious. He turned and left in a huff. Mu Fian said he had stood up for me, so I should be satisfied now, right? I was puzzled. I could only use class as an excuse to get away. This guy is acting very strange. He hasn't come up with some new trick to mess with me, has he? Afterwards, Mu Fian was at the blackboard, drawing and analyzing. It's obvious. Yu Zhao's current goal is to get close to Bei Xin. For this, the best way is to get that kid out of the way first. But why is Yu Zhao doing this? He really couldn't figure out. This pretty boy was really making him more and more interested. Furious, Bei Xin paced back and forth. He heard from his underling that Mu Fian and Yu Zhao had invited him to dinner. He was so angry he broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself that it would be great if this Yu Zhao just disappeared. At this thought, a bold plan formed in his mind. Why not take that Jinx to the slave market? She's sure to fetch a good price. After our trip to the bathhouse for the next few days, Mu Fian stuck to my side. Whether it was the cafeteria or the training grounds, wherever I was, he was always there, inseparable. This caused a lot of trouble for my privacy. Now, my only remaining hiding place was the bathroom. At this moment, I was sitting on the toilet. Mu Fian's voice came from outside the door again. He knocked while asking me why I locked the door. It seemed he didn't want to leave me even this last bit of privacy. I was about to be driven mad by him, so I had to shout for him to go to class first and not wait for me. Only then did the knocking stop. Mu Fian said goodbye and left. As I heard the dormitory door close outside, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at my haggard face in the vanity mirror, I thought that things couldn't go on like this. This guy is too sinister. I'm sure he hasn't dispelled his suspicions about me. He's probably holding back some wicked idea, just waiting for me. Fortunately, in 3 days, Bei Xin will be going to the slave market. Thinking about how I can leave this place and get away from these annoying people after completing the mission, I started to silently cheer myself on. After making some inquiries, Mu Fian learned that the underling who bathed with me at the bathhouse that day didn't actually see my body. After all, with beautiful women right in front of him, who would be interested in watching another man bathe? So, there was still no definite conclusion about my gender. As Mu Fian was thinking this, he unconsciously walked to a dormitory door. He overheard a group of Bei Xin's underlings inside, secretly plotting to sell me to the slave market. Mu Fian silently walked into the dormitory. By the time the group reacted, he had already been standing behind them for a long time. They had thought young Master Mu would fly into a rage over this matter. To everyone's surprise, Mu Fian expressed that he wanted to participate as well and began asking about the detailed plan. That evening, as I was about to return to the dormitory, I felt my right eyelid twitching constantly. They say a twitching right eye means disaster. Something bad isn't about to happen, is it? Coincidentally and abnormally, that guy Mu Fian didn't have dinner with me tonight. He was nowhere to be seen. As I was wondering about this, I suddenly felt a chill from head to toe. Who the hell splashed water on me? I looked up and saw Bei Xin's underlings laughing heartily, still holding the bucket they used for the deed. Furious, I wanted to go up and confront them. Just as I reached the second-floor landing, all the lights in the building went out. A few students heading upstairs grumbled about how strange it was and said they were going to get the key to the electrical room from the instructor. After those students had walked away, I heard the voices of Bei Xin's underlings from behind. It seemed they were looking for me. Sure enough, trouble had arrived. It's true that bad premonitions always come true. Just as I was wondering what to do, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and covered my mouth. By the time I realized what was happening, I had been pulled into a room behind me. I saw that the one who pulled me was Mu Fian, so I told him to take his hand away. Mu Fian told me not to speak. He told me that the people outside had planned to mess with me tonight. I nodded to show I understood, but that guy still didn't let go. He leaned close to my ear and smugly told me that tonight, no one was on my side, including himself. What? I realized this was his idea. As he spoke, Mu Fian started to unbutton my clothes. With a forceful tug, my entire chest was exposed. However, things were not as Mu Fian had expected. As the clothes were undone, my flat chest was revealed before his eyes. Seeing the stunned look on this bastard's face, I cursed and punched him right in his damn face. After hitting him, I stormed off angrily, completely ignoring the underlings who were searching for me in the hallway. Seeing their target appear, one of the underlings cursed and was about to step forward to block me, but he was yanked back by Fian. Mufian, with a cold expression, declared that from now on, he wouldn't spare anyone who bullied me. The underlings were completely dumbfounded. Didn't this guy agree to participate? Why the sudden change of heart? They started discussing among themselves, saying they had to report this to Big Brother Bayexin. This Mufian was simply a traitor. Mufian shouted my name and chased after me. I stopped in my tracks. Crying, I told him not to come any closer. I sobbed and told him to stop following me. I had thought Mufian would be different from those who bullied me. I was just too foolish. I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have met someone like him. After saying that, I turned to leave without looking back. That boy seemed to know he was in the wrong and stood frozen in place. What he didn't expect was that after I had walked some distance, I could no longer contain my inner joy. Thinking of that fool's shocked and defeated expression was incredibly satisfying. I hugged a tree, unable to stop laughing. By this time, the underlings had arrived at Bay Exion's dormitory and told their big brother everything that had just happened. The hot-tempered brother was so angry his brows furrowed, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. He had been considering whether or not to sell me to the slave market. But now, the hot-tempered brother made up his mind. It seemed he was determined not to let me stay. From that day on, Mufian was no longer so clingy. But I still pretended to be aloof and cool, not wanting to pay him any attention at all. Even when he helped me get a book from shelf I couldn't reach, I showed no mercy, snatching the book and trying to run off. Mufian pulled me back. Frowning, he told me not to provoke Bay Exion anymore. When that madman goes crazy, even he can't stop him. I thought to myself, how can I complete the mission if I don't get close to Bay Exion? Not wanting to waste words on him, I turned to leave. Suddenly, Mufian grabbed my hand. He lowered his head like a child and started to apologize. This sinister guy was actually apologizing on his own initiative. Looking at Mufian's expression, I held back a laugh. I wondered if there was something wrong with this guy. Immediately, I put on a stern face, shook him off, and left. That brat, don't think I don't know he's still acting. I'm not buying it. As I was walking, I heard the sound of shuffling footsteps from behind. It seemed the real trouble was about to begin. A hand reached out and covered my mouth. As I inhaled a cloud of powder, my consciousness began to fade. Before I lost consciousness, I only heard the voices of Bay Exion and his underlings ringing in my ears. I don't know how much time had passed. In a daze, I heard someone calling me. I opened my eyes and saw it was the young slave from that day. This dark-skinned young man, who seemed to be called Luo Ji, was waking me up. I looked around and saw iron cages everywhere. The light from torches illuminated the entire area. It seemed this was the slave market. Seeing that I was finally awake, the young man started to greet me. He asked if I wasn't the person on the roof that day, and how I got captured too. I ignored him. Around us, many other slaves were kneeling. Like me, they were bound with ropes and couldn't move at all. A masked manager heard us muttering and, cracking a whip, was about to come over and beat us. I yelled at the top of my lungs that I want to go home, which scared Luo Ji beside me into quickly telling me to shut up or I would suffer for it. Sure enough, the manager came over, grabbed my collar, and warned me to stop shouting. I kept yelling and bit his hand. The enraged man kicked me to the ground and called over a few of his accomplices to take me to the punishment room for a lesson. Just as I was about to be taken away, Luo Ji rushed over again and knocked away the manager holding me. Luo Ji stood in front of me, telling the managers not to push things too far. His sense of justice was truly overflowing. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered, and we were still bound by ropes. In the end, the young man could only endure a severe beating. The manager he had confronted got up from the ground and warned him that if a noble hadn't paid a high price for him, they would have crippled the boy long ago. Although Luo Ji was beaten, he still pleaded for me. He shouted himself hoarse, begging the manager to let me go. I was very moved by this scene. Although we didn't know each other well, the number of people who would go this far for me could be counted on one hand. As expected, the young man's actions only added fuel to the fire for these villains. They were determined to take me to the punishment room today. At this moment, I stopped crying and silently stared at the pained young man crying out. The curses were cut off as the punishment room door slammed shut. The young man could no longer cry out and could only lie on the ground, waiting for the terrifying screams. Unexpectedly, after a long while, the punishment room remained quiet. It didn't sound like anyone was being taught a lesson. With a creak, the door opened from the inside. I stood before the door, completely unharmed, holding a sharp blade. Wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, I gave a cold smile to the managers at the door. I had waited for this moment for too long. At this point, I had shed my disguise and was ready to start a massacre. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine where the girl in front of them had come from. Amidst gasps of astonishment, my blade rose and fell, and in a few moves, I finished off all the traffickers present. The battle was over. The slaves all cried out, calling me a female bodhisattva. The dark-skinned youth was especially stunned. He stared blankly at me, standing in a pool of blood. In the military academy dormitory, Mu Fian leaned against the window. He wondered why I hadn't returned yet, as it was almost lights out. He recalled that Bei Xian had also disappeared after dinner, saying he had important business to attend to. What important business? He racked his brains, then suddenly wondered if it had something to do with me. At the Honghu Opera House, Xue Qingyang was removing his stage makeup while thinking about how I had promised to cook for him. This stinky apprentice really doesn't take her master to heart. Xue Qingyang gave a wry smile. Just then, a servant burst in and hurriedly whispered something in old Xue's ear. The latter's pupils contracted in shock, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Back at the slave market, I had already tied Bei Xian up on the ground. He was roaring, demanding to know my identity and threatening to kill me. The funny thing was, this guy actually thought I was Yu Zhao's older sister, and that everything I was doing was to avenge my younger brother. I didn't want to bother with this idiot, letting him roar impotently on the ground. Under my threat, Bei Xian's underling brought me a list of the slaves. This was the ultimate goal of the mission. The hot-tempered brother was still spouting trash talk. I knocked him unconscious and told the underling to take him away quickly. Then, I raised a torch, intending to burn this place to the ground. After today, this place will no longer exist. Luckily, I got the list before the buyers arrived. This saved me a lot of trouble. That Luo Ji hadn't left yet. He stood behind me, looking like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. I glared at him. To my surprise, he knelt down directly in front of me, clamoring to become my disciple. I ignored him and walked out the door on my own. The young man wanted to pester me further, but I stopped him. I told him sternly that if he didn't want to attract trouble, he shouldn't get involved with me. The young man was taken aback, not understanding why I was so cold, but he still clenched his fists, looking like he would never give up. A raging fire soon engulfed the entire slave market. Xue Qingyang stood outside the fire, anxiously ordering his men to find someone. On the other side, Bei Xian was being supported by his underlings, limping out of the main gate. He came face to face with Mu Fian, who was already waiting there. Bei Xian exclaimed, asking how he found this place. Mu Fian's face was ashen. He replied that he had gone to Bei Xian's house to find him. He then asked if Yu Xiao was also here. Bei Xian was on the verge of tears, roaring that Yu Xiao was a woman. The slave list had been leaked. The entire Bei family was probably finished. Mu Fian was stunned. Indeed, everything was as he had expected. The most important thing now was to quickly catch the perpetrator, which was me. On my way back, I couldn't find a single vehicle. Luckily, there were many horses behind the slave market. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known how to get back. As I was galloping on horseback, I suddenly heard the sound of hooves from behind. Someone was catching up. I looked back. It was that lingering ghost, Mu Fian, again. He was riding very fast and caught up to me in no time. I glared at him fiercely. The guy jokingly asked me if I wanted to go back to the academy together. As he spoke, he grabbed my saddle and leaped onto my horse. I cursed at him to get off. Not only did Mu Fian not comply, but he also wrapped an arm around my waist. He shamelessly told me he didn't know how to ride a horse, so he had to ride with me. As he spoke, he reached for my chest and expressed his confusion, wondering how a girl like me could make her chest flat. I was furious, but in order to control the horse, I was helpless against him for the moment. On a distant hilltop, Xue Qingyang was watching everything that was happening below. A fierce glint appeared in his seemingly playful eyes. That brat Mu Fian was really making him angry. The horse ran faster and faster. Mu Fian held me tightly from behind. From my identity to my appearance, everything about me seemed to be fake. This made him very unhappy. So, the guy pinched my face, intending to check if it was real right then and there. I pushed his hand away. I really don't know how this bastard can be so shameless. Mu Fian said that was because I didn't know him well enough yet. The more shameless things were yet to come. Just then, with a few whooshing sounds, several cross-shaped darts shot towards his face. Mu Fian was unhurried. He dodged left and right, and even managed to catch one of the darts in his hand. I knew at a glance that this was my master's weapon. It seemed my backup had arrived. To cooperate with my master, I kicked the horse's back hard, hoping to throw this bastard off. Seemingly seeing through my intention, Mu Fian quickly reached into my pocket and grabbed the list I had just obtained. I quickly tried to snatch it back, but only managed to grab a corner of the list. Mu Fian fell backward. With a ripping sound, the list was torn in two. That guy fell off, but he wore a triumphant smile. I wanted to turn back and snatch it, but I found that my master was already sitting behind me. Old Shui pulled the reins, urging the horse to keep running forward. I was extremely angry and shouted that I wanted to go back. Old Shui told me that if we went back, we wouldn't be able to get away. Mu Fian had brought a lot of people. I had no choice but to compromise. We would go back first and figure something out later. Dozens of cars roared across the grassland. The bright headlights illuminated the wilderness as if it were day. The cars drove up behind Mu Fian and all stopped. A large group of people got out of the cars one after another. These were all people from the Bei family. Mu Fian informed them that they were too late. The person who stole the list had already escaped. A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt walked up to him and took the half of the torn list. Mu Fian stated that this incident was entirely due to Bei Xian's poor judgment and no one else could be blamed. After hearing the explanation from the young master of the Mu family, no one present dared to complain. They had no choice but to turn their cars around and head back. On the way back, my master looked half dead, as if he was in great discomfort. I was terrified and quickly asked him what was wrong. The old fellow leaned on my shoulder and said weakly that he was unhappy. Now I got angry too. Of course he wasn't happy. The list we worked so hard to get was torn in half. Who wouldn't be angry? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Suddenly, my master smacked me on the head. I cried out in pain. Just as I was about to ask him what that was for, I saw his stern expression. It seemed I hadn't understood his meaning. It turned out my master was angry because he saw that bastard Mu Fian taking liberties with me on the horse just now. But I was completely unconcerned about it, which my master couldn't understand. I said that what Mu Fian touched was just a prosthetic, not my real body, so what did it matter? When my master heard this, he understood and laughed in relief. Afterward, we didn't go home, nor did we go to the opera house. Instead, we went to an inn. My master had already arranged for people to be there. I was going there to meet an important person. After dismounting, I told my master to leave the rest to me. Then, without waiting for his reply, I pushed open the door and went inside alone. A person was sitting in the room. It was the real missing Yu Xiao. Seeing me enter, Yu Xiao stood up, looking at my face, which was extremely similar to his. He stood frozen, asking intermittently who I was. Later, I secretly let Yu Xiao go. My master didn't blame me for this. After all, even if he was released, that boy couldn't return to the military academy. The young brother entrusted with detaining Yu Xiao was very worried. He thought Mu Fian might go looking for Yu Xiao, and letting him go was a persistent risk. It would be better to just get rid of him. My master, with a leisurely and carefree expression, comforted the young brother, saying it was fine. He, on the contrary, was rather looking forward to what Mu Fian would do next. On the street, Luo Ji walked aimlessly with an empty stomach. He didn't have a single penny on him. He wanted to quickly find some work to feed himself. Suddenly, someone rushed out from behind him. This person was running in a hurry and accidentally bumped into Luo Ji. He saw it was a girl, as pretty as a doll. Luo Ji was captivated. By the time he came to his senses, she had already run far away. Rich people are no good. Annoyed by the little beauty's recklessness, Luo Ji shook his head. This girl was none other than Lu Meng. She ran all the way into the Lu residence, excitedly calling for her father. At this moment, Father Lu was on the phone. The old man's brows were tightly furrowed, and his words were tinged with anger. It seemed there was a problem with his daughter's birthday gift. Lu Meng pushed the door open and burst in, clamoring about where her big black dog was. Father Lu put down the phone. Seeing his precious daughter's ecstatic expression, he suddenly didn't know what to do. The old man put on an awkward smile and apologized to his daughter, saying there was a problem. The dog was gone. They would have to get another gift. Lu Meng's expression changed drastically. She had been excited for nothing. She turned around, wanting to take her anger out on her father. At this time, Lu Meng still didn't know that her big black dog was actually a slave. Half a month later, because the list of buyers from the underground slave market was leaked and spread, the Bei family fell into an unprecedented crisis while people condemned human trafficking. Due to the damage to their reputation, shareholders of the Bei family's businesses withdrew their investments one after another. This incident not only crippled the Bei family financially, but also severely damaged their reputation. At this time, I was on the street buying apples. A guy in a hat furtively came up to me and stuffed a file folder into my arms. I was stunned for a moment, realizing a new mission had arrived. Returning to the Honghu Opera House, I saw my master fast asleep on the sofa in the main hall. I didn't know what sweet dream the old fellow was having, but a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. I placed the apples I bought on the table, found a towel to cover my master with, and then prepared to cook. During this time, I had cooked more than 30 meals for him. I had to think of a way to get some benefits in return. That night, the Bale Pavilion branch was holding its opening banquet. The scene was bustling with excitement, song, and dance. As a business partner, Mu Fian came to celebrate at the banquet. The dancers on stage were making him drowsy. He wondered when he could leave. Following the host's enthusiastic speech, a major figure was about to take the stage. Under the spotlight, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and a blue dress appeared on stage. This was Miss Xia Chan, the new songstress that Bale Pavilion had spent a fortune to cultivate. Mu Fian's interest was piqued. His eyes were involuntarily drawn to this peerless beauty. Luo Minjing, was playing the role of the songstress Xia Chan this time. The mission was to get close to the mysterious big boss behind Bale Pavilion and obtain the treasure key in his possession. This mysterious boss of Bale Pavilion had never appeared in any public setting. Information about him was extremely scarce. The only thing that could be confirmed was that he was an outsider. Tonight, my attire attracted the gazes of many guests. The guests all expressed that they would definitely come to show their support when Bale Pavilion officially opened. What I didn't expect was that when I left after work, I saw Mu Fian at the entrance again. His servants seemed to still be intoxicated by my singing and kept chattering nonstop around him. Fortunately, Mu Fian didn't recognize me. He gave me a calm glance, seemingly convinced that a songstress like me was destined to become a plaything for the rich and powerful. I didn't dare to look at him and could only walk away quickly in silence. After returning home, Bai Jujio came to find me with a bottle of perfume. She said she had bought this perfume from abroad for a high price and that it would be helpful for my mission, so she wanted me to accept it. I sniffed the perfume's strong, pungent scent. I had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. The two of us chatted late into the night. Bai Jujio looked utterly charming. She jokingly asked me to teach her the art of disguise so she could go and flirt with respectable young men. I rolled my eyes, really wanting to retort. Suddenly, I heard a commotion downstairs, as if someone was arguing. I poked my head out and saw it was that young man named Luo Ji. A group of servants had surrounded him. A servant snatched a silver coin from Luo Ji's hand and angrily accused him of stealing. The young man hurriedly explained that it belonged to someone else, and he was about to return it to its owner. The servants didn't listen to his explanation and just gave him a brutal beating. Bai Jujio told me that this kind of thing happens every day and I should just get used to it. Late at night, Luo Ji lay on the ground, covered in injuries. Thinking about his bitter life, the corner of his mouth twitched. Just then a pair of feet stopped in front of him. He looked up and saw a man in a hat and overcoat. The man sneered and told Luo Ji to do him a small favor. After it was done, he would give him a large sum of money. As he spoke, the man threw a small bag of deposit money on the ground. At this point, in order to survive, Luo Ji had no other choice. He climbed up from the ground, grabbed the deposit, and replied that as long as it wasn't murder or arson, he could help. The scene shifts to the Bai Luting. On its opening day, the place was crowded. Entrusted by Lu Fu, Mu Fian accompanied Miss Lu Meng for some entertainment. Watching the stage, the singing was beautiful and moving. The gorgeous and charming Miss Lu Meng was infatuated again. She stood up, wanted to go and meet the performer. Mu Fian, however, had a long face, clearly not too happy. After a song, I went backstage to rest for a bit. A group of young noble masters came backstage looking for me, wanting to invite me out for some fun tonight. Over this, a few of them even started fighting. Just then, I saw Lu Meng come in as well. The scene was chaotic for a moment, and she was so scared she was flailing about. Suddenly, a hand pulled me into an embrace. I turned my head and saw it was that bastard Mufian. Mufian declared that I had to accompany him tonight and told the others to scram. It seemed like this guy was trying to get me out of trouble. The young masters asked me if this was true. I thought to myself that dealing with one Mufian was much harder than dealing with a group of small fries. Just as I was about to deny Mufian's claim, that guy warned me not to say anything more and to leave the rest to him. Mufian put his arm around my waist and was about to leave. The small fries yelled at him not to be such a bully. Mufian shot them a fierce look and said, "So what if he was bullying them?" The few of them were so angry they stammered, unable to say a word for a long time. I broke free from Mufian's hand, wanting to thank him. He gestured that there was no need. If I wanted to thank someone, I should thank the young lady inside. I looked and saw it was Lu Meng. She was waving and greeting me. No wonder. I was just thinking, how could this bastard be so kind-hearted? Lu Meng came over, wanting to get to know me. Mufian stood aside with a stern face. Suddenly, he grabbed my hand. Xiao Meng and I were both stunned. I quickly asked him if something was wrong. Mufian immediately let go of my hand, his expression returning to one of indifference, and said it was nothing. Has this guy gotten suspicious again so quickly? Just then, with a shout from a waiter, the big boss of the bai, Lu Ting, finally appeared. The man was named Vicus, a middle-aged uncle with glasses. He introduced the two children beside him to the guests, a boy and a girl. The girl was named Savita, his daughter. She looked a bit like a foreigner, with darker skin and a red between her eyebrows. The boy was named Paka, his nephew. I looked and found this person a bit familiar, so I took a closer look and realized, isn't this the little dark-skinned boy from the slave market? How did he suddenly transform into a young nobleman? Finding a street punk to pose as his nephew, it seems the big boss of the bai, Lu Ting, is indeed shady. Vicus announced that from now on, these two children would help manage the bai Lu Ting's business, and he hoped everyone present would look after them. After speaking, he came over to kiss my hand, expressing how honored he was by my joining and hoping I would showcase my talents. Paka seemed a little unaccustomed to all, looking around. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Meng's figure in the crowd. Wasn't this the young lady he had bumped into before? Lu Meng noticed Luo Ji staring at her and gave him a sweet smile, which made him quite embarrassed. On the other side, Savita was also staring intently at Mufian. This man was really her type. After greeting us, the boss went upstairs alone. The thing I needed to find this time was the key to Vicus's treasure. According to intelligence, there are two keys, one large and one small, both made of pure gold. The large one is about 25 centimeters, not easy to carry. The small one is only 5 centimeters. I guess the key was upstairs. Although the possibility was low, I couldn't let it go. After a short while, the boss came down from upstairs again and walked out the door by himself. A good opportunity. I put down my wine glass and told Lu Meng I was going to the restroom. Xiao Meng said she wanted to go too. I had no choice but to say we'd go together. I had already sabotaged the first floor restroom earlier. I pulled Lu Meng along, about to go to the second floor. A waiter came over and stopped us, saying outsiders weren't allowed on the second floor. I put on an anxious look and told him the first floor restroom was broken. I had no choice and asked him to make an exception. Seeing two beautiful women pleading, the waiter's heart softened. He finally agreed to our request and told us to be quick. I expressed my gratitude and quickly pulled Lu Meng upstairs. Once at the restroom, I let Lu Meng go in first. After she came out, I told her my stomach was upset and I might be a while. Lu Meng said it was fine. She would wait for me slowly outside. Once inside the restroom, I quickly locked the door from the inside, took off my high heels, and climbed onto the window. According to my investigation, the study should be right next door. A round trip should be manageable within 10 minutes. I quickly made my way to the study. Opening the door, I began to rummage through everything. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find what I was looking for. Finally, I had checked everywhere, leaving only a locked drawer under the desk. I took out a pen and fiddled with it for a while, finally opening the drawer. It was full of letters, with no trace of a key. I was a little disappointed. Just then, I suddenly heard someone opening the door, so I quickly found a place to hide. Just before the person opening the door came in, I was finally hidden. I looked and saw the visitors were none other than Mufian and Savita. Mufian had his hands in his pockets and scanned the study. He then asked Miss Savita if the boss was looking for him, wondering why he wasn't there. Miss Savita suddenly rushed over and hugged him, shouting Mufian's name and expressing her love at first sight, insisting that Mufian become her man. My brows furrowed in embarrassment. What kind of sensual scene had I stumbled upon? Mufian, oh Mufian, I never thought you, a shameless scoundrel, would have a day where you were put in a difficult spot by someone. I hid in the dark, silently watching Miss Savita hug that bastard tightly. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian was not appreciative. While saying, "Please have some self-respect," he pushed Miss Savita away. Mu Fian, with that stinky face of his, told Miss Savita not to touch him, saying they couldn't even be considered acquaintances, so how could they do something so out of line? Miss Savita was amused by him and laughed. She explained that girls from her hometown were all very open, daring to boldly express their love when they met someone they liked. Mu Fian's face darkened, and he angrily stated that he was not interested in her. Miss Savita naturally knew how to take a hint and gradually put away her smile. The atmosphere became awkward. Mu Fian straightened his clothes, not knowing what to say next. Just then, that guy noticed a piece of red cloth caught in the cabinet door. So he quickly used the excuse of not wanting people to get the wrong idea and shooed Miss Savita out. Miss Savita snorted coldly and ran out angrily. The door was slammed shut. Mu Fian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seemingly knowing I was in the room, Mu Fian called out for someone to come out. After waiting for a long time with no movement, he yanked open the cabinet door that had the red cloth caught in it. It turned out to be empty, with only that scrap of cloth inside. Mu Fian threw it aside, seemingly letting his guard down. He sighed and went out. The room became quiet again. I was just thinking, has that guy left? Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open. Mu Fian had doubled back, checking the room for any movement. But after looking for a long time, he didn't find anything. Mu Fian had to close the door and leave again. I was lying in a compartment above the door, thinking to myself what a treacherous fellow he was. I almost fell for his trick. Since I had already aroused Mu Fian's suspicion, I had to retreat quickly. Mu Fian arrived at the door of the second-floor restroom and saw Lu Meng waiting for someone. The waiter was also urging her, saying time was up and she should tell the person inside to hurry out. Mu Fian walked over and asked Lu Meng if I was inside. Xiao Ming nodded anxiously. This guy didn't care about the consequences anymore. He directly called for the door to be opened. It turned out the door was locked from the inside, so he gave a fierce kick, directly kicking the door open. Everyone present gasped in surprise, including me, who was touching up my makeup in front of the mirror. Lu Meng quickly rushed over and asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, just startled by them suddenly opening the door. Xiao Ming pointed at Mu Fian at the door and explained that he kicked the door down because he was worried about me, making that guy look all innocent. I put on a very grateful expression, looked at Mu Fian, and thanked him deeply. He gave a cold smile and warned me to take good care of my health. His tone was sarcastic and strange, making me very uncomfortable. So I pulled Xiao Ming and was about to leave, leaving Mu Fian there to discuss compensating for the door with the waiter. After everyone had left, Mu Fian's suspicions were not allayed. He went to the window and began to observe. He found that it wasn't difficult to cross over to the study from here. A round trip could be made in a few minutes. As he was thinking, a footprint on the windowsill caught his attention. Mu Fian seemed to understand something. On second thought, what happened at the Bai Lu Ting had nothing to do with him. It seemed he couldn't manage that much anyway. Mu Fian patted his head to calm himself down. But whenever he saw me, this Miss Xia Chan, he always had a strange feeling, just like with the former Jia Yuxiao. After work, Lu Meng and I were walking out side by side. It turned out that fellow, Mu Fian, was already waiting for me. It seemed he had taken a joke about helping me out of the predicament earlier seriously. As soon as this guy saw me, he told me to get in the car, saying I had to accompany him tonight. I quickly played dumb and tried to refuse. I said, "Weren't you just joking with me earlier?" Mu Fian's attitude was firm, telling me not to misunderstand. He said he was not a person who joked around easily. I cursed him silently in my heart, knowing I couldn't get out of it this time. I had no choice but to ask him where we were going. Mu Fian gave a cold laugh and said, "To his house." Mu Fian's words left me stunned. This guy actually invited me to his house. Seeing my hesitant look, Mu Fian raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking if I disliked him and wouldn't grant him this honor. I was still trying to find an excuse when that guy told me to rest assured. With him around, I didn't need to worry about my safety at all. At this point, Lu Meng also felt awkward standing to the side. She quickly said her driver had come to pick her up and bid farewell. On the surface, I said goodbye to her, but in my heart, I was very reluctant. "Ming Ming, my dear sister, why didn't you try to keep me here?" In the end, I still left with Mu Fian. We arrived at the Mu residence, which was his home. The one who opened the door for us was an old woman, kind-faced, who seemed to be his family's housekeeper. Seeing the young master bring a girl home, the old woman was both surprised and delighted. She repeatedly praised my beauty and brought out freshly made cake for me to eat. I thought to myself, could Mu Fian have already poisoned the cake? But my hand couldn't resist taking a piece. It was indeed delicious. Mu Fian took a sip of tea and asked me where I was from. I said I was from Jingling. He then pried about my parents, brothers, and sisters at home and what I planned to do in the future. He asked endlessly, which annoyed me greatly. So I also poured a cup of tea, interrupting his continued interrogation. I asked Mu Fian if he had taken a liking to me, which was why he was so interested in my information. This guy didn't try to deny it and directly stated that he was indeed interested in me, with a shameless look on his face. Just then, the housekeeper came over. She was also taken aback by Mu Fian's directness. She quickly corrected his method of pursuing girls. On second thought, she showed a happy expression, saying that the young master finally had someone he liked. I sneered inwardly. The great young master of the Mu family. Could it be that no one liked him? How pathetic. Mu Fian told me not to feel awkward, saying that he was just a straightforward person. I smiled without a word. Then, Mu Fian prepared to hand me a piece of cake. Just as that hand reached in front of me, Mu Fian suddenly trembled. A full cup of tea on the table was knocked over. The tea spilled all over me. This old fox. I suppressed my anger, really wanted to kill this bastard right now. Mu Fian put on a panicked look. He quickly apologized and asked Mei Yi, the housekeeper, to take me to change my clothes. This guy clearly did it on purpose, and now he wanted to act like a good person. Could it be he knew I was still hiding the things from the Bullied on me? My face darkened. I thought to myself, with this old fox around, this place is truly too dangerous. So I stood up to refuse, preparing to leave. Mei tried to make me stay, saying they had been poor hosts and were truly sorry. Seeing the old lady's sincere insistence, I found it hard to refuse, so I decided to stay a little longer. As I spoke, I prepared to help clean up the table, which made Mei Yi beam with joy. Mu Fian then had another servant, Xiao Ju, prepare clothes for me. I picked up the remaining tea on the table and was about to go to the kitchen with Mei Yi. At this moment, Mu Fian had his back to me. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and a mischievous idea popped into my head. I let out a loud cry, pretending to have accidentally stepped on my dress. My whole body lunged forward. The teacup and teapot in my hands flew straight towards Mu Fian. By the time he reacted, he was soaked like a drowned rat. That guy's face turned black with anger. I frantically took out a handkerchief and slapped it right on his wet bottom. I also gave it a hard squeeze for good measure. Now he shouldn't be able to stand it, right? I was just waiting for Mu Fian to get angry and kick me out immediately. To my surprise, Mu Fian really could endure it. With a half smile, he asked if I could take my hand away first. I quickly let go and praised him, saying his workout results were good, very firm. The look on this guy's face now was as ugly as it could get. He muttered some nonsense, saying if I wanted to squeeze it again, he was available anytime. I could barely hold back my laughter. I had to bend down and help Mei Yi clean up the mess on the floor. Mu Fian shouted loudly, telling the servant to quickly take me to change my clothes. Mei Yi was still inexplicably happy, muttering to herself that he was different when he met someone he liked. As she spoke, she took the clothes from Xiao Ju's hands and insisted on personally taking me to change. At this moment, Mu Fian watched me gradually leave, his heart filled with all sorts of doubts. As a new songstress, my behavior in front of him was far too bold. Xiao Ju called for Mu Fian to change his clothes. He finally came back to his senses. He called Xiao Ju over and arranged for him to do something. Mei Yi led me into a guest room and then placed a light purple chi pao on the bed for me to change into. After Mei Yi left, I looked at the decorations in the room. As expected of the Mu family, even a guest room was decorated so magnificently. Just then, a faint singing voice came from near the bed. I listened carefully and found it was coming from upstairs. It sounded like a woman singing. I had inquired before. The Mu family seemed to consist of only the father and son. Could it be a maid? It didn't feel like it. Could it be that this fellow Mu Fian was hiding a beauty in his house? However, what I didn't know was that at this moment, a woman in white was dancing gracefully in in the attic of the Mu residence. She was humming a beautiful melody. This person was Mu Fian's own older sister, Muli. I couldn't be bothered with that much. I quickly went to change my clothes. A problem arose. The qipao was too tight and too small. The letters I had stolen from the Bai Lu Ting had nowhere to be hidden. I had no choice. In the end, I could only stuff them into my bra. I had to find an excuse to leave quickly. After changing, I went out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Mu Fian standing at the doorway, taking off his pants. His entire chest was also exposed. I froze. This guy couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Why was I in his room, looking at the half-naked handsome man before me? I couldn't help but cry out in surprise. I then quickly explained that Mei Yi had brought me here, and I didn't know it was his room. Mu Fian pulled his pants on in a flash, muttering about how the old housekeeper was breaking the rules while pushing me out the door. He shouted for Mei Yi to see the guest out, then slammed the door shut again, leaving me standing there in a daze. Mei Yi and Xiao Ju came over to gossip, asking what had happened between me and their young master. I put on a shy expression and said I might have made the young master unhappy and was kicked out. After saying that, I picked up my wet clothes and turned to leave. The two of them stared blankly as they watched me go. It was only then that Xiao Ju remembered the young master had told him to steal the clothes I had changed out of. Now that was just great. He couldn't get the clothes anymore. Mei Yi was shocked by this, thinking, when did the young master become so twisted? He's become a pervert, wanting to steal a young girl's clothes. Her vision suddenly went black, and she almost fainted from anger. Mu Fian sat on his bed, listening to his sister humming upstairs, feeling more and more annoyed. The Xiachan I was pretending to be had truly become this guy's nemesis. On the way back, the image of a half-naked Mu Fian lingered in my mind. I really didn't expect his figure to be so good, not at all inferior to Master's. He had taken so many advantages of me. Today, I finally got my revenge. Late at night, the Bai Lu Ting had already closed its doors to guests. The boss, Vickis, finally returned. Savita quickly went up to inquire. Luo Ji wanted to follow to understand the situation, but was angrily rebuked and sent away by Miss Savita. As an outsider, he naturally didn't expect them to treat him like family, so he had no choice but to walk away dejectedly. Alone on the balcony, Luo Ji thought that the lives of the rich were not as amazing as he had imagined. The Vickis family was so secretive, they didn't look like good people at a glance. It confirmed his original thought. None of the rich were good people, except for that young lady who seemed to be named Lu Meng. At this thought, Luo Ji blushed. Suddenly, a noisy argument came from inside the room. Vickis was furious. It seemed someone had stolen some map of his. Luo Ji quickly went over to ask what had happened. Vickis was frantic, muttering to himself that someone had opened the drawer. A strand of hair he had placed there was gone, which was proof. He then told Luo Ji to find a manager. After the manager arrived, Miss Savita asked him who else, besides young Master Mu and herself, had been to the second floor that night. The manager was sweating profusely, stammering that Miss Lu and Miss Xiachan had also been there, using the second-floor restroom because the other one was broken. Miss Savita became suspicious that the item might have been stolen by the people he mentioned. She said she would take the manager to their father to confess. Luo Ji also fell in a deep thought. Miss Lu was such a kind person. How could these people suspect her? A trace of worry arose in his heart. The next day, at the Mu residence, Mu Fian sat on the bed, combing his sister's hair. Mei Yi handed him an invitation, saying it was sent by someone from Vickis. He opened it and saw that the other party wanted to invite him to a private manor. Looking at his playful sister, Mu Fian initially wanted to politely decline, but on second thought, something wasn't right. He quickly asked Mei Yi to find out if Miss Xia Chan was going. Night fell, but the lights at the entrance of the Bai Lu Ting were still on. Miss Savita stood by the window, reporting to her father. All the invitations had been sent out. Everyone who had been to the second floor during the party would be invited to the gathering at Rose Manor. The loss of the letters was a huge blow to Vickis. An idea formed in his mind. It was time to ask that dangerous person to solve the problem. Miss Savita didn't understand. Her father sat on the sofa, frowning, and said this was a last resort. They could no longer ask for help from the clan. The eldest young master was dead, and this matter had to be hidden. Miss Savita seemed to have been hit on a sore spot. She bared her teeth and glared, a memory surfacing in her mind. Not long ago, it was she who had accidentally pushed the eldest young master into the sea. That bastard, though extremely lecherous, also held the family's key. Vickis comforted his daughter. He believed the current situation was not that bad. The person who stole the map was likely also looking for the key. They could use this opportunity to be the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. It turned out that hidden within the stolen letters was a map that could lead to the key. This map was related to the secret of Rose Manor. Deciphering the key's code was also not an easy task. Vickis planned to reap the rewards without sowing. He would wait until the map thief deciphered the code and found the treasure in Rose Manor, and it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. For this, he thought of a dangerous fellow. With that person's help, this plan would surely proceed smoothly. Hongwu Opera House. Xue Qingyang was preparing his makeup to go on stage. Xue Fei suddenly burst in, holding an invitation. She said it was sent by someone from the Bai Luting. Xue Qingyang carefully drew his eyebrows and asked Xue Fei to read it to him. It turned out that the guests invited to the Bai Luting's gathering at Rose Manor also included him. Strangely, Vickis had also added a small line of text at the signature, writing that he would pay a personal visit tomorrow. A smile appeared on the corner of Xue Qingyang's mouth. The name Vickis was one he hadn't heard in a very long time. On the day of the Rose Manor party, I was waiting at the Bai Luting for the boss's car to pick me up. At the invitation of the guests, I still went on stage to sing a song to warm up the crowd. At the end of the song, the guests below the stage cheered and applauded enthusiastically. Ardent fans even rushed on the stage to give me flowers, clamoring to invite me to dinner. I smiled and refused them one by one, then walked towards the dressing room with the flowers. I suddenly felt that pretending to be Xia Chan was so tiring, even more tiring than being Jia Yuxiao. When I was pretending to be Yu Xiao, I only had to deal with Mu Fian and Bei Xing. Now I had to navigate among a large group of men. Lost in these thoughts, I returned to the dressing room. I saw a beautiful bouquet of flowers on my chair. They were corn poppies. I picked up the flowers and found that no card or signature had been left. As I wondered who sent them, I walked out with the flowers. At the door, I heard someone calling me. I looked up. It was Mu Fian. He was sitting in his car and told me that the car sent by Vickis had run into trouble and was still behind. It would probably be difficult for it to make it tonight. That guy saw the flowers in my hand and asked who sent them. He commented that among so many flowers, I only took this one bouquet, which showed I liked it very much. I put on a stern face, thinking that whoever sent it was none of his business. The guy, like a gentleman, extended his hand, wanting to invite me to ride with him. I was already very familiar with Mu Fian's personality. It was probably that the more I avoided him, the more interested he became in me. The more he suspected someone, the more he would pursue them relentlessly. Because of this, I was kind of scared of him. Maybe if I went along with him, he would quickly lose interest in me. So I took Mu Fian's hand and politely got into the car. Mu Fian drove all the way to a ferry crossing. There was a manager sent by Vickis there. To get to Rose Manor, we had to follow his lead and take a boat. Mu Fian told me not to find it strange. The periphery of the manor was entirely surrounded by rivers. On the small boat, that bastard showed his professional fake smile again. He pinched his nose and asked me if I liked to wear strong-smelling perfume. Seeing his nose was uncomfortable, I felt quite pleased. So I asked with a triumphant expression if he didn't like it. That guy had a look of disgust, saying he preferred something fresher. I mocked him, saying he must have seen countless women to have gained such insight. Bickering all the way, we finally arrived at Rose Manor. I saw that it was grand, but there wasn't a single light on the castle. Under the pale moonlight, it looked very gloomy, giving off an ominous premonition. Because the roads in the manor were narrow and not suitable for driving, the manager could only trouble the two of us to ride a horse in. Riding a horse was not a problem, but that guy only brought out one horse. There were two of us. How were we supposed to ride? Sharing was impossible. The shadow this guy cast on me last time hadn't dissipated yet. Just as I was about to rush to be the first, Mu Fian took a few quick steps and jumped onto the horse. He declared that if I wanted to ride, I could only sit behind him. Otherwise, I could just wait behind. I got angry. While cursing him for having no gentlemanly manners, I went to pull him down. Just then, the horse started to run. I pulled, and Mu Fian fell off. Before he could get up and get angry at me, I jumped directly onto the horse. I mockingly repeated what he had just said. Then I made a face at him and stalked off. After all, the atmosphere between the two of us felt too tense. I had to leave first. It seems the butler still hasn't told me the way. I can't be bothered with all that. Looking at Mu Fian's sour face, I just want to run far, far away. If I'm not mistaken, Vickis must have already discovered that a part of the map was stolen. Inviting us to this remote manor definitely means no good. I'll take this opportunity to investigate and see if that incomplete map is a map of this manor. After running for a while, I stopped. I dismounted and found a lantern. From a distance, I saw a well. Just as I was about to walk closer to take a look, a strange sound suddenly came from under my feet. I leaped back, and a large pit suddenly caved in where I had been standing. There was actually a trap. Before I could recover from the shock, I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder. I whipped my head around. The person who came was surprisingly my master. Why would master be here? Just as I was about to speak, I saw Savita, the daughter of the Bullied's boss, also following behind him with a lantern. Miss Sa asked me what happened. This was not a place I should be. Old Shui showed an embarrassed smile, helping me make an excuse by saying I got lost and accidentally came here. I nodded along, telling him the butler and young Master Mu were still behind. I wanted to ride to the main hall first, but I suddenly couldn't find the way. Miss Sa seemed to have an inexplicable hostility towards me. With a cold face, she didn't want to hear any more of my explanations. She turned to lead us to the main hall. Master also smiled apologetically and made a pleased gesture. I felt a little surprised in my heart. This old fellow, when did he start having dealings with the people from Bullied? By the time I got to the main hall, Mu Fian was already inside. Seeing old Shui by my side, that guy seemed a little unhappy. He glared and came over to find trouble again. Master greeted him and shook his hand. Mu Fian's tone was sarcastic. He asked him how things are going with Miss Liu. Why didn't he bring her today? He also said Miss Liu owed him a date. I glanced at him, thinking this guy really holds a grudge. Miss Sa clapped her hands, telling the guests present that because it was too late today, everyone should rest first. The rooms were already prepared. Tomorrow, Vickis would personally entertain us. Coincidentally, the rooms for me, Master, and Mu Fian were actually next to each other. Old Shui was slightly polite. He said good night and went into his room to rest, leaving me and Mu Fian staring at each other. Mu Fian kept staring at me with old Shui. I reminded him, only to get a glare in return. He argued that beauty isn't exclusive to women. Boss Shui is so striking. So what's wrong with taking another look? So that's how it is. Master is indeed a beauty, liked not only by women, but also by men. Mu Fian said good night and also went into his room. With nothing to do, I thought I should rest as well. The next day at the breakfast table, I found that Lu Meng was also present. In the end, she was dragged into this after all. Strangely, that dark-skinned boy sat next to me, constantly staring at Lu Meng, seemingly sensing that I was also staring at him. The dark-skinned boy quickly picked up a glass of wine and drank it awkwardly. As we were eating, Vickis suddenly stood up, announcing that he had prepared a game for everyone. He also said the winner would receive a grand prize. He told us to open the envelopes prepared on our tables. I had a premonition. I opened it, and it was indeed a map fragment. I didn't know why he would take it out voluntarily. Vickis stated that the game's content was for us to take the map fragments in our hands, explore the manor, and find unexpected surprises. He added that tomorrow we would draw lots to form groups to see who could finally find the place marked with a red cross on the map. Of course, the map was incomplete. Only one person's map had the red cross. The rest could only rely on guesswork to find this place. It was truly a game full of excitement and surprises. I was thinking about what to do next when Lu Meng came over, pulled me up, and wanted to go for a walk with me. Since I had nothing better to do, I nodded in agreement. The dark-skinned boy on the side, however, showed a look of disappointment. What on earth is this guy planning? At night, Lu Meng was already asleep. While piecing together the map in my hand, I pondered what Vickis meant. Having so many people search for his own family's treasure seemed a bit unreasonable. On second thought, I suddenly understood. Perhaps he himself didn't know where the treasure was. That well from yesterday was very suspicious. I decided to go check it out again when I had the chance. When I reached the main hall, I saw Master passed out drunk on the sofa. I don't know how much that guy drank. There wasn't a single person looking after him, so I helped him to a resting room. In front of him, I sometimes really feel like a nanny. Just as I was about to leave, old Shui, holding something, suddenly pulled me into his arms. His eyes were hazy, and he was muttering about a perfect night for passion. Master's face was flushed. I really don't know how much he drank to get this drunk. I asked him if he knew who I was. The old fellow mumbled, seeming to mistake me for the real Miss Xiachan. This was the first time I had seen him in such a state. At first glance, he really looked like a great demon fox. The old fellow posed gracefully on the bed, still complaining about the heat. It's a good thing it was me. If it were anyone else, Master's virtue would truly be in jeopardy. How could he be so unguarded? I asked Master if he liked Miss Xiachan. Unexpectedly, he actually admitted it. I really don't get it. Why do both he and Mu Fian like this type? It was a rare chance with the old fellow being so muddled. I wanted to get some information out of him, so I brought up the matter of him treating Miss Lu as a confidant, asking if he was going to change his mind. Old Shui opened his hazy eyes. In his heart, I was actually just a child, completely incomparable to Miss Xiachan. This made me furious. So an apprentice is just a shield to be used and then thrown away. I didn't want to deal with the old fellow anymore. I angrily turned and left, but as soon as I stepped out, I ran into Mu Fian. This guy saw me coming out of old Shui's room. He was suddenly furious, but he still put on a professional fake smile and greeted me. I didn't give him a pleasant look and just responded casually. Who knew that this old fox Mu Fian was not only shameless, but also very vengeful? Maybe it was because of my bad attitude. He came closer and blamed me for pulling him off the horse, injuring his body and causing him so much pain that he couldn't sleep at all. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I just offered a placating smile and told him to be more magnanimous. Then I quickly slipped back to my own room. Mu Fian was so angry his mouth was dry. Just as he was about to find some water to drink, he suddenly heard a noise from behind Boss Shui's door. He didn't need a guess to know it must be Shui Qingyang eavesdropping. Mu Fian stopped and called out directly to the door, mocking Boss Shui for falling for one after another. First Miss Lu, now Xiachan. Then he added smugly that he was actually the same kind of person as old Shui. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Inside the room, Shui Qingyang felt as if a challenge had been issued. He couldn't help but curse Mu Fian in his heart for being such a little fox. The next day, the results of the draw were out. Fortunately, Master and I were assigned to the same group. Lu Ming and Paka, also known as Loki, were in a group. The unlucky one was Mu Fian. This fellow actually got paired with his love at first sight, Miss Sa. This made me ecstatic. Actually, the helper Vicus had found was none other than the actor Shui Qingyang. He found an opportunity to approach Boss Shui, telling him to get his men ready. He stated that as soon as they got the item, Boss Shui could immediately take the other half. The latter smiled and nodded. The game officially began. Master and I walked in silence, first arriving at the suspicious dry well from yesterday. He told me to wait up top. He vaulted over and jumped down. This old fellow was giving me a strange feeling today. It seemed like he was deliberately avoiding me, having barely spoken a few words to me. I waited for a quarter of an hour, but there was no reaction from the well. I grew anxious, so I shouted Boss Shui into the well. After shouting for a long time with no response, I couldn't wait any longer. I then leaped in as well. At the bottom of the well, there was indeed a whole new world. The space was large, and there was a foul, rotten smell. I called out a few times, but no one answered. So I took out a lighter to illuminate the surroundings. There was a wall that looked very strange, so I reached out and touched it. With a click, a secret passage appeared before my eyes. I gathered my courage and walked in. I kept stumbling over things, and a look down revealed the ground was covered in white bones. I felt a little scared. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from beside me. I quickly shone the light over. It was Mu Fian again. We both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. I asked him why he was here when he was in a group with Miss Sa. Mu Fian said they accidentally got separated. He then asked me where Boss Shui was. I thought to myself, this guy probably doesn't like her and must have ditched her. I randomly replied that I probably got separated too. Just as we were staring at each other, a cracking sound suddenly came from above. Looking up, several large rocks were already falling. It seemed to be a cave-in. In that split second, Mu Fian shouted, "Watch out," and quickly came over to shield me. A huge rock landed at our feet. Mu Fian and I, our faces ashen, stared at each other, panting heavily. This guy, he just saved me. Just now, Mu Fian saved me from under the huge rock. Right now, our faces were close, and for a moment, we didn't know what to say. Another falling rock was about to hit. Mu Fian was still shielding me. If he didn't move, his head would surely be smashed and bleeding. I didn't have time to react, but my hand involuntarily pulled out a cross-shaped dart. By the time I came to my senses, the dart had already been thrown. The rock was shattered. The danger was finally over. This is terrible. There's no way he won't be suspicious of me now. To my surprise, Mu Fian didn't say anything. He just held back a laugh and pulled me into a hug. I was stunned. What was he doing? Just as I was about to get angry, Mufian told me not to move. He seemed to feel that the wall behind was hollow. It turned out I was blocking him from studying the wall. In the end, we found the switch and opened that wall. Following a passage, we finally made it outside. I thought we would be fine once we got out, but the forest outside was like a maze we couldn't get out of. The map was completely useless. With no other choice, Mufian suggested we take a break. We might have to sleep in the open tonight. After finding an empty space, Mufian gathered some firewood and started campfire. I never expected that the great young master would know how to do such rough work. Seeing my surprised look, Mufian told me not to just stand there gawking. The weather was really too cold, so I had to quickly walk over to warm myself by the fire. We just sat there in silence. The awkward atmosphere was broken by the growling of my stomach. Realizing I must be hungry, Mufian took out a box of chocolate from his pocket and asked if I wanted it. I eagerly reached out my hand. That guy started acting like a rogue again, telling me to beg him. He wanted me to beg him for a box of chocolates? That was definitely not going to happen. So I dropped the act, stood up abruptly, and dashed into the woods. In a few moves, I caught a wild chicken. Mufian, not wanting to be outdone, also stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. A few minutes later, he came back carrying several fish. I thought to myself, even if this guy can catch food, his cooking skills must be worse than mine. He might even ask me to share a piece of chicken with him later. When that happens, I'll definitely make him beg me properly. However, the ideal is plump, but reality is bony. As I was processing the chicken, I suddenly smelled a very fragrant aroma of grilled fish. Mufian was smug, telling me not to stare at him with such a surprised look. He even boasted to himself that he had many talents. I just hadn't seen them. I suddenly felt that the chicken in my hands had become bland and tasteless. Mufian, however, was quite generous. He directly handed a grilled fish to me, saying I didn't have to beg him this time. I was struggling immensely inside, but I still stubbornly told him that I don't like to eat fish. Seeing this, Mufian said he couldn't finish so many fish. Although wasting food is a sin that invites heavenly retribution, there was nothing to be done. He could only throw away what he couldn't finish. While apologizing to the fish, he was about to throw it into the fire. I couldn't bear it any longer. I shot up to snatch the fish from his hand. Right now, there was only one thing on my mind: the fragrant, delicious fish. By the time Mufian reacted, his hands were empty, and I had leaped up in an awkward posture, snatching the fish from his hand with my mouth. My words said one thing, but my actions said another. This instantly left Mufian feeling somewhat speechless, since he said that not cherishing food would lead to being struck by lightning. Then I had actually done a good deed and saved his life. Mufian didn't want to hear my excuses. He just took my roasted chicken and started eating it in big bites. We started bickering again, one sentence after another. After getting to know him for a while, I found that this young Master Mu seemed a bit different from what I had imagined. While eating the roasted chicken, Mufian told me that he was not just a pretty face with no substance, and he was blunt about my two-faced personality. I gave a placating smile and tried to play dumb again. Mufian said that he still preferred the Miss Xia-chan who had shown her true nature earlier. For some reason, his words seemed to touch my heart. After so many missions in disguise, what was my true nature? I seemed to have forgotten. The scene fell silent again. As if to ease the atmosphere, Mufian asked about the cave-in earlier. I think it was less of a cave-in and more of a deliberately set trap. The decaying bones along the way didn't look like they belonged to animals, which shows we are not the first visitors. This place is so dangerous, yet it still attracts a large number of people to explore it. There must be some incredible secret hidden here. Hearing my well-reasoned analysis, Mufian put on a look of admiration, praising me for being an insightful and extraordinary person. We sat on the ground around the campfire. Suddenly, Mufian told me that if I ever get married, I should stop doing these dangerous things. This sentence made my heart flutter. Could it be that he knows all my secrets? Then, Mufian stared at the not yet faded sunset. He spoke slowly. Women are not like men. In today's society, women can only depend on the person they marry. To live a peaceful and happy life, they must be content and well-behaved, creating a warm home. I was stunned. My father's teachings from childhood involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Apart from me, our Liu family has no other legitimate bloodline. My father told me that even as a woman, I must not lose to the heirs of other families. My mission is not only to bring glory to the Liu family, but also to strengthen the entire clan's power. I must prove that our Liu family is not one that can be casually trampled underfoot by other families. For this, I must put in more effort than others, expend more heart and soul. After all, father is still looking forward to the day I become the head of the family. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but stand up and shout at the sky. It was a form of release and also a reminder. Women are no worse than men. If they want to, they can also have lofty ideals, and they can also realize their ambitions. Why must women depend on men? Before talking about peace and joy, how many men don't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I don't understand any of this. I feel that this world is still too unfair to women. In my view, peace and joy have always been earned through one's own efforts, not obtained through ethereal begging and obedient dependence. Through my shouts, many similar emotions were vented. Mu Fian was stunned. I told him that even his own father had married who knows how many wives. Even his own mother could hardly interpret true female happiness. Faced with this real and complex truth, Mu Fian fell into deep thought. He seemed to have returned to the day his mother passed away. She lay on the sickbed in a white dress. He and his sister were crying their eyes out. In contrast, his father was out on the streets having fun with his concubines. His mother's passing was just a matter of one less set of bowls and chopsticks. At this moment, Mu Fian was sad and angry. I was chattering on, but I didn't notice the change in Mu Fian's face. I only felt a gust of wind, and I was already pinned to the ground by that guy. Mu Fian yelled that he would let me know the difference between a man and a woman. I'm not sure what kind of madness he's having now. On the other side, Xue Qingyang was still fumbling his way forward in the secret passage. He had just heard the sound of the collapse and was a little worried. But thinking of the task at hand, he had to continue forward, comforting himself that his damn apprentice had better not have followed. At this moment, this shameless fellow Mu Fian was pressing down on me, about to do who knows what kind of indecent act. He was very strong, and I couldn't break free. I could only resort to taunting him about the embarrassing incident when I pulled him off his horse. Unexpectedly, this pervert still wouldn't let go. In that case, I could only use my ultimate move. I fiercely kicked him in the crotch. Mu Fian dodged and weaved, but still managed to escape from under my foot. He angrily cursed at me, saying a lady shouldn't do such things. I frowned without a word. I didn't see his behavior just now as being very gentlemanly either. I really don't know which sentence angered him. The air dropped to freezing point. Finally, it was Mu Fian who first changed his expression and apologized to me. For a moment just now, this guy seemed to show a very hurt expression. At this moment, Lu Meng and Loki were slowly making their way through the dense forest. The two seemed to be lost. A wolf's howl came from somewhere. It scared Lu Meng so much that she froze on the spot. She quickly asked Loki if they would encounter wolves. Loki was also sweating profusely. To calm Lu Meng's emotions, he said it was impossible for there to be wolves in this place. They had been missing for so long, Vicus would surely come and get them. Misfortunes never come singly. By midnight, a heavy rain began to fall. Fortunately, Mu Fian found a small cave that could provide temporary shelter from the rain. I suggested we spend the night here. Mu Fian looked at the surroundings, then glanced at me. A lone man and a lone woman. It seemed a bit awkward. A flash of inspiration hit me, and I suddenly thought of a good idea. I picked up a clod of earth from the ground. I began to draw a line on a large stone slab behind us. Mu Fian looked puzzled, not understanding my actions. I told him that tonight, this line would be the boundary. For either of us, if a hand crosses the line, the hand gets broken. If a foot crosses, the foot gets broken. To this ruthless suggestion, Mu Fian deeply agreed. We relit the campfire and chatted idly together. Mu Fian warned me not to easily share those high-profile opinions with others. Once you become a public figure, you must be careful with your words. Many people with ill intentions or jealousy towards me would use it to make a big deal out of it. This guy was actually concerned about me. He believed that at this moment, I was still without support and far from having the ability to touch the raw nerves of certain people. So the best way was to act cautiously and protect myself. I suddenly felt a little touched. I nodded to Mu Fian, expressing my gratitude. I don't know how much time passed, but the rain finally stopped. Mu Fian seemed to have fallen asleep leaning against the rock wall. I couldn't wake him up. I wanted to take this opportunity to get his map and take a look. Maybe his copy held some important clues. I had seen Lu Meng's before, and there was a large piece missing from the middle. I wondered if the one on Mu Fian could complete it. I extended my demonic claw. I carefully felt around on his body, but after searching for a long time, there was nothing in his pockets. How strange. Could it be in his inner coat pocket? I held my breath and gently reached my hand inside. I really did touch a piece of something that felt like a map. Just as I was about to pull my hand back, Mufian's head slumped onto mine. I was startled, but I saw that he was still asleep, so I tremblingly tried to pull my head back first. After a lot of effort, I finally saved my head, but my hand was still in his coat pocket. Just then, Mufian slowly opened his eyes and asked what I was touching. Seeing that I was about to be exposed, my mind raced, and I finally thought a good excuse. I put on a calm and composed look and told Mufian I wanted his coat. I coughed, pretending to be freezing to death. My voice is my livelihood. I can't let it get ruined by sickness. Mufian sighed, telling me there was no need to be sneaky. I could have just told him directly. Then, with a wicked smile, he asked me if I had designs on his body as he took off his coat. I took his coat, thinking the map was inside. I'll take it out later tonight when this guy is asleep. To be honest, this guy's physique is indeed very good. I couldn't help but praise him again. Who knew this old fox was still on guard? He had already handed the coat to me, but then he turned around and took the map out of the pocket. Mufian put on a tearful look and demanded that I take responsibility. I was speechless. Take responsibility for what? This expression is really disgusting. Mufian explained that he had already given me many of his firsts. Now, I could only offer myself in marriage as compensation. I never thought this guy had such a clingy side. I put on a stern face and sincerely invited him to go outside and get some fresh air to clear his head. On second thought, it seems this guy has really fallen for Miss Yachan. I quickly asked him what he liked about me, so I could get rid of it immediately. Mufian's mind works fast. He immediately said that he likes the way I look down on him. I couldn't get the map, and I couldn't be bothered to bicker with this masochist. I glared at him and was about to go to sleep. Late at night, Mufian couldn't sleep. Actually, he had long had his suspicions. My purpose in getting close to him was for the map. The strong perfume gradually faded, and a familiar scent aroused his suspicion. Mufian thought of a secret technique, the art of disguise. Perhaps the me before him and the previous Jiayu Shao were the same person. This time, he didn't plan to use the aggressive methods from his military academy days. He was going to slowly unveil my true face. On the other side, Xue Qingyang was fumbling his way to a bronze door with a torch. Just then, the sound of a mechanism turning suddenly came. Countless flying needles shot down like a torrential rain. Xue Qingyang did a flip, dodging all the flying needles, and landed steadily. He pushed the door open. By the light of the torch, he saw a huge red mark on the floor. In front of the mark was an exquisite wooden box. Just in case, Xue Qingyang picked up a small stone and threw it at the box. A flash of light, and sure enough, a flying dart shot out, sticking into the stone pillar next to his ear. Xue Qingyang walked forward and took a golden key from the box. One key found, one more to go. Old Xue breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that I might be waiting anxiously, he decided to go out and meet up with me first. In a daze, I heard the crisp chirping of birds. The sunlight hit my face. It seemed to be morning. I opened my eyes. Suddenly, I felt the soft warmth of someone in my arms. I looked, and it was actually Mufian. The guy had woken up too. We quickly separated. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Mufian whispered, asking who had crossed the line. I ignored him and ran off, using the excuse of looking for water. Damn it, how did I end up hugging this guy? This is terrible. It's all my fault for sleeping so soundly. Someone took advantage of me, and I didn't even know. I suspect that bastard used some kind of trick. All day long, all he thinks about is taking advantage of me. I realized I couldn't stay with Mufian any longer. I had to split up with him quickly and go find Master. If this continues, who knows what other trouble will pop up. However, what I didn't know was that Mufian had also noticed my apprehension. My current fidgety appearance in his eyes was just like Yu Xiao back then, looking like she couldn't wait to shake him off. So, Mufian suggested we split up to look for an exit to be more efficient. He asked that we meet back at the same spot in half an hour. Before he could finish, I had already turned and left impatiently. I agreed verbally, but my feet were already striding quickly in the opposite direction. After walking for a few minutes, I realized something was wrong, so I quickly ducked into a thicket. Sure enough, Mufian followed close behind. This guy was actually tailing me. I knew he had been suspicious of me for a while. Every time I run into him, the mission becomes incredibly difficult. Mufian looked left and right, seemingly searching for me. I shifted, trying to get a better look, but accidentally stepped on a twig, making a crisp snapping sound. Mu Fian whipped his head around and started calling my name in this direction. But my mouth had been covered by Master, who had appeared out of nowhere. Mu Fian was calling my name all over the forest. After he had walked far away, I told Master to let go quickly. The old rascal wanted to mess with me again, covering my eyes and telling me not to move. I pushed him away, angrily scolding him for tricking me again. Old Shue poked my forehead with his index finger, chiding me for running around and making him worry. I retorted that he was the one who ran off without making things clear, leaving me in a position where I didn't know whether to go or stay. Old Shue put on that sour face again, saying he saw me and Mu Fian, that brat, hugging. This old fox, who knows how long he's been spying, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, right? I sneered, accusing Master of teasing me by pretending to be drunk that night. I said our master-apprentice bond must be fading. No wonder he's always making fun of me. The old guy grinned, patted my head dotingly, and put his arm around my shoulder about to leave. The strange thing was old Shue actually knew the right way. Mu Fian and I had been wandering around here for ages and couldn't find the exit. But the old rascal came and went as he pleased. This couldn't help but make me wonder again what kind of relationship Master had with the people of Bai Luting. Seeing me staring at him, old Shue just grinned again. But then I had a second thought. Master is so good to me. How could I suspect him? I asked him if he found anything in the well. Old Shue said there were only some old cellars inside, and nothing else. I told him what I'd seen and heard when I went down the well earlier. Master frowned, but said nothing. Almost 2 days had passed. If there was still no news, I wanted to go look somewhere else. Unable to dissuade me, old Shue had no choice but to accompany me again. Things didn't go smoothly. Until evening, Master and I searched the entire secret passage, but still found nothing. We could only return to the manor's main hall first. Most of the people who participated in the game had returned. They were clamoring that the game wasn't fun at all, that they were trapped in the forest and almost couldn't get out. Vicus, with a fake smile, apologized to the guests, saying he wasn't very familiar with that place either. Afterwards, he promised to give everyone a satisfactory answer. Before I knew it, it was dinner time again. I noticed Lu Meng and Loki had returned. The young man seemed to be injured. Lu Meng was carefully bandaging his wound. The two of them seemed to be getting along very well. If Xiao Ming knew that this dark-skinned young man was the big black dog her father bought for her at the slave market, I wonder what she would think. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. Vicus and Xue Qingyang were talking in secret. Xue Qingyang said, what if they only found one? Vicus said he wasn't sure about the location of the other one either, because before he could get the information from his nephew, the boy died. He frowned, expressing his suspicions about Mu Fian, Lu Meng, and me. He also hoped old Xue would help investigate. Xue Qingyang agreed verbally, but in his heart, he was defending his apprentice. Afterwards, the two went to the place where the treasure was hidden. The amount of treasure did not meet their expectations. It seemed they still needed to find the other key. On the other side, Mu Fian, using the map in his hand, also found a secret passage in a corner of the manor. He shone his flashlight and walked through a door, discovering a large space inside. At the end of the passage, there seemed to be a drawer. Mu Fian had just taken a step forward when the ground suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, he was agile and managed to steady himself in time. He slowly walked forward and opened a drawer. Inside, there was actually a complete map. Mu Fian was startled, but then he heard footsteps behind him. The newcomer was me, who had come looking for the key. I was just passing by when I suddenly heard a sound from inside. So I came in carrying a lamp. I saw many large pits and cracks on the ground ahead. Wearing high heels and a dress, I couldn't move freely at all. I had to take them off. With a leap, I jumped to the other side. I opened the drawer on the ground, but it was empty. Someone must have gotten here first. What I didn't know was that at this moment, Mu Fian was hiding in a corner, quietly watching my every move. The next day, for some reason, the weather was gloomy. Master was calling me by the new nickname he gave me, Daniel. I was very unhappy about this. Xue Fei was driving in the front, laughing, which made me furious. I roared loudly. Master said that ever since I returned from the manor, I seemed to have been out of sorts. So he wanted to treat me to some good food. I rolled my eyes at him and said I had no appetite and didn't want to go. Rain began to fall from the sky. With a somber face, I told old Xue that I had a strong premonition this mission might fail. The rain fell harder and harder. Mu Fian, holding an umbrella, walked into the Mu residence. The second butler, Lin Kuei, looked worried and hurried forward to greet the young master. Mu Fian took off his coat and told Uncle Lin to gather 10 skilled fighters and, while he was at it, to find out the time of Xia Chan's performance. Uncle Lin was clearly an old fan. Hearing Xia Chan's name, he was so happy he almost jumped. He blurted out almost instantly, "Miss Xiao's performance is at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow." A look of anticipation appeared on Mu Fian's face. There were some things he had to prepare in advance. On the night of the performance, the makeup artist was putting on my makeup while complimenting me on my popularity. There were many guests today. Many who couldn't get tickets were waiting outside. Even though it was raining heavily, it couldn't dampen the fans' enthusiasm. I looked in the mirror at the exquisite makeup on my face, a touch of melancholy in my heart. After thanking the makeup artist, I was about to go on stage. Before I even got on stage, the audience's cheers were already roaring like a tide. Mu Fian sat smugly in the VIP section, calculating his plan for the night. The men Uncle Lin brought were already in position. The theater exits were all blocked. Some men were mixed in with the audience. Today, he must bring Miss Xia Chan before him. He was ready. Today, he would see who the Xia Chan, or rather, Yu Xiao, really was. I stepped onto the stage, a microphone in my hand. A soft spotlight slowly shone down. I was about to start singing. I sang this song with all my heart. Some jumbled memories flashed before my eyes. My family, my master, and that guy Mu Fian. The song ended. The silent audience erupted in thunderous applause. It was time. The next song was about to begin. At my invitation, several strings of pyrotechnic flowers suddenly burst on stage, obscuring the entire view. Seemingly captivated by this stage effect, the audience's eyes widened. Mu Fian was also stunned. His pupils contracted. He suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly shouted to his men below the stage. Someone seemed to be trying to escape. The Mu family's men swarmed the stage and tore away the flower lanterns. The stage was already empty. Two reckless guys, in their panicked haste, accidentally knocked over the fuel oil on the lanterns. They were instantly engulfed in raging flames. Looking at the chaotic mess below, Mu Fian was utterly speechless. It seemed that at critical moments, he had to rely on himself. At this moment, I was racing upstairs. Behind me, I could gradually hear that guy Mu Fian's shouts. In no time, I'd already run out onto the balcony. Mu Fian caught up. He told me there was no way forward and to stop. I played dumb and asked him why he was chasing me. That guy sighed and told me to stop beating around the bush. I saw him take something out of his hand, which immediately caught my eye. It was the very key I was looking for. No wonder this guy hadn't shown up since we separated at the manor. It turned out he had found the key. Mu Fian dangled the object in his hand. He said he could give me the key, but on one condition. I had to trade my real identity for it. I laughed, mocking him. "Don't tell me you've actually fallen for me." Mu Fian didn't deny my words. He expressed his love with a straight face. My smile gradually froze. I didn't expect this guy to be serious. My heart was in turmoil, but there was nothing more to say now. I jumped onto the railing, admitting that I had lost to Mu Fian. Then, I threw out a take care and plunged down. Mu Fian tried to chase after me. I jumped onto the prepared flying vehicle and told him to keep the key. "We'll meet again." After flying far away, I thought to myself, this guy is really a psycho, actually proposing a condition that was like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Mu Fian stood on the balcony with a faint smile. For some reason, he seemed to be in a rather good mood. A few days later, the news that the Mu family had unearthed a huge ancestral treasure made the headlines of all the major newspapers, even overshadowing the news of Xia Chan's disappearance. Master and I sat opposite each other. While reading the newspaper, he praised the kid for being good at making things up. There was another line in the newspaper. I zoomed in a look and saw it written. "Young Master Mu is willing to gift the key to his beloved. She is welcome to come and get it at any time." Remembering his smug face, I was furious. To comfort me, old Shui said he would treat Daniel, which is me, to a big meal tonight. At this moment, Mu Fian was listening to a gramophone while playing with the key in his hand. Who would have thought that the real huge treasure was not in Vicus's manor at all? There was only a map there. This time, the Mu family got off easy. Mu Fian was very happy, but he couldn't stop thinking about that person he longed for. Recently, the weather had become increasingly harsh and unpredictable. Many ships coming to the capital encountered sudden storm surges. Many ships and people were lost at sea. A week later, the docks were crowded with people, all busy joining the commotion. The Mu family servants were gathered around an unconscious, white-haired girl. They were shouting that they had finally found the person and were about to go inform old Master Mu. But at this moment, Mu Fian was frozen on the spot. His father had just told him that his fiancée, Yun Jiao, was already on her way. Luo Minjing, was to impersonate Yun Jiao, the daughter of a Mu family friend this time. And the real Yun Jiao had already died in a recent shipwreck, her body never found. I never expected that Mu Fian and I would meet again so soon. Another mission. This time, Luo Minjing, was to impersonate Yun Jiao, who had died in a recent shipwreck with her body never found. This was something I hadn't expected, to be meeting Mu Fian again so soon. Inside the room, Master Xue Qingyang sat on the sofa with a grim expression, asking Xue Fei, who was standing beside him, about my current mission progress. Xue Fei replied to Master that the Mu family was picking me up to go to the Mu residence today. I should have arrived by now. Seeming to notice Master's worry, Xue Fei complained that the mission Lu Feng arranged for me this time was too dangerous. He didn't know my father's purpose in arranging it this way. Master thought my father was being so eager for quick success because I had successfully stolen Lin Hao's file. His ambition had grown, and on top of my last failed mission, he planned to make a big move this time. Facing Xue Fei's confusion, Master said that I respected my father too much and was completely obedient to Lu Feng. Even his attempts to dissuade me would be useless. Xue Fei lamented that no father should use their own child like this. Master told him to leave if there was nothing else. After Xue Fei closed the door and left, he sighed that the Master was still very concerned about me. If I knew the truth, what would happen to my relationship with Master? Inside the room, Master got up and walked to the window. Thinking to himself, he had no right to say others were using me. On the other side, at the Mu residence, Uncle Lin was leading the way for me. I marveled at how quickly I had come to the Mu family again. I stared intently at the handsome gardener next to me, my eyes shining. The gardener felt so uncomfortable under my gaze, it was like having needles on his back. Uncle Lin called me twice and tapped my shoulder before I turned my head. Looking at the stunned Uncle Lin, I wondered if my performance just now was too exaggerated. I pressed on, asking Uncle Lin if there were any private establishments here, the kind with only handsome men serving female clients. Hearing that Uncle Lin had never heard of such a place, I turned away, pretending to be very disappointed. Watching my performance, Uncle Lin thought with dread that after I married into the Mu family, Mu Fian would probably be cuckolded countless times. Knowing that I, his fiancée, was coming, Mu Fian ran away from home and temporarily moved into the Bai family's house. He knew that Bai Jiujiu had always been normal and had no connection with my identity as Xia Chan. Afterwards, a puzzled Mu Fian continued to question his subordinate about whether there had been anything noteworthy recently. He learned that Bai Jiujiu had gone to Jingyun Temple to offer incense with me. Over at Bai Luting, Bai Jiujiu had been spacing out for the past few days, looking completely distracted. She said her soul had been bewitched by a golden monster on the mountain. The people around her were so scared their faces turned pale. 10 days ago, knowing I was going to Jingyun Temple, Sister Bai insisted on pestering me to go with her. When we got to the temple, I told the breathless and tired Sister Bai to rest here first while I went to find my friend. Sister Bai was so tired, she regretted pestering me to come along. After I knocked on a door and was invited in, that guy, Shi Fanjing, called me Little Lingzi as soon as I entered. I angrily retorted with Little Jingzi, Little Fanzi. After that, we politely greeted each other. After I showed him this mission's objective, he said it might be a little painful this time. Sister Bai was wondering why I hadn't returned yet. Shi Fanjing and I walked over together. Sister Bai blushed as she looked at Shi Fanjing, completely mesmerized. I said we could go, but she didn't hear me clearly. Sister Bai was curious about how my face had changed. I told her to wait a moment and to walk separately from me once we left the courtyard. Sister Bai went straight back to the temple to offer another stick of incense, telling me to go on ahead. I watched her go back, completely puzzled. Mu Fian had come back to get something. He happened to see me at the turn of the staircase. Although I was puzzled as to why this guy was back, I immediately put on a love-struck expression and looked at him. Mu Fian felt a chill from my stare and turned to leave quickly, just as I was happy that I had grossed him out. As if he sensed something, Mu Fian turned around and pinned me against the wall. Mu Fian was puzzled. How could the scent on me be Yun Jiu's? I didn't know what this guy was up to. I quickly lowered my head to confirm that I was Yun Jiu. Mu Fian questioned why I didn't dare to look him in the eye. I quickly raised my head with a sincere expression, looked at the person before me, and said it was because he was too handsome that I didn't dare to look. I pretended to faint. Mufian quickly caught me, curious about what was wrong with me. I told him that I get weak in the knees whenever I see a beautiful person. Hearing my answer, Mufian's mouth twitched. He felt that I was too different from Xiachan. Mufian ordered Uncle Lin to immediately move his luggage back. Then he coached me to call him Brother Fian. I felt this guy was doing it on purpose. This was his way of getting back at me for grossing him out earlier. He made me say it 3 times. The last time, I finally couldn't help but shout it out. After that, I ran back to my room. Mufian told me not to forget about having dinner together tonight. I agreed insincerely as I ran back to my room. I didn't notice that Mufian seemed to have sensed something. At night, Baijujiu got lost in the inner courtyard of Jingyun Temple while looking for Shi Fanjing. She was spotted by the young monk Yuan Kong. She looked sneaky. The temple was already closed, and outsiders were not allowed in the inner courtyard. Sister Bai explained that she was lost and didn't know she couldn't come in here. Sister Bai tried to coax the young monk into leading her to Shi Fanjing. After discovering that her charms didn't seem to work, the young monk Yuan Kong was bribed by Sister Bai with delicious food and agreed to take her there. Yuan Kong brought Sister Bai to Shi Fanjing's small courtyard and went in first to find his senior brother, Shi Fanjing. Shi Fanjing was puzzled, wondering why the young monk was on his night round so soon. Yuan Kong quickly explained the purpose of his visit. Baijujiu saw Shi Fanjing look over. Sister Bai greeted him enthusiastically. Mufian looked at the exquisite wine and food on the table and praised Uncle Lin with satisfaction. Then he sat down to quietly wait for me to have dinner with him. But how could I possibly show up? So the longer he waited, the darker Mufian's face became, full of displeasure. After waiting for 2 hours, I still hadn't arrived. Mufian ordered Uncle Lin to go see where I was. Only then did he find out that I had gone to the Jade Fairy Pavilion in the afternoon and hadn't returned yet. Although he didn't know what kind of place the Jade Fairy Pavilion was, just hearing the name filled Mufian's mind with unsavory thoughts. Meanwhile, Xuefei reported to Master that I was in the establishment with handsome men on both arms. Master, with a dark look, smiled and said that I certainly knew how to pick my companions. Xuefei wondered if this shockingly unconventional establishment would cause trouble. Master said he didn't need to worry about it. Just then, someone came in to report that Mufian had arrived. The situation didn't look good. Over here, Mufian and I were sitting on the sofa. Mufian was sitting perfectly composed, while I was a bit reserved. I spoke first, asking him why he was here. I called him Fian, but he insisted I call him Brother Fian. Mufian said he came to see what kind of beauty had so captivated me that I forgot to go home. I nonchalantly replied that this place was better than any I'd been to before. You can eat any time, but handsome men aren't available every day. Just then, one of the handsome men accompanying me put his arm around my shoulder, agreeing with what I said. Mufian's face instantly darkened, and he glared daggers at the handsome man. He subconsciously let go of me at once. Mufian said he was curious about the attentive service here and told us to continue our fun, standing there with a dark face, watching us. I was speechless with anger. Mufian was clearly here to crash the party. I went forward and linked my arm with Mufian's, saying I wouldn't give up a big tree for a whole forest, deliberately trying to provoke him. Mufian was furious, his face growing even darker. I looked at Mufian with a serious expression and said, "I want them all." The man beside me agreed and invited Mufian to join us. Just then, my master walked out and greeted Mufian politely. Mufian was about to reply to Master with a sarcastic remark when I flung his arm off, ran to Master, and praised his beauty. Master put down the cigarette in his hand. He gently stroked my head and spoke to me. Mufian watched from behind, fuming. He demanded to know what I was doing. I couldn't be bothered with Mufian. I asked Master if he could come and accompany me. Master gave me a negative answer. I pleaded with Master pitifully. Master asked Mufian what our relationship was. With a dark face, Mufian answered directly, "She is my fiancée." Everyone in the private room was stunned by this answer. I felt bored and asked Master to see me out. Just as Master agreed, I was swept up into a princess, Carrie, by Mufian. I continued to act as if I was drooling over Master's beauty. Master raised his hand to bid me farewell. Mu Fian wondered how I, who supposedly gets weak-kneed and can't walk at the sight of a beautiful person, could be so lively now. Feeling a little guilty, I went along with his words and said, "I'm still weak now. Have Mu Fian carry me all the way home." Mu Fian agreed, looking very pleased with himself. Just then, Master invited me to the Red Crane Theater this weekend to watch a play. I looked back at Master, who reminded me to be careful. Mu Fian pushed my head back to face forward. I was puzzled. Why was Mu Fian suddenly so moody with his fiancée? I thought to myself that this guy was truly a scumbag, and then grunted. None of us noticed that a photo of Mu Fian princess carrying me was being taken at that moment. Back at the Mu residence, Mu Fian told Annie May to prepare a bath for me, saying it was unclean to have gone to that kind of place. The bedtime milk I had asked Annie May to prepare for me was intercepted by Mu Fian. He added something to it, then gave it to Xiao Ju to bring to me. Watching Xiao Ju's retreating figure, Mu Fian thought slyly, "Tonight, I'll find out who you really are." After the milk was delivered, I knew something was wrong as soon as I took a sip. At night, Mu Fian came to my room. While knocking on my locked door, he lamented having to do this in his own home. After coming in, Mu Fian, refusing to give up, tried various methods, but found nothing wrong with my face. However, he had great faith in his sense of smell. Looking at my sleeping face, Mu Fian had some strange thoughts. Looking down, he saw the very low-cut neckline of my clothes. Quickly pulled the covers over me, while reflecting that barging into a young lady's boudoir at night made him seem a bit like a pervert. Mu Fian slipped out of my room. The next morning, I woke up feeling comfortable. I marveled at how well I had slept at Mu Fian's house. I had no idea that I had already been exposed and was still thanking the person who put sleeping pills in my drink. After getting up, I stood by the window, planning how to make good use of this identity to gain the trust of Mu Fian and his father to make it easier to investigate the location of the Mu residence's prison mine. I watched Mu Fian in the courtyard below, instructing the servants to follow my orders when he was not around. Meanwhile, after finishing his job of pretending to be Vicus's nephew, Luo Ji returned to his life as a street punk. As Luo Ji was eating, Lao Jiao was intently reading a newspaper beside him. The content of the newspaper was precisely the photo of Mu Fian holding me. Luo Ji complained that these newspapers never did any real work all day, only caring about the trivial affairs of the rich. In his hand, Luo Ji tossed the remaining money he got from Vicus, considering whether to start small business. Just as Luo Ji was thinking that he would probably never see me again, Aming pushed past Luo Ji and ran forward. Someone behind was chasing and shouting, "Stop, thief!" Luo Ji grabbed Aming and asked if he had really stolen money. Aming explained guiltily that it was because his younger brother had a fever and was unconscious and had to be taken to the hospital, but he had no money. Just then, the owner of the money caught up. Luo Ji returned the money and then had Aming take him to see his brother. At the hospital, the doctor said 30 silver dollars were needed, but Aming didn't even have 3. The doctor said there was nothing he could do and turned to leave. Watching the scene unfold, Luo Ji was conflicted. He thought that if he gave away all of his remaining 29 silver dollars, all his previous efforts would be for nothing. Finally, Luo Ji made up his mind. He said he only had 29 silver dollars and would pay the last one later, asking the doctor to save the boy first. But the doctor said he couldn't do it for even $1 less. Luo Ji grabbed the doctor by the collar and questioned him. Just as he was about to smash the medicine cabinet, Lu Ming appeared and asked what was happening. Luo Ji looked at the girl before him and turned his head away, not wanting Lu Ming to see him in such a sorry state. The doctor then explained the situation to Lu Ming. It turned out this hospital belonged to the Lu family. Lu Ming looked at the unconscious child and told the doctor to immediately send the child to the emergency room. The doctor continued to explain that hospital regulations did not allow it. It wasn't until Lu Ming used her father's influence to vouch for the matter that the child was sent to the emergency room. Lu Ming was still thinking, wondering if she had been too fierce just now, using her father's name to pressure someone for the first time. Suddenly, she realized that the Luo Ji in front of her seemed to be someone she knew. So she asked Luo Ji if he was young Master Paka. Luo Ji didn't dare to admit it and hurriedly said that Lu Ming had mistaken him for someone else. But looking at the wound on Luo Ji's hand, which Lu Ming had personally bandaged, Lu Ming wondered how young Master Paka had ended up like this. Luo Ji insisted that Lu Ming had the wrong person, shook off her hand, and quickly left. Watching Luo Ji's departing figure, Lu Ming looked very disappointed. Just then, a nurse handed Lu Meng a money pouch, relaying a message that the money owed would be paid in full in 3 days. Lu Meng clutched the money pouch tightly, looking forward to 3 days later. In the Mu residence, I asked Annie May where Mu Fian had gone. I learned that Mu Fian and his father had gone out for a social engagement and would not be back tonight. Heaven is really on my side. I then asked if anything else had been put in the milk I drank last night. Auntie May told me it was specially arranged by Mu Fian's father, as Yun Jio's parents had instructed before. After learning this, I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that I had overthought things. I then instructed Annie May to let me know in advance next time she put it in. What I didn't know was that after Annie May put one in, Mu Fian added another one. I had actually taken 2 sleeping pills. That night, lying in bed, I heard the same singing I had heard before at the Mu residence. I was curious who was singing and why no one had introduced them to me. I suspected that there was some unspeakable secret hidden here. I got out of bed and followed the sound of the singing. I found that the singing was coming from an attic. I climbed up to the attic. Annie May, who had just come out of the bathroom, didn't notice anything unusual. She sighed that the eldest miss was singing again and then went to bed. I climbed up to the attic and came to the outside of the room from which the singing was coming. Finding the door unlocked, I pushed it open and looked inside. I saw a beautiful girl looking at me with confusion. The girl and I looked at each other without a word. I thought, a beautiful girl like this living in the attic, could she be someone's kept woman? The girl in front of me was tilting her head, sizing me up. Suddenly, she came forward, lifted a strand of my hair, and praised it as pretty. I inexplicably copied her action, praising her hair as pretty, feeling like a fool. Watching the girl happily dancing in front of me, I started dancing along with her, both of us shouting pretty. I realized the girl seemed to have some mental problems. Meanwhile, the Mu father and son had already settled their business cooperation. The other party invited them to a small pavilion to rest, saying everything had been arranged. Mu Fian said he wouldn't go. In response to his father's question, Mu Fian said he was going home to accompany the fiancée his father had arranged for him, which is me. Mu Fian took the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark to his father. The old man was so angry he flew into a rage. Everyone around could see that their father-son relationship was not very good. We were lying on the floor, looking at each other. I asked the girl her name, but she only seemed to be able to say Hua Hua and pretty. I suspected the girl's name was Hua Hua. Suddenly, I noticed that the floor under the bed seemed a little different. Meanwhile, Mu Fian returned to the residence and asked Auntie May to draw him a bath. It turned out that under the simple-minded girl's bed was a very narrow secret passage. I followed the secret passage and smoothly arrived below, landing safely with fluid and graceful movements. And then it got awkward. I found Mu Fian right in front of me. This was his room. Mu Fian teasingly questioned how I had come to his room in the middle of the night and asked how I got in. I stood with my back to Mu Fian, silent. He asked me if this counted as a lamb entering the tiger's den. Still with my back to Mu Fian, I was speechless. Didn't he say he wasn't coming back tonight? I thought to myself, this is trouble. Hearing Mu Fian call my name again, I came up with a plan. I banged my head against the wall in front of me, then started walking with a vacant look in my eyes, muttering the names of those handsome men from Yushin Pavilion. Mu Fian wondered what I was muttering. Seeing that I was about to walk into the wall again, he quickly grabbed my shoulders and turned me towards the door. Seeing my state, Mu Fian guessed I might be sleepwalking. Mu Fian, following me, noticed my shoe had fallen on the floor. He thoughtfully picked it up and followed me. Watching me sleepwalk, Mu Fian became very suspicious. Thinking that I wasn't the real Xiao Jio, he decided to test me again. Mu Fian quickly rushed in front of me and thrust a dinner knife from the table towards my eye. I continued forward without the slightest hesitation. In the end, the knife stopped less than a centimeter from my pupil. Seeing that my steps didn't falter and my pupils didn't change at all, Mu Fian's suspicions were finally dispelled. He thought I was really sleepwalking. As I calmly reached out to open the door, I was inwardly cursing this guy for his severe paranoia. Mu Fian was worried about waking me up abruptly from my sleepwalking, afraid it would scare me to death or make me an idiot. Seeing that I was about to walk into the courtyard, he quickly placed a shoe in front of me. I naturally slipped it on. After following me around the courtyard for a long time, Mu Fian gradually grew sleepy. Then he scooped me up in his arms and carried me back to rest. It was a princess carry. In Mu Fian's arms, My feet kept kicking, as if I were walking in a dream. I suddenly stopped kicking my feet, grabbed the front of Mu Fian's shirt, and pulled it over my head like a blanket. Then I nuzzled against his chest. When Mu Fian whispered for me to take my head out, I bit him on the chest. A night of sweet dreams. The next morning, Mu Fian sat across from me, eating a sumptuous breakfast, still feeling a dull pain in his chest. When I heard Mu Fian ask if I had slept poorly last night and why I had dark circles, my body stiffened. I smiled and told him I had a nightmare about being chased by someone trying to kill me, while thinking to myself, this scoundrel almost poked my eye out last night. I smilingly told Mu Fian that the scoundrel chasing me fell into a cesspool and broke into 2 pieces. Hearing my words, Mu Fian was so angry he spat out the food in his mouth. I and Mu Fian continued to talk about his dream. I inwardly mocked Mu Fian for having a wet dream, while smoothly asking if it included a wedding night. Mu Fian told me regretfully that he woke up just as they were about to consummate the marriage. I advised Mu Fian to be like me and have lovers on both sides. Just then, Auntie May handed Mu Fian today's newspaper. Mu Fian said his heart wasn't as big as mine and asked what my plans were for the weekend. I said I had a date with a great beauty to watch an opera over the weekend and asked if Mu Fian wanted to go. Knowing Mu Fian had things to do and wouldn't go, I was delighted. It would be a perfect chance to meet my master and update him on the recent situation. Who knew that Mu Fian would suddenly see the names of the people I was muttering about last night in a newspaper. Realizing they were from Yushin Pavilion, he hastily said he would accompany me over the weekend. My attempts to dissuade him were futile, so I had to let it be. On the weekend, at Honghu Pavilion, Mu Fian sat beside me, speechlessly watching my infatuated self. My eyes were full of hearts as I stared at my master performing on stage. Mu Fian pondered with confusion what my motive was for impersonating his fiancée this time. The first time, as Yu Xiao, she was after the slave market list. The second time, as Xia Chan, it was for Vicus's treasure. Unable to figure it out, Mu Fian felt very annoyed. Just then, there was a commotion on stage. I stood up and worriedly watched my master faint on stage. It was only at the hospital that I learned my master had a gastric hemorrhage from excessive drinking and needed to be hospitalized for several weeks. Xuefei sincerely apologized to the crowd gathered outside the hospital room. Beside me, Mu Fian complained, an opera singer drinking? Doesn't he want his voice anymore? I worriedly thought about my master. Mu Fian put his arm around my shoulder, wanted to take me back. I turned and walked toward the hospital room. He was confused about where I was going. I said aggrievedly that I had to go see the great beauty one more time, otherwise I couldn't rest easy. Teardrops welled up in my eyes. Faced with Mu Fian's skepticism, the tears in my eyes started to fall. I just can't bear to see a beauty suffer. Mu Fian was speechless at my ability to cry on command, complaining that if I didn't change this bad habit, I'd have more than enough to cry about later. Just as I thought Mu Fian had agreed to let me go see him, he grabbed me by the neck and dragged me away. That night, I went to my master's hospital room and found him roaring as he tore off his bandages to change the dressing, drenched in sweat from the pain. A hideous wound slanted across his lower back. I knew it wasn't because of a gastric hemorrhage. It was just as I expected. Seeing my arrival, my master casually ordered me to change his dressing for him. My master was curious as to how I got here. Of course, it was because I noticed something was wrong. I assured my master that I hadn't been discovered. I found a large tattoo on my master's lower back. I wondered about the meaning of the pattern and also wondered about this master who, after so many years together, was still like a mystery. I lamented that my master didn't trust me. I gently stroked my master's tattoo, worried if there would be any problems with the doctor regarding such a large wound. My master trembled at my touch, and I quickly let go. My master still stubbornly insisted that I hadn't hurt him. He told me the doctor was one of our own, so there was no need to worry. He needed a rest for a long time and couldn't make public appearances. Today, he used the opportunity of being on stage to deliberately do this to dispel some people's suspicions. I watched my master evade my question, and I got so angry that the hand wrapping the bandage used all its strength. What I really wanted to know was how he got this wound. The pain made my master feel like he was dying, and he suspected I was trying to betray him. Just then, hearing the commotion, Xuefei curiously opened the door and asked what was wrong, seeing the ambiguous scene between me and my master. Xuefei said he was interrupting and told us to continue, then quickly backed out and closed the door. I wondered if Xuefei hadn't realized who I was, while my master thought I was being dense. My master asked if things were going smoothly for me at the Mu residence, and if Mu Fian had discovered any flaws. With that scoundrel Mu Fian around, how could things possibly go smoothly? I was still smugly thinking that this face was foolproof. Even Yun Jio's parents wouldn't notice a problem, let alone Mu Fian. I didn't notice that my master's wound seemed to have split open a little again, his body trembling slightly from the pain. I told my master about the girl I discovered at the Mu residence. It was through my master that I learned Mu Fian also had an older sister. It was after his sister and mother passed away one after another that the relationship between the Mu father and son deteriorated. It said that the Mu residence has no mistress now because everyone who tried to replace Mu Fian's mother was killed by him. I thought to myself that scoundrel Mu Fian was already a ruthless person as a child. According to my master, it seems Mu Fian harbors a deep hatred for his father. Once his own power is fully established, his father probably won't have a good end. I feel that Mu Fian and I are very similar. We are both hiding our true selves. My master saw that I suspected the girl was Mu Fian's sister, but I wasn't very sure. The age matched, but why did the Mu family say Mu Fian's sister was dead? And how'd that girl go mad? There were still many doubts. The Mu father and son are not easy to fool. My master told me to be extremely careful. After watching me leave, my master felt that his wound wasn't as painful anymore. Back at the Mu residence, I went to see the girl in the attic, Hua again. I even brought her a box of sparkling candies. Watching me toss the candies into the air, the girl was stunned and happily clapped for me. I fed Hua a piece of candy. After chewing it carefully for a few bites, she happily said, "Sweet." I was happy too. Hua then blurted out the word "like" to me. Hua rushed up and hugged me. She told me she liked me. I thought, such a cute girl, if only she were normal. Hua and I held hands and played happily. I suddenly heard a noise outside. It turned out to be Mu Fian coming to chat with his sister. I silently complained to myself, what normal person comes to chat with their sister in the middle of the night? Seeing the light was still on, Mu Fian was about to come in. It scared me so much my face turned pale. Hua looked at me with confusion, not knowing what was wrong with me. After Mu Fian came in, he wondered what Hua was doing. Hua copied me, tossing a candy into the air and then opening her mouth to catch it. She didn't catch a single one and looked disappointed. Mu Fian wondered if I had bought these candies for Hua. He then advised Hua to eat less candy, as it was bad for her teeth, too sweet. Hua jumped and pounced on Mu Fian's back. I hid at the entrance of the secret passage under the bed, eavesdropping on the conversation between Mu Fian and his sister, hoping to hear some useful information. I became drowsy listening to them. They were just chatting about trivial matters, nothing useful at all. After waiting for an hour, Mu Fian said he had recently met an interesting person. Just when I thought I was finally going to hear something useful, Hua fell asleep. Mu Fian helped his sister lie down, tucked her in, then closed the door and left. Extremely frustrated, I had just poked my head out of the secret passage entrance when I saw a head hanging upside down from the side of the bed, hair trailing on the floor, staring at me. It gave me a fright. A closer look revealed it was Hua on the bed, craning her neck to look at me under the bed. Hua praised me as pretty. I thought with exasperation, I don't look pretty at all right now. Anyone else would have been scared to death. One morning, as I was washing up, I looked at my face in the mirror and felt something was off. So I went to Jingyun Temple to find Shi Fanjing. I didn't know if it was a problem with the technique, but a part of my cheek had suddenly protruded. The monk explained that this kind of face-changing technique was inherently damaging, and it happened because I had done it more than once. Seemingly to retaliate for me questioning his technique, Shi Fanjing was quite heavy-handed. I marveled at how petty this monk was. After 2 hours, it was finally fixed. I patted my face and continued to question if there would be more problems. Shi Fanjing looked at me speechlessly. "I want a mirror," I huffed. I knew this monk didn't have a mirror here at all, so I turned to leave. Just then, Shi Fanjing called out to me, seeming to want to ask about a friend of mine. How annoying. This person was calling me Xiaoingzi again, just as I was wondering which friend he meant. Shi Fanjing helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and told me to go. I walked out of Jingyun Temple wearing sunglasses. I didn't notice Big Sister Bai and the little monk Yuan Kong sitting on the side chatting. The little monk Yuan Kong was eating the delicious food Big Sister Bai had prepared, trying to console her. Big Sister Bai was looking dejected. She teased the little monk, saying she wanted to ask his senior brother to catch a demon. The little monk was fooled and wondered, "Are demons that scary?" looking at the cute little monk in front of her. Big Sister Bai stopped teasing him and expressed her true feelings. It turned out that Big Sister Bai liked Shi Fanjing because he was especially down-to-earth, with eyes that held not a trace of desire and had not been tainted by the secular world. It seemed that as long as she gazed at Shi Fanjing, Big Sister Bai's heart could find peace. The little monk thought it was strange that Big Sister Bai came to visit so often just because she liked his senior brother's eyes. Big Sister Bai explained that she had fallen for the little monk's senior brother, falling in love with Shi Fanjing at first sight. She asked the little monk if he understood love at first sight. She looked at the little monk, who was nodding and then shaking his head, looking completely clueless. Big Sister Bai continued to explain that she hoped the little monk's senior brother would return to secular life and then marry her. The little monk understood, returned to secular life, and his face was full of surprise. Back at the Mu residence, that scoundrel Mu Fian wondered what I was doing at Jingyan Temple. I had forgotten that the Yun family doesn't believe in gods or Buddhas, so I told Mu Fian I want to burn incense. Mu Fian clearly didn't believe me. I swallowed the food in my mouth and quickly explained that I want to learn massage. Who knew that scoundrel Mu Fian would come over with his chest bared, asking me for a massage. Looking all delicious, I don't know who he was trying to seduce. Looking at Mu Fian, I was exasperated. I made the excuse that I had just started learning and my skills were poor. Mu Fian put on an air of risking his life to keep me company, saying he would let me practice on him. I was furious. I glared at Mu Fian lying on the bed, telling me to start with his back. Amidst Mu Fian's anticipation, I slowly extended my demonic claws, deciding to teach him a lesson. I first used a gentle, feather-like touch, lightly massaging Mu Fian's back. He complained, asking if I hadn't eaten dinner tonight, saying it was too light. This was exactly what I was waiting for from Mu Fian. So I raised my hand, took a breath, and then slapped down hard, hitting him so hard that his head and feet lifted off the bed, making him feel like he was about to vomit blood. Mu Fian complained that not only was my voice loud, but my strength was also considerable. I said aggrievedly that Brother Fian was hard to please, one moment complaining I hadn't eaten, the next complaining my strength was too great. In my heart, I thought, since you're asking for it, Mu Fian, don't be afraid of me killing you. That guy Mu Fian gritted his teeth and pretended to be fine, telling me to continue. Of course, I didn't hold back, crazily raising my hands and slapping him again and again. I continued for 15 minutes, until my hands were bright red. That scoundrel Mu Fian was clearly making things difficult for me on purpose. Now neither of us was feeling good. We were just hurting each other. Neither of us felt the other had gotten the better end of the deal. Mu Fian complained that my massage skills were terrible and asked if I wanted to learn it because the monk was handsome. As my hand reached for Mu Fian's, but I agreed that he really understood me. I continued to retort tit for tat, saying that being handsome wasn't enough these days. One also needed to have a special skill. Mu Fian rolled over, grabbed my hand, and looked at me, complaining that I, who had always been audaciously lecherous, was now even going after monks. Seeing Mu Fian grab the hand I was using to pinch his, but I thought that this scoundrel did have some sense of shame after all, not letting me pinch his, but I awkwardly said that his grip was hurting me. Mu Fian told me to just continue massaging his upper body. I gave a sleepy yawn, wanting to go back to sleep, but that scoundrel Mu Fian wouldn't let me leave. He insisted I had to massage him until he was comfortable before I could go, or else neither of us would sleep tonight. Seeing Mu Fian acting pitiful towards me, and my own indifferent expression, my anger flared up again. I had to hand it to this scoundrel. He could really take a beating. Thinking that I had things to do tomorrow and didn't want to mess around with this scoundrel all night, I had no choice but to start massaging Mu Fian normally in order to get back to rest quickly. He immediately felt the difference and started acting up, making strange noises. I just couldn't stand this guy. I told him to stop making those strange noises. Mu Fian argued illogically that he was making those sounds because he was comfortable and even questioned if I wasn't used to hearing them. Of course, I couldn't admit it. I told Mu Fian hypocritically that I was perfectly used to it. I had a smile on my face, but I was already cursing him out of my head. After all, who could get used to a sound like an animal in heat? I pretended to be an infatuated flirt, implying that I've been with many men but remained unattached and had heard all sorts of sounds. Then I belittled Mu Fian's sounds as unpleasant. To this day, day, Mu Fian finally confirmed that I, the person who had deceived him time and again with different faces, was not interested in him personally. This realization made him even more furious. One morning, I came downstairs and saw Mu Fian arranging for a servant to do something. Seeing me approach, Mu Fian asked where I planned to go today. I said I hadn't made any plans yet and would probably just have Xiao Ju accompany me for a casual stroll. Just then, Mu Fian's father, Mu Tsangqi, walked over. He exchanged a few pleasantries with me and then asked me to leave first, as he and his son needed to discuss a business matter. He kicked me out so directly. Only then did I realize that Mu Tsangqi didn't consider the Yun family that important either. Moreover, Mu Fian didn't object. From this, it was clear that the father and son were surprisingly consistent when it came to matters concerning the family's interests. On the street, I learned that Mu Fian had passed all the most difficult tests at the military academy with honors and had already graduated early. No wonder he has so much time to deal with me every day. I sent Xiao Ju away to buy me some sugar-coated Haas. Meanwhile, I went to a nearby flatbread stall and bought 2 flatbreads. When I paid, I discreetly passed the intelligence to the owner. After watching us walk away, the flatbread stall owner finally looked at the words on the intelligence envelope .0, counter intel, urgent, meaning it was for Shi Fanjing. Inside Jingyun Temple, Shi Fanjing looked at the letter in his hand, asking him to clean up the mess, complaining that my lie about finding a monk to learn massage from was absurd and laughable. Just as Shi Fanjing was helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose, the young monk Yuan Kong came in to announce that big sister Bai had come again. Do you really not plan to see her? Shi Fanjing had initially refused decisively, but upon hearing his junior monk say that someone had come this morning to inquire if any monk in the temple taught a unique massage, Shi Fanjing quickly asked what was said. He learned that the person who came had a picture of me, and that the young monks had said there was no monk who taught a unique massage. Shi Fanjing stopped Yuan Kong, who was turning to leave. He told him to invite patron Bai in. Back at the Mu residence, I learned from Annie May that Mu Fian had already gone out once. I knew that with Mu Fian's suspicious nature, he would definitely not believe my lie from last night. He must be on his way to Jingyun Temple now. Sure enough, over here, Mu Fian was asking Uncle Lin how much longer it would be until they reached Jingyun Temple. I hoped the monk would have enough time to prepare. At this moment, Mu Fian arrived at Shi Fanjing's side. After a simple greeting, he got straight to the point, stating, "I presume Master has already met my fiancée." Shi Fanjing, looking puzzled, pretended not to know who the fiancé Mu Fian was referring to was. Mu Fian introduced me as Yun Jio, who came yesterday to learn a unique massage from Shi Fanjing. He questioned why he had never heard of Jingyun Temple teaching such things. Then, Mu Fian and Shi Fanjing looked at each other wordlessly for a few seconds. Shi Fanjing explained that the temple naturally did not teach such things. Just then, the young monk Yuan Kong walked over with Big Sister Bai. Upon seeing Mu Fian, Big Sister Bai was surprised and asked why he was here too. Mu Fian also remarked on the coincidence. Big Sister Bai explained that she had come specially to thank Master Shi Fanjing for fixing her leg with a 2A na massage yesterday. As she spoke, she handed the pastry she had brought for the young monk Yuan Kong to Shi Fanjing. Mu Fian was puzzled about the 2A na massage. Big Sister Bai continued to explain. Yesterday, she came to Jingxiang Rock and twisted her leg. Fortunately, with my and Shi Fanjing's help, she was able to get home safely. She also said I was a wonderful and very interesting person. Seeing Master Shi Fanjing fix her leg in just a few moves, I insisted on pestering Shi Fanjing to learn 2A na. She said my intentions were not what they seemed. Mu Fian complained inwardly that I and Bai Jio were kindred spirits. Mu Fian finally began to believe, just a little, that it was by chance that I was learning 2A na from Shi Fanjing. Mu Fian stated that after experiencing Xiao Jio's 2A na massage, it felt quite good, so he came specially today to ask the master for some instruction. So, Shi Fanjing led him to a side room in the backyard. At night, in front of the Mu residence, hearing a servant report with a laugh that Bai Jujio frequently visited Jingyun Temple because she had taken a liking to a monk, Mu Fian angrily questioned the servant. Is falling for a monk very funny? Then he arranged to continue, keeping an eye on Bai Jujio. Mu Fian had grown suspicious of Big Sister Bai and was preparing to find an opportunity to bring her in for questioning. After finishing the 2A now lesson with Mu Fian, Big Sister by still hadn't left. She was touring the area where Shi Fanjing usually lived. In response to Shi Fanjing's thanks, Big Sister by made an outrageous request. She hoped she could kiss Shi Fanjing. The little monk beside them curiously asked what a kiss was. Shi Fanjing ordered Yuan Kong to see the guest out. Big Sister by kept pestering him for a kiss. If that wasn't possible, then a hug. Shi Fanjing directly demanded she be thrown out. Mu Fian returned to the Mu residence and happened to see me about to go out. After learning I was going to the Yushin Pavilion, he resignedly told me to go by myself. After entering the house, Uncle Lin reminded Mu Fian that I am his fiancé. My constantly mixing with men would not be good for the Mu family's reputation if word got out. After hearing Uncle Lin's words, Mu Fian felt that it was indeed not good. He thought about his own family opening a nightclub similar to the Yushin Pavilion. That way, I wouldn't run around everywhere. Uncle Lin was stunned on the spot by Mu Fian's idea. Over at Lu's General Hospital, although 3 days had long passed, Lu Meng still waited here every day. Lu Og, that silly boy, didn't know if she was waiting for him or for that silver dollar. Tightly clutching the silver dollar in his hand, he was afraid that after returning it, he would have no more connection with Lu Meng. In the end, Lu Og still gave in to reality, feeling that he was not worthy. He randomly asked someone nearby to deliver the silver dollar to Lu Meng and then quickly ran off. After receiving the silver dollar, Lu Meng's face was filled with deep regret. Seemingly seeing the figure of young Master Paka, Lu Meng chased after Paka. Just as I was passing by, I also saw Lu Meng's figure. After telling the driver to stop, I chased after her. Lu Meng tripped over a wooden board and got back up. She was confused, not even knowing where she had run to. I looked at Lu Meng before me, just as I was thinking that it was too unsafe for a young lady from a wealthy family to be out at night. Danger appeared. 3 hooligans started harassing Lu Meng, teasing her while surrounding her and not letting her leave. I clenched my fists, thinking these bastards didn't want to live tonight. Lu Meng backed away in fear, and as her foot slipped and she was about to fall, I quickly caught her. I told her to close her eyes and not say a word. Lu Meng nodded obediently. Then I want to take care of those hooligans. I used my hair to cover half of my face. The 3 men were startled by my appearance. On the pretext of playing a game, to add some excitement, I successfully lured 2 of them into a dark alley. The remaining 1 followed, reminding them not to play too fast. Although Lu Meng was worried about me, she was still very obedient, keeping her eyes closed and not speaking. Over here, the 2 men were asking me what I wanted to play. I lifted my skirt, pulled out the weapon strapped to my leg, and successfully got a double kill. The man at the mouth of the alley was still wondering why the screams were so loud. Then he was struck on the head with a baton by me, completing the triple kill. After I came out, Lu Meng was curious about how I was. She had heard the screams. I, of course, was fine and told her not to open her eyes. I retracted the baton, secured it, and strapped it back to my leg. Then I picked up Lu Meng in a princess carry, preparing to take her out. Lu Meng knew that I told her to close her eyes because I didn't want her to see my face. She also didn't know why, but she inexplicably felt that I was trustworthy. Over here, Lu Og was extremely remorseful, reflecting on what he had just done. Suddenly, he saw me carrying Lu Meng and, fearing she was in danger, quickly chased after me to question me. Lu Meng wondered if someone was calling her. I lied and said she had misheard. Lu Meng was super obedient and believed my words, continuing to keep her eyes closed at my arms. I cursed, "Get lost," and then jumped over the fence. Lu Og was very surprised that I could do that. Worried for Lu Meng's safety, he prepared to go to the police. Over here, I put Lu Meng down near her house and then turned and left. After I had been gone for a while and she realized I was no longer there, Lu Meng finally opened her eyes. At this moment, Lu Meng's mind was completely filled with me, the female hero who had saved her. She had already forgotten about Paka. It was very late. Outside the Yushin Pavilion, I again ran into the small flatbread stall. I happened to be hungry, so I bought the last flatbread, which was loaded with fillings. I opened the intelligence packet. Inside was a Mu family photo taken 13 years ago. There were 7 people. Mu stood in the middle, holding 8-year-old Mu Li's hand with his left and 6-year-old Mu Fian's with his right. To the left were Mu Fu and second brother Mu. To the right stood third brother Mu and a strange man. I wondered who this man on the far right was. In all the known intelligence, there was absolutely no information on this person. The next evening, I looked all around but couldn't find Mu Fian. I thought that since it was so late and he wasn't here, he must have gone out for social engagements again. At this hour, Annie Mae and Uncle Lin were all asleep. Thinking of Hua Hua, I thought she might be able to recognize the person in the photo. So I decided to go find Hua Hua. I was just wondering why I hadn't heard Hua Hua's voice tonight, and if she was already asleep. Who would have known that in Hua Hua's attic, I would run into Mu Fian? He was here again late at night to have a heart-to-heart with his sister, and he even called out to me. I once again pretended to be sleepwalking like a fool. This time, I pretended to be playing mahjong. Mu Fian looked at me doubtfully, remembering what he had learned from the doctor he called before. It's best not to wake a sleepwalker directly. Instead, one should guide the sleepwalker back to bed. He found this incredibly troublesome. Mu Fian stared straight at me, which made me feel scared. He wanted me to teach him how to play mahjong in the future. The more Mu Fian looked, the more he felt my lips looked like they had something on them, something that looked very delicious. After moving closer and pinching my chin to feel it carefully, he thought it was cherry-flavored. As this dog thief's mouth leaned in, intending to take a taste, my pupils contracted sharply. I didn't know that Mu Fian had already keenly noticed this detail. Mu Fian's face instantly darkened. He had already figured out that I was faking it last time as well. Just as I was wondering why this dog thief's face had darkened, he decided to continue playing along with me. Cupping my face, he prepared to turn the act into reality. I quickly pretended to have one with a pure suit hand and pushed him away. I slowly woke up, then looked at Mu Fian in a daze, wondering how I got here. I told Mu Fian that I had just dreamed I won a lot of money playing mahjong. Then I questioned Mu Fian about being so close to me just now, asking if he wanted to kiss me. Then, with an infatuated look on my face, I effectively told Mu Fian to hurry up and kiss me, pretending that I also liked Mu Fian very much. Mu Fian told me I was sleepwalking just now. I, of course, had to pretend to be innocent and ignorant and continue trying to kiss him. Mu Fian's interest was completely ruined by my act. Then I took the opportunity to slip away. Mu Fian suspected that I had already discovered his sister. After returning to my room, I lamented how dangerous that was just now. I was almost taken advantage of by that dog thief, Mu Fian. For some reason, I felt that I had already been found out. On the other side, at the police station, Luo Ji was in trouble for filing a false police report. And he was also arguing and constantly tangling with the police and was almost taught a lesson. Fortunately, Lu Meng arrived in time. Only then did Luo Ji know that Lu Meng was really okay. Seeing that Pa Kan knew she was safe, he turned on his heel and prepared to slip away. Lu Meng's face darkened with anger. She quickly followed him, telling Pa Ka what she had encountered last night. Sure enough, Luo Ji turned back, wanting to know about the incident. Lu Meng stared angrily at Pa Ka, but he again made an expression like he wanted to flee. Lu Meng called out to Pa Ka, asking if he wanted to know what happened to me last night. This question instantly flustered Pa Ka. He hurriedly turned his head to look. This appearance naturally admitted that he was Pa Ka. At the same time, he apologized to Lu Meng for his concealment. Lu Meng recounted what had happened. Pa Ka apologized again and was deeply ashamed of having called the police. Lu Meng pretended to still be very angry and made a request. At this point, Pa Ka would agree to any request Lu Meng made. Lu Meng immediately cheered up. Lu Meng's request was for him to be good friends with her again like before. After hearing this special request, Pa Ka remained silent. The engagement banquet. I didn't expect Mu Fian to arrange it so quickly. Even Uncle and Annie knew about it. Mu Fian acted as if it were perfectly normal, thinking it was just a simple introduction. If Yinjio's parents were to come, I would be in trouble. The most urgent matter was to first figure out the location of the Mu family's jade mine, and then find that thing. I started acting coquettishly with Mu Fian, stating bluntly that he didn't treat me as one of his own at all. He never lets me know about the businesses under the family's name. Even when buying clothes, he doesn't let me know the shop is owned by the Mu family. With this lack of trust, I won't marry him. Mu Fian softened and promised I could go see whatever I wanted. Just as I was feeling smug, I didn't expect there to be a condition. Mu Fian hadn't fallen into the trap. He wanted to turn my own trick against me, using what Luo Minjing wanted to ensnare her. I moved closer to hear what the condition was. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my ear. Mu Fian had actually put his other earring on my ear. Mu Fian stated that only by wearing this earring would I be a member of the Mu family. He led me to the mirror to admire it, thinking the earring suited me quite well. At this point, Mu Fian stated his condition. I must have the self-awareness of a fiancé and be more honest in the future. Mu Fian walked downstairs. After putting the Bishua earring on his fiancée, he just wanted to wait for her to make a choice, while also hoping that his fiancée's choice would meet his expectations. I went to the washroom and desperately tried to take the earring off, but it was ultimately no use. I couldn't figure out how he put this thing on and why it wouldn't come off. No wonder he told me to be honest just now. I didn't expect this guy to have an ulterior motive. Never mind. The most important thing now is to get him to take me to the jade mine at least once before the engagement banquet. The next day, after getting up, I saw Mu Fian about to go out. It turned out he had agreed to my request and decided to take me to browse the shops under the family's name. Seeing this guy offering his arm, I reluctantly took it. On the street, Xue Qingyang and his servant saw Mu Fian and Luo Minjing shopping. Suddenly, Mu Fian leaned close to my ear and mentioned that this earring cannot be removed once it's on. I feigned disbelief, so I used the excuse of wanting to wear other earrings to try and take it off, but Mu Fian wouldn't agree. Xue Qingyang followed behind the two of them, his expression revealing worry for his apprentice. The servant believed that the young miss could definitely complete the mission, but Xue Qingyang felt that the mission was proceeding too smoothly and that there seemed to be a problem with the earring. Mu Fian led me into a clothing store. The staff greeted us very enthusiastically. Mu Fian told me to go pick out some clothes I liked, while he himself planned to look at men's formal wear. I pretended to be picking out clothes, but in my heart, I was scheming about how I could get to the jade mine. However, this was the first time he had brought me to a Mu family store, so it was best not to be too hasty, lest I arouse his suspicion again. Mu Fian suddenly appeared behind me, wearing the formal suit he had chosen for me to admire. I praised it a few times on the surface, but I knew this guy was no good. He handed me a wedding dress. I didn't expect that he had even chosen my dress for the engagement banquet for me. He can't be serious, can he? Mu Fian looked on expectantly, waiting to see his fiancée in the wedding dress. So troublesome. It's not a real engagement, yet he insists that I cooperate. From inside the fitting room, I heard a servant talking with Mu Fian about something. They were actually talking about the jade mine. Judging by the footsteps, it seemed like something major had happened. Mu Fian actually left in a great hurry. The clerk explained to me that Mu Fian had left due to an urgent matter. On the surface, I looked resigned and said it was fine, but deep down, I was worried about what trouble had occurred at the jade mine. I heard the doorbell. It seemed a new customer had arrived at the store. After pushing the door open, it was actually Master. Master greeted me perfunctorily, and I responded in kind. Seeing Master's arrival, the clerk had a look of adoration on her face. As expected, Master is a star wherever he goes. Master's servant, under the pretext of picking up clothes, led the clerk away. I looked around and saw no one, so I could finally speak to Master with peace of mind. I asked about Master's injuries. From Master's words, I knew that his body had already recovered. I reported to Master that everything was currently going smoothly, but Master interrupted, saying that Mu Fian must truly like me to even put the family heirloom on me. Master told me the origin of the earring. It turns out this earring is called the Bishua earring and is only passed down to recognized members of the direct family bloodline. Mu Fian's earring was passed down to him only after he received his grandfather's recognition back then. I asked Master how this earring could be removed. Although Master looked like it would be somewhat difficult, he said that there would ultimately be a way. After hearing Master's words, I was also relieved. Seeing the wedding dress in my hands, Master was angry about Mu Fian's feelings for me. However, the mood shifted and he then told me to try it on. I went to the fitting room and changed into the wedding dress. After I came out, Master's eyes lit up and he hurriedly praised me for looking beautiful. Hearing Master praise me so much, I didn't feel happy. In the end, it's Jio'er who is beautiful, right? Master raised his hand, took my palm, and gently kissed it, praising me as the most beautiful today. Seeing Master do this, I was momentarily confused about his intentions. Although I heard Master's praise, I still felt that when it came to beauty, no one could compare to Master. Master smiled faintly and asked why I wasn't moved by him. I was stunned. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. After hearing that there was trouble at the jade mine, Mu Fian hurriedly took a car to the jade mine. According to his subordinate, a group of men in black suddenly stormed down from the mountain this morning. The merchants at the jade mine also rioted along with them. Mu Fian suspected that since the jade mine's location was hidden, someone must have leaked the information. Inside a villa, Pang Ju was standing on a sofa, toying with a knife while waiting for Xue Qingyang. Upon seeing Xue Qingyang, Pang Ju saw the impatient look on his face. He put on a fawning smile and apologized for having injured Xue Qingyang previously. Xue Qingyang didn't fall for Pang Ju's act at all. Pang Ju immediately switched to a smiling face and then got to the point, asking about the relationship between Xue Qingyang and his apprentice in the madam's name. Xue Qingyang stated that this was his private affair and that he had long ago reached an understanding with the madam. But Pang Ju was still under the madam's orders to inquire about Xue Qingyang's affairs. Xue Qingyang refused to disclose anything, so Pang Ju, in the madam's name, began to threaten Xue Qingyang. Seeing that Xue Qingyang was unyielding, he had no choice but to suggest going to find his apprentice. Xue Qingyang remained unfazed and did not stop him. After Pang Ju left, he couldn't figure out Xue Qingyang's thoughts and cursed him as a guy who gets by on his looks. After Pang Ju was gone, the servant began to worry about Luo Minjing's safety, and like Pang Ju, couldn't figure out Xue Qingyang's thoughts. But Xue Qingyang sat calmly on the sofa with a composed expression, seemingly not at all concerned about his apprentice. Hearing the servant say this, Xue Qingyang was also deep in thought, thinking of his apprentice's gentle and lovely face. Mu Fian and his group rushed to the jade mine and, with his subordinates, dealt with all the men in black. Although they quickly took care of the men in black. But to his annoyance, his newly bought formal suit was stained with a lot of blood. His men managed to capture one alive with great difficulty. Mu Fian was puzzled. What was the origin of this group of men in black? They would rather commit suicide than reveal their origins. Just as Mu Fian was about to use some methods to make him talk, unexpectedly, the black sunflower tattoo on the man's neck was discovered. Not only that, but all the men in black had this pattern. Seeing this sunflower mark, Mu Fian couldn't help but fall into thought. Who said this girl was stupid? She's already beaten me so many times. Although I was unwilling, I had to admit it. My skills were inferior. After losing 10 games of chess in a row, I didn't want to play anymore at all. I lost every single time. I lay on the floor, thinking about the events of the day. I didn't know what had happened to the jade mine to make Mu Fian so agitated. Suddenly, I remembered the photo in my pocket. I pointed to the man on the right and asked Hua Hua if she recognized him. Unexpectedly, upon seeing this person's face, Hua Hua was terrified, as if she were fleeing from something. Mu Fian returned home, disappointed that he didn't get to see his fiancée in her wedding dress today. Suddenly, he heard a cry from upstairs. From the sound of it, it seemed something had happened with his sister. I looked at Hua Hua's terrified expression, not understanding why she screamed upon seeing the photo. I quickly went up to ask her what was wrong. Mu Fian suddenly rushed upstairs, anxiously asking what was going on. He then went to his sister's side to comfort her. He suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at me, asking me again what had happened. Seeing Mu Fian's expression, I was speechless for a moment. Mu Fian saw the photo on the floor and seemed to know what had happened. He angrily ordered me to get out. Then he picked up the photo and threw it at me. My cheek was also scratched by the flying photo. Auntie Mei heard Hua Hua's screams. She came upstairs and found me here as well. When Mu Fian saw Auntie Mei arrive, he ordered her to fetch Dr. Chung. He held Hua Hua and comforted her, saying the bad man wouldn't come anymore. And Hua Hua also cried, begging Mu Fian not to leave her. I didn't know what I had done to cause Hua Hua such a great shock. I only knew that I had caused trouble. After the doctor finished diagnosing Hua Hua's condition, he pointed out that Hua Hua's condition could not be subjected to any more stimulation. As for whether she could recover, it would depend on whether she could pull through on her own. Mu Fian also blamed himself for his carelessness. Before leaving, the doctor also comforted Mu Fian, telling him not to be too upset. After seeing the doctor off, I wanted to go forward and ask about Hua Hua's condition, but Mu Fian walked past me without a word. Mu Fian recalled a painful memory from his childhood. That day, Mu Fian was not by his sister's side because of training. When he returned that night, he witnessed his sister being assaulted. He picked up the scissors on the table and stabbed the attacker to death. The attacker's blood stained his body. Mu Fian regretted that if he hadn't gone out that day, perhaps his sister would not have suffered all this. In a deserted place, I raised a gun and pointed it at the back of Dr. Cheng's head, forcing him to tell me what had happened to Hua Hua. Although the doctor was unwilling to disclose patient information, he finally spoke under the threat to his life. I learned of Hua Hua's situation from the doctor's mouth. I never expected that he was assaulted as a child. That's why he became like this. I was furious at what the perpetrator did. I also felt guilty about my earlier actions. I should apologize to the Mu sibling. feelings. I returned to the Mu residence, only to find the door unlocked. It was pitch black inside. Suddenly, a roar came from somewhere. I instantly raised my guard. I was about to kick in the direction of the sound, but I realized it was Mu Fian. A strong smell of alcohol came from him. I couldn't tell if he was having a drunken fit or retaliating against me. He started cursing again. The perpetrator who assaulted Hua Hua back then. I didn't expect him to be so drunk that he mistook me for that perpetrator. Forget it. He's had too much to drink. I'll just ignore him. He suddenly charged after me. I wonder if I can knock him out. Unexpectedly, he collapsed after chasing me for a few steps. Whatever. Seeing him like this, I should probably take him back to his room. The 9-year-old Mu Fian seemed to smell a familiar fragrance in his dream. I finally managed to carry him upstairs and put him on the bed. I'm exhausted. Is this blood on him? Could it be from a jade mine? I covered him with a blanket and decided to leave. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian grabbed me from behind in a hug. Mu Fian seemed to be lost in a memory. Mu Fian's third uncle was holding his dead friend. He angrily berated Mu Fian, asking why he killed his friend. But Mu Fian didn't answer. Instead, he said he would feed his friend to the dogs. Hearing Mu Fian's words, third uncle threatened to tell his older brother. Mu Fian picked up a pair of scissors and held them to third uncle's throat, telling him that his friend had assaulted his sister. Third uncle had a look of disbelief that his friend would do such a thing. Mu Fian begged his uncle not to tell his mother and asked him to call a doctor. Third uncle took away his friend's body, horrified that Mu Fian could do something so terrible. Mu Fian's father, upon learning that his daughter had been assaulted, slapped third uncle across the face. He declared that this shameful matter must not be known to anyone. As for his daughter becoming simple-minded from the trauma, he would announce to the public that she had died of an illness. It must not affect the Mu family's business negotiations. But his father's words were overheard by Mu Fian from behind the door. His father's speech made him feel his father's heartlessness intensely. Mu Fian believed that such a person did not deserve to be a father at all. This guy is so strong, even in his sleep. His grip is so strong. I'm exhausted. Looking at him like this, it turns out he hasn't had it easy all these years either. What's wrong with me? When did I start sympathizing with him? Hurry up and let me go. Why is this guy starting to nuzzle me again? He doesn't forget to hold on and nuzzle even in his sleep. Is he born in the year of the dog or something? In the early morning, Mu Fian opened his eyes. Mu Fian got up from bed. He remembered being in a bad mood last night and drinking a lot of alcohol, and then he couldn't remember clearly. He saw himself lying in bed, his clothes taken off, and a familiar scent nearby. He suspected his fiancée had brought him up. Mu Fian didn't understand why she was still so good to him after what happened yesterday. He also didn't know what to do next. I poked my head out from outside the room, deliberately acting cute and asking if he wanted breakfast. But Mu Fian ignored me. For the next few days, in order to gain his forgiveness, I kept pestering Mu Fian. Wherever he was, I would always follow. I don't know if this will work. For this half a month, unless absolutely necessary, Mu Fian would not respond to Jor no matter what she did. I've been so good to him for half a month, and he still ignores me. I'm so angry. Although Mu Fian hadn't spoken to his fiancée for half a month, he didn't want to forgive her so easily. Mu Fian believed that although her apology to Mu Li was sincere, her attitude towards him was not necessarily so. However, deep down, Mu Fian still didn't want to leave her. His sister suddenly started shouting, asking Hua Hua to stay with her. Although Mu Fian said that Hua Hua had already left, his sister still didn't believe him, fussing and wanting to find her. She even refused to eat until she found her. Mu Fian knew at this moment that his sister could no longer be without his fiancée, but he still didn't want to reconcile. Damn you, Mu Fian. That guy hasn't let me see Hua Hua for half a month. He hasn't even mentioned the photos or me being in Hua Hua's room. He hasn't even mentioned canceling the engagement party. What on earth is he planning? At the engagement party half a month later, Lu Minjing was taking wedding photos with Mu Fian. The moment the photo was taken, this guy actually turned his head away immediately. I have to say, this guy's acting is really good. In front of others, he still puts on an act like we're a very loving couple. What are they talking about over there? They're actually saying, I'm just average. I want to go to the restroom. That guy actually wanted to accompany me. I quickly refused. Some people heard Mu Fian wanting to accompany me to the restroom and were very envious. When I went downstairs, I suddenly ran into my master. Master praised me, saying I looked truly beautiful in my wedding dress today. He secretly instructed me to be extra careful and not to blow my cover in front of Jior's parents. After saying that, Master left. Watching his retreating figure, I thought of the question he had asked that day. But after that, Master never mentioned it again. As expected, Master's wicked sense of humor hasn't changed at all. Shui Qingyang is truly popular wherever he goes. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Jior's parents had arrived. I suddenly heard someone calling Jior's name. I turned my head to look, and sure enough, her parents had arrived. Looking at her parents, I also felt a little worried about whether I could complete the mission. I happily ran towards Mother, as if I hadn't seen her in a long time. My parents also politely asked Mu Fian to take good care of me. Seeing this, Shui Qingyang thought the plan was a success and turned to leave. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind. Shui Qingyang was also stunned by the sudden explosion. After hearing the explosion, everyone at the wedding banquet was busy fleeing for their lives. The Yun couple were calling for their daughter from the side. They were quickly surrounded by flames. I resolved to jump over and save them. Seeing my action, Mu Fian also hurried to follow and protect me. Although we were facing the flames, we were fine. The Yun couple were also safe and sound. After they expressed their worry for their daughter, I also smiled and said that I was fine. I didn't expect the back of the wedding dress to be torn. It was for this reason that Jior's mother discovered that the mole her daughter originally had on her body had disappeared. Only then did I realize, so she had mole on her waist? Shui Qingyang chased Pang Zhu to the rooftop. He also discovered that Pang Zhu was the one behind the explosion at the wedding banquet. Pang Zhu had been following him because he couldn't find Shui Qingyang's apprentice. He just wanted to see when his apprentice would finally appear. Pang Zhu did not deny causing the explosion. He was blunt about his love for causing destruction. Shui Qingyang remained calm. On the surface, he agreed to let Pang Zhu follow him, but inwardly, he had long wanted to get rid of him. Pang Zhu looked down and actually saw young Master Mu and his fiancée. I was following behind Mu Fian. I didn't know what to say. Mu Fian was equally silent. I recalled that moment. After Yunjio's mother discovered my mole was missing, Mu Fian actually helped me cover for the missing mole. Her parents also believed his words. I don't understand. Mu Fian knows I'm not his real fiancé, so why did he help me? As I was lost in thought, Mu Fian suddenly turned his head, actually wanting something in return. He stated 2 conditions. If I agreed, he could continue to help me hide it. I could also continue to stay at his house. The first was for me to continue keeping Hua Hua company. Of course, I could accept this. I haven't seen Hua Hua in a long time. Just then, Mu Fian grabbed my arm. He kissed me before he even finished speaking. I wanted to push Mu Fian away, but I failed. Our lips were still pressed tightly together. I couldn't even make a sound. I didn't expect the second condition to be for me to continue being the Mu family's fiancé. Unexpectedly, this scene of the 2 kissing was seen by Pang Zhu. Pang Zhu was shocked at how sudden they were, and at the same time, he wanted to hear what they were talking about. He noticed that Shui Qingyang's expression was not good. Shui Qingyang stated that Yun Jio was his client. Pang Zhu didn't expect Shui Qingyang to actually get jealous. Shui Qingyang responded by citing their business relationship. But in his heart, Shui Qingyang was still constantly thinking about his apprentice. Seeing his pensive look, Pang Zhu couldn't help but doubt what Shui Qingyang had just said. At night, I was alone in my room, thinking about that guy Mu Fian. Why did he help me? And how did he find me out? Could it be that he has really fallen for me? No. No one would fall for a person with a mysterious identity who is lurking by their side with unknown motives, right? Could it be that he wants to uncover the power behind me? So that's his goal. I threw a punch at Mu Fian, who had suddenly appeared in my room. He blocked the attack and told me to think it over carefully. He believes that if Jior disappears, the Mu family will be implicated, which is why he wants me to continue the pretense. Things have gotten to this point, it's so annoying. I lay in my master's arms, pestering him to answer the previous question. Master, you like me, right? But Master didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked about my feelings. Master is so cunning. Fine, don't say it. Master held me tighter and asked again, do you really like me? Of course, the one I like is you, Master. The apprentice in Shui Qingyang's arms suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, he saw a vision of his apprentice, who had actually fallen in love with Mu Fian. She even said it was because he had never answered whether he liked her. Shui Qingyang watched the scene of his apprentice and Mu Fian kissing. He suddenly panicked, yelling at his apprentice to come back to him. It turned out to be just a dream. After Shui Qingyang was startled awake by the dream, Everything from the dream was still vivid. His mind was filled with images of his apprentice and Mu Fian together. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Yin Hao got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and was startled by the sight of his wife with her eyes wide open. She asked Yin Hao if their daughter had changed in any way. Yin Hao answered embarrassedly that Yin Jiao hadn't changed much, except that their daughter was now a woman. Hearing Yin Hao's improper reply, her mother hit him hard. Yin Jiao's mother suddenly thought of her deceased child. She couldn't lose her daughter now. Father Yin didn't understand his wife's worries and comforted her, saying their daughter had always been by their side. The wife also hoped that these worries were just her overthinking things. Yin Jiao, who was collecting shells by the sea, heard a man call her home for dinner. At that time, Yin Jiao had intended to visit the Mu family. Unfortunately, she was ambushed on the way and nearly lost her life. But the stormy seas capsized the ship, which in turn saved her. She also clung to a piece of wood and floated all the way to a small fishing village, where she was saved by the local villagers. Jiao was thankful for her good luck that she didn't die, but she still hasn't gone to the Mu family. On one hand, she can't bear to leave the villagers here. On the other hand, she dislikes Mu Fian. In her eyes, Mu Fian has had a terrible personality since childhood and lacks compassion. But Father Yin and Mother Yin were very satisfied with Mu Fian and even arranged a childhood engagement between their daughter and him. Yin Jiao believed that apart from handsome face, Mu Fian was useless in every other way, and her biggest wish was to have a whole forest of handsome men. Since there was no phone here, Yin Jiao couldn't let her parents know she was safe. But she thought that since it wasn't the first time she had run away from home without notice, she would go back to call off the engagement with Mu Fian after she'd had enough fun. Then, Jiao followed Brother Yuan home for dinner. Mu Fian was asking Hua Hua with a disgruntled look, "Why did I lose? But the note has to be stuck on my face." Seeing Mu Fian's frustrated look made me want to laugh. Compared to Mu Fian, of course Hua Hua likes me. Hua Hua was happy to hear me say that. Seeing how much Hua Hua likes to bully Mu Fian, I'll use Hua Hua to teach you a good lesson in the future. The doorbell rang. I wonder who it is. Hua Hua excitedly went to open the door. It turned out to be the family servant bringing snacks. Only Mu Fian and I were left on the sofa. It's so awkward after my identity was exposed. I really don't want to sit with this guy. Mu Fian poked my shoulder. I didn't expect him to suddenly kiss me. Seeing that smug expression is really infuriating. I shoved Mu Fian away. I was about to punch him a few times, but I saw that Hua Hua had returned. Our actions were even mistaken by the family servant as flirting. Seeing this scene, Hua Hua actually wanted to imitate us and kiss. Mu Fian also didn't expect that this fake fiancé would be helpless against his sister. Mu Fian lifted his shirt. He hadn't expected her to hit him so hard. Mu Fian thought to himself that this was at least a step forward. A servant stopped Mu Fian at the door, seemingly with something urgent. The servant reported that by Jojo's life records for the past 10+ years had been placed in his study. Night. Lu's father was in his room studying the document. He suddenly heard a knock on the door. It turned out that Xue Qingyang had arrived. Xue Qingyang's arrival also gave Lu's father fright. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xue Qingyang entered, he told Lu's father to call his daughter back. Lu's father was extremely shocked. He worried that something had happened to his daughter. Xue Qingyang suspected that Mu Fian had become suspicious of his fiancée and wanted his apprentice to withdraw. Lu's father, however, believed that since Mu Fian was such a difficult person, they should be a little more patient. At the same time, he suspected that perhaps Xue Qingyang had no confidence in his own apprentice. But Xue Qingyang was worried about his apprentice's safety, which was why he had to decide to withdraw. Hearing Xue Qingyang say this, Lu's father stated that if his daughter agreed, he would let her withdraw. Xue Qingyang also understood that he needed to ask his apprentice's opinion. He then left the Lu residence. Before leaving, Xue Qingyang thought of the disappearance of the master of Ankuei. He asked Lu's father if he was the one who had sent them. Hearing these words, Lu's father showed his displeasure with Xue Qingyang's question, but he didn't wait for an answer. Xue Qingyang left. After leaving the Lu residence, Xue Qingyang was certain that the Ankuei people were definitely sent by Lu's father, but that group was likely done for. He thought that in Lu's father's eyes, his daughter's life was not as important as his own ambition. But at the same time, Xue Qingyang also believed that Lu's father's actions were beneficial to him. Everything was within his control. It's just that he always felt like a piece of his heart was missing. Outside the Yushin Pavilion, Pang Ju, who had been staking out Xue Qingyang, discovered Mu Fian's fiancée coming out alone. Pang Ju suspected that she and Xue Qingyang had an ulterior secret. I entered the Yushin Pavilion. Under the guidance of a waiter, I met my master. Master expressed his concern for me regarding the explosion 2 days ago. I don't understand who would dare to openly provoke the Mu family at their own wedding banquet. Cleaning up for the guests now must be a lot of work. Master suddenly asked about the identity of the culprit. I haven't paid attention to that these past 2 days. I don't know why Master is asking about this. Then Master asked about the mission status. I really don't want Master to know my identity has been exposed. I'm afraid this mission will be deemed a failure. I'm even more worried that because I can't complete the mission, my father will think I'm a failure. Master seemed to know the mission had hit a setback, but he didn't punish me. He actually said something like withdrawing. From Master, I learned about my father's thoughts, but I still want to continue. Unexpectedly, Master strongly insisted that I withdraw. This was unexpected. Inside Yushin Pavilion, 2 drunkards were discussing the rumors about the Mu family's fiancé in Shueqingyang. All of this was seen by Pang Ju, who had followed them. Pang Ju learned that the 2 were in the VIP area on the 3rd floor and naturally wanted to go up and see. He checked the rooms one by one on the 3rd floor and found that they were all locked. Suddenly, he walked to a room and sensed that the 2 were in the one next door. I was just about to tell Master my thoughts. Unexpectedly, Master pulled off my clothes and hugged me. I looked back and saw that someone had come outside. Then I burrowed into Master's arms. Master roared for that person to get out. It turned out the person was looking for his wife. Pang Ju, having left the room, secretly scoffed at Xue Qingyang's behavior, wanting to publicize the news of him fooling around with Mu Fian's fiancée. Master and I breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we fooled him. Master pinched my face so hard just now it really hurt. I asked Master about that person's identity. Master's answer was the same as the person's. A husband who came to catch an adulterer. That was so scary just now. I placed my hands on Master's. I was determined to ask Master to give me another half a month. If the mission is still not completed, I'll agree to withdraw. Master agreed to my request and told me to be more careful with my work ahead. After saying this, I left the room. As I was closing the door on my way out, I suddenly noticed the door lock was broken. That person had opened the lock without a sound. He must be no simple character. Xue Qingyang worried that Pang Ju would discover his apprentice's identity sooner or later. He wanted to use the explosion case to get the Mu family to eliminate Pang Ju. Xue Qingyang realized that when he hugged his apprentice, he actually had a reaction. He was annoyed at how his self-control had become so poor. He hoped his apprentice didn't notice. Something seemed to be poking me just now. After I came out, that person apologized, but his words were full of sarcasm towards Master. That person wanted to chat with me, but I didn't want to bother with him and just wanted to leave. Pang Ju still had no leads on Xue Qingyang's apprentice and didn't know how to report back to the madam. I returned to the Mu residence and started thinking about the plan for the final half month. Suddenly, that guy Mu Fian hugged me from behind. I slapped Mu Fian's hand hard, telling that guy to stop acting. But Mu Fian was determined that he wanted me to be the Mu family's fiancé. Is he really in his right mind? How on earth did this guy become suspicious of me? I didn't expect him to actually lean in close, as if he knew what I was thinking. Mu Fian said that if I told him my identity, he would tell me why he became suspicious of me. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Mu Fian then studied my face, not understanding why this person's face was identical to Jior's. I could also see a determination to get to the bottom of things in Mu Fian's eyes. His gaze terrified me, as if I were prey in his hands. I clutched my chest, pushed Mu Fian away, and did not answer the question. Strange. He's not asking me why I'm impersonating Jior. Mu Fian seemed to have seen through my intentions and kept speaking in a provocative tone. I'm so angry, he's so arrogant. I didn't want to hear any more nonsense and pushed him out of the room. As he was about to leave the room, he told me that Jior's parents really thought their daughter had already done it with him. Sleeping in separate rooms would arouse suspicion. Since he said that, I have no choice. There's no way I'm letting him on the bed. Go sleep on the floor. This guy actually went and lay on the bed on his own. He won't get up no matter what I say. I tried to drag Mu Fian off the bed with all my might, but he absolutely refused to budge. Why are Yunjio's parents coming in? Mu Fian hugged me from behind. In this situation, it wasn't convenient for me to say anything more. I could only pretend to be asleep. Damn it, what nonsense is this guy spouting? I'll strangle you. It was funny seeing this guy endure the pain, but not dare to make sound. Afterwards, Mu Fian also sent Jior's parents away. I told Mu Fian to leave, but he said he was afraid Jior's parents might come back, so he shamelessly refused to leave. I could only remove his hand. Mu Fian stared at the fake fiancé in front of him. He knew it was still too early to make the woman before him reveal her true identity, but he would definitely hold her tightly in his grasp. I lay in bed thinking about my next plan. A little earlier, Mu Fian was looking at Bai Jiujiu's file. He learned that Bai Jiujiu was bought by the Liu family at the age of 6. Afterwards, Bai Jiujiu served as the Liu family's young Mrs. Study companion. But 2 years later, Bai Jiujiu was sent by Liu's father to an ordinary family. Later, at 16, Bai Jiujiu left her hometown to work because she was tired of studying. 2 years later, Bai Jiujiu returned and joined the Bail Pavilion, quickly becoming a sought-after socialite. Mu Fian found it strange that Bai Jiujiu's work experience during those 2 years was blank. He learned from a servant that Bai Jiujiu had gone to Jingyun Temple with Miss Liu to offer incense. Mu Fian suddenly remembered that Yunjiu had also been there before. Mu Fian discovered that whether it was Yuxiao, Xiachan, or Jiu'er, Bai Jiujiu was definitely connected to them. Mu Fian suspected that the fake Yunjiu, Bai Jiujiu, and Liu Minjing had known each other from the start. He also didn't understand why Bai Jiujiu, as Liu Minjing's study companion, left after 2 years. Coupled with Liu Minjing's previous attitude of disgust towards him, an idea quickly formed in Mu Fian's mind. The one impersonating Jiu'er is Liu Minjing. As Mu Fian was deep in thought, a servant delivered an invitation from Wells. The content of the invitation seemed to suit Mu Fian's intentions. After reading it, Mu Fian accepted the invitation. At the same time, he called Mr. Wells, who had sent the invitation. It seemed he also wanted to ask Wells for a favor. So mysterious this early in the morning. I don't know where Mu Fian is taking me. After the car had driven some distance, Mu Fian finally said he was taking me to a business meeting and to meet a few friends. When he said we were going to see Liu Minjing, I tried my best to control my expression and remain as calm as usual. Good, he didn't see through it. Mu Fian actually said he wanted to get to know Liu Minjing properly. In any case, you won't be able to see her today. I like to ask, who has such great influence to be able to invite these few families? But Mu Fian didn't answer. As soon as we arrived, this guy's friend showed up so quickly. He started talking so much right away. It's so annoying. Oh no, how did he notice me? Mu Fian's friend gave a simple self-introduction. I didn't expect him to be so good-looking. Mu Fian suddenly pulled his friend over. In front of his friend, Mu Fian still concealed my identity. Mu Fian took a glass of fruit wine from the waiter and handed it to me. Just then, a voice called out to Mu Fian. The person was actually Wells. It was clear that Wells and Mu Fian were very familiar with each other. I didn't expect this party to be hosted by him. How come I hadn't received any news? Because there had been no transaction. The Lin Hao file was still in my father's hands. Seeing Mu Fian go off to talk with Wells, Mu Fian's friend came over. He immediately started asking how Mu Fian and I met. This guy was so nosy, wanted to ask about everything. I couldn't be bothered to answer and told him to ask Mu Fian. Aren't you very concerned about your brother Mu Fian anyway? What? The Liu family has arrived? Then father must be here too. What? The young miss of the Liu family looks just like me. I was wondering if father had arrived. Who knew that when I turned around, I saw someone who looked exactly like my original self. Only then did I realize that father had made arrangements long ago. While I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, I was also very curious about who this double disguised as me was. I watched as this person, disguised as me, exchanged a few words with father. Father then turned and left. I looked back and found Mu Fian staring at me. Then we started arguing about who was staring at whom. Watching the two of us flirtatiously bickering, Bei Xing felt like a third wheel. Mu Fian was annoyed that Liu Minjing had actually shown up, admitting his misjudgment. At the same time, he put his arm around my shoulder, saying that the young miss of the Liu family had arrived, and we should go say hello together. Mu Fian walked up confidently and greeted Miss Liu. My double's voice was hoarse, as if she had a bit of a cold. She said she had to go back early today. Mu Fian politely told Miss Liu to take care of her health. Then Mu Fian introduced me and the double to each other, stating that I was his fiancé. The young miss of the Liu family should be a bit older than me. Bei Xing looked at the person who had slapped his face swollen last time, now standing in front of him as if nothing had happened, and stood aside with a dark expression. At this moment, Mu Fian suddenly brought up the date that Miss Liu still owed him. I was speechless. Why was this scoundrel still thinking about that? The double teased Mu Fian, saying his fiancée would get jealous. Mu Fian put on a look as if he was expecting me to be jealous. Beside them, Bei Xing deliberately splashed the wine from his cup towards my double, the young Miss Liu. Mu Fian blocked it with his clothes. Mu Fian blamed A Xing for being so careless. Then, using the excuse of needing to change clothes, he pulled the unwilling Bei Xing away and took the opportunity to leave. On the other side, Bei Xing was about to explain, but was interrupted by Mu Fian, who told him not to cause trouble here. I also discovered that the person disguised as me was actually Sister Bai. Wells was puzzled. Was it because the young miss of the Liu family was special to Mu Fian in some way? Was that why he asked for his help, insisting on inviting the young miss of the Liu family? Besides, the Liu family wasn't even on the original invitation list. This was the first time Mu Fian had ever asked him for help. Mu Fian stood by the window with his back to Wells. His azure eyes gazed into the distance. He said there was nothing special and laughed it off, perfunctorily ending the topic. Wells then brought up the matter of the missing Lin Hao file again, asking Mu Fian for an explanation. After a slight hesitation, Mu Fian turned his head. He had already guessed that Wells had known the whereabouts of the Lin Hao file all along. Wells, who originally had a gloomy face, cursed little fox under his breath and then burst into laughter. He told Mu Fian that he had indeed received news about file number 0. He had delayed the transaction because he was in a hurry to return to Europe. Before Wells could finish, Mu Fian knew he had other motives. Wells stated that he could tell Mu Fian the transaction location. As for me, the person who embarrassed Mu Fian, he could also let him deal with me as he pleased. But the Mu family must provide a corresponding reward. Over at Jinyan Temple, Sister Bai was covering her face and crying out in exaggerated pain. After experiencing the pain of changing faces, Sister Bai couldn't understand how I could bear it. There were no mirrors here at the monk's place, so she couldn't see what her face looked like. Shifanjing was thanking Sister Bai for helping me out this time, when Sister Bai suddenly pushed her down onto the bed. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Sister Bai said she didn't want to hear those empty words of thanks. This was the second time she had helped Shifanjing. She planned to calculate the 2 favors plus interest and have Shifanjing repay her with her body. Seeing Sister Bai's lips getting closer and closer, about to kiss her, Shifanjing's brain was still rebooting from her moves. Seeing Shifanjing stunned, not pushing her away this time, Sister Bai's heart pounded with excitement. She thought that if she couldn't even seize an opportunity like this, she would have wasted all her time in the world of debauchery. But Sister Bai didn't know why she was so nervous herself. Just as they were about to kiss, Shifanjing's mind was buzzing from the sound of Sister Bai's heartbeat. I fed a red pill into Sister Bai's slightly open mouth. Sister Bai pushed herself to the other side of the bed, covering her mouth with a dark expression. She wondered what Shifanjing had fed her, and if it was poisonous. It turned out to be medicine for her throat to recover. Shifanjing thought that since Sister Bai had helped me twice, she wouldn't pursue her unreasonable behavior. She got up, distanced herself from Sister Bai, and told her to leave. Sister Bai clung on, refusing to leave, thinking Shifanjing couldn't do anything to her. Obviously, she still didn't understand this monk well enough. Shifanjing grabbed her hand and pushed her out. The door was slammed shut with a bang. While closing the door, she also told Yuan Kong to see the guest out. When Sister Bai was first pushed out the door, she was puzzled for a moment, then turned around and started banging on the door frantically, cursing Shifanjing for being despicable and ungrateful. The little monk Yuan Kong was beside her, eating the snacks Sister Bai had prepared, while reminding Sister Bai to watch her language in this sacred Buddhist place. If she kept knocking and attracted the other senior monks, it would be troublesome. Sister Bai deflated, then turned and left in a huff. Over at the Mu residence, I was lying in bed, thinking about the message Father had Sister Bai bring me earlier. Father had already found information about the Mu family's jade mine. Now, I just needed to find a way to shake off Mu Fian. But this guy's been sticking to me too closely lately. Isn't he here to find me again? He placed his hand on me and asked if I was asleep. I fiercely told Mu Fian to take his hand off. This scene was happened upon by Yunjio's father. It turned out that Yunjio's father had asked Mu Fian to call me for dinner. Mu Fian, gentle and considerate, helped me deal with Yunjio's father. He explained that I was probably sleeping so early because I was too tired from accompanying him to a business meeting today. I threw my arms around Mu Fian's neck and told Yunjio's father and mother to go ahead and eat. It was enough to have Brother Fian with me. Yunjio's father looked confused, said whatever, and they left, casually remarking on how different young people are. After hearing Yunjio's father close the door and leave, Mu Fian saw that I was still hugging his neck and teased me, asking if I wanted to hug him a little longer. He hadn't showered yet. Did I want to shower with him? I shove him away. My motto is to use and discard. Just then, my stomach rumbled. Mu Fian knew I didn't want too much contact with Yinjio's parents, which was why I didn't go to dinner. He had prepared a fruitcake for me and placed it on the coffee table. I watched resolutely as Mu Fian rummaged through the bedside table for something. This cake was a new product from the cake shop that Mu Fian and I had been to. I had mentioned before that their fruitcake was delicious. Because the one I liked was sold out, Mu Fian picked this one for me instead. He tasted a piece and thought I would like it. Looking at Mu Fian like this, I felt it was unnecessary. He was trying to soften me up. Mu Fian looked at me with a face full of disappointment. It seemed he felt that only if he took the initiative could we possibly not drift further and further apart. Because he knew I would never take a step closer on my own. Seeing Mu Fian like this, my heart was moved, however slightly. He himself was also clear about the relationship between us. Everything he was doing was useless. Mu Fian felt that none of it mattered. At least I didn't hate him as much now. Mu Fian closed the door and went to wash up. How could I not hate Mu Fian just for sabotaging my missions every time and obstructing me in various ways? I had to hate him. One day, Mu Fian and I took Huahua out shopping. We were all very excited. This was Huahua's first time going out in so many years. She was clearly very happy. Mu Fian went to buy some food for Huahua. Huahua and I waited for him here. Because it was too crowded, I took Huahua to a different spot. When Mu Fian came back, he couldn't find us. Just then, I ran over anxiously and told Mu Fian that Huahua was missing. I quickly explained that I had gone to buy candy for Huahua. I had told Huahua to wait for me under a tree, but who knew that when I came back, Huahua was gone. Mu Fian looked extremely anxious. He felt they should find his sister immediately. After all, his sister hadn't been out for so long, there was no telling what might happen. I planned to go back to the Mu residence first to get help. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Fian agreed to let me go back and get help. Mu Fian hoped that nothing would happen to his sister. On my way back to the Mu residence, I noticed someone was following me. I guessed it was Mu Fian's man. As expected, he still didn't trust me. Is this his style? I got into the car my father had prepared. Father was very thoughtful, having prepared clothes and a wig in the car. I slammed on the accelerator, hoping to quickly reach the jade mine and rendezvous with my people. Mu Fian stood at the entrance of the Mu residence, his face covered in sweat. As he was anxiously asking if she had been found, a subordinate pointed to a girl being carried over in someone's arms, princess style, and asked if she was the one they were looking for. Huahua happily greeted Mu Fian. Mu Fian was puzzled. How could his sister be so intimate with a stranger? Mu Fian shielded his sister behind him and questioned the person who had carried her back. It turned out this person was named Zhuang Xian, a staff member at the corner coffee shop. I had previously given him a tip, asking him to take care of Huahua and bring her back to the Mu residence at this time. Mu Fian clenched his fists. He already understood in his heart that I had gotten what I wanted and run off. His words from a few days ago were completely useless. With a smile on his face, he said that the Mu family would definitely thank Zhuang Xian properly and not let him make the trip for nothing. Zhuang Xian said there was no need for thanks. It was his honor to bring such a lovely young lady as Huahua home. Huahua shyly hid behind Mu Fian. Mu Fian took Huahua home. Huahua secretly looked back and saw Zhuang Xian waving goodbye. Her heart fluttered at his handsome face. Zhuang Xian turned to leave. He had just taken out a cigarette and hadn't lit it yet, when he was stopped by one of Mu Fian's subordinates. It turned out Mu Fian had invited Zhuang Xian over to explain in detail everything that happened after meeting me today. Faced with Mu Fian's intimidating manner, what could Zhuang Xian do? He could only agree to confess honestly. I had said something like a farewell to Huahua. I had told Huahua before that I felt her condition had improved a lot recently. I had to leave too. Although I felt Huahua couldn't fully understand what I meant, I believed that after I left, Mu Fian would be able to take good care of her. I hope Huahua gets well soon. Mu Fian thought with disappointment. From beginning to end, I was good to everyone else. He was the only exception. I was always just dealing with him perfunctorily. Just then, the person who had been following me reported to Mu Fian that I was driving towards the Chengjiao jade mine. Only then did Mu Fian realize my objective, either to expose the illegal jade mine and bring down the Mu family, or I wanted something else. Or perhaps both. Thinking that I had already infiltrated the jade mine, Mu Fian ordered his subordinates to notify the mine to be on high alert. Mu Fian originally didn't want to resort to threatening a woman, but in the end, he still ordered his men to go and capture a certain woman. I had indeed successfully infiltrated the jade mine. The old man sharing a room with me was curious how a skinny newcomer like me ended up doing this kind of manual labor. When he learned it was because I had too many siblings and my parents couldn't support us, this big brother patted my shoulder to comfort me. Although we couldn't go out for a few years, it was better than starving to death outside. The mine's rule was no contact with the outside world for 5 years. We could only ask the foreman to contact our families once every 6 months. This big brother was just 1 week away from going home. He was full of anticipation, dreaming of a happy future with his family and daughter. The others in the room grumbled about old Wu showing off again about being able to go home. Only then did I realize that the people here were all from the lower class, working hard just to make a living. I hesitated, wondering if I should complete the mission according to my father's orders. Father ordered me to detonate the jade mine after finding the item. But after the mine explodes, all these people will die. What father wants is for the Mu family to be unable to suppress the matter of the illegal mining after the explosion, causing them endless trouble. These people in the jade mine were not in my father's considerations at all. Just before lights out, the foreman blew his whistle, demanding an assembly. Everyone was complaining. I knew Mu Fian had reacted, but he wouldn't find me so quickly. I quietly slipped out through the window. Taking advantage of the chaos, I went to the forging room. I saw the people there examining the item I was looking for. Then they locked the place and also went to the assembly. I wondered how I was going to open this lock that required the correct password. Meanwhile, Mu Fian was inspecting the assembled workers at the jade mine. His subordinate led him to the newcomers who were recruited today. He searched until the last room. Mu Fian hoped to find some trace of me. With a look of disgust on his face, he slowly lifted the covers of each bed, one by one, to smell them. Finally, at my bunk, he discovered that I had been there. Mu Fian turned, closed the door, and ordered all workers to stay in the open area and not to leave. Then he had the foreman lead men to block all exits, bringing weapons but no guns. An hour later, I was happy that the Mu family couldn't deliver the goods smoothly. Holding this priceless sword, I looked around. Just as I was about to find something to wrap it in and take it away, I was pulled into Mu Fian's embrace. He grabbed my hand. He thought it was dangerous for me to hold it like that in case I dropped it. Only then did Mu Fian realize that this was the item I wanted. I had deliberately stayed by his side for so long, and this time, I failed to get my way again. I jabbed Mu Fian's abdomen hard with my elbow, then took the opportunity to turn and distance myself from him, glaring at him fiercely. Mu Fian felt that he should be the one who was angry. I didn't want to hear any nonsense. I just wanted to know what he wanted. Seeing that I showed no affection at all and was impervious to both hard and soft tactics, Mu Fian also wanted to know what I would do if I were him. If it were me, I'd probably just kill him. Seeing me like this, Mu Fian's anger flared. He guessed I might be a pawn, or that I had other tricks up my sleeve. I pulled an explosive device from my clothes. If you don't let me go, I'll take everyone here down with me. Just as Mu Fian looked at me in disbelief, it exploded. Now it was my turn to be in disbelief. I had clearly removed all the fuses. After the explosion, Mu Fian was lying on the ground, propping his head up with one hand. He hadn't expected this parting gift from me. At this moment, I also realized they hadn't told me the locations of all the bombs. On the other side, Kuei's men claimed it was the family head's order. Xue Qingyang was just an outsider. And Kuei, after all, belonged to the Liu family. Xue Fei, seeing that she couldn't stop them, could only watch helplessly as the person in front of her detonated the bomb. Xue Fei's face darkened as she thought, I'll report to the director when I get back. And Kuei's men have become disloyal to my master. Amidst the chaos, I saw him. Old Wu, the man who was just 1 week away from going home to see his wife and daughter, was right ahead. Seeing that he was about to be hit by a rock, I reached out my hand, telling him to dodge quickly. But how could there be enough time? I could only watch helplessly as this man was crushed by the rock. I stared blankly at the scene before me. Amidst the huge roar, I didn't hear Mu Fian's warning. Mu Fian saw that I was about to be hit. He lunged over, tackling me down the hill, and used his body to shield me from the rocks and wooden planks falling towards me. I turned back and stared blankly at Mu Fian. His head was pinned under a rock, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Things obtained through scheming never last long. To win someone's true heart, you must first give your own. I grabbed the clothes on Mu Fian's chest, telling him to wake up, but there was still no movement. I pressed my head to Mu Fian's chest and heard a heartbeat. But why wasn't he breathing? Just then, Mu Fian opened his eyes, wondering what I was doing lying on his chest. Seeing my surprise that he wasn't dead, Mu Fian felt that I must be wishing he were dead. I couldn't be bothered with this person. My stomach was still bleeding nonstop. If this continued, I would bleed to death sooner or later. I quickly clutched my stomach and slipped away. After all, in my current state, I couldn't move him anyway. After running out of the jade mine, I quickly told the people waiting outside to go and save young Master Mu Fian. Watching these people rush in, I breathed a sigh of relief. But the blood from my wound was still flowing. Pitter-patter, it dripped onto the floor. Meanwhile, Master Shui Qingyang slammed a book heavily on the table. He had been feeling restless all day. Just then, he heard someone shouting outside the door to open up quickly that something had happened. After opening the door, he found that it was Kuei's subordinates who had carried me back. Knowing that I had a gunshot wound, had lost too much blood, and was about to lose consciousness, Master took me into his arms. He ordered his subordinates to find Dr. Wu and prepare B-type blood bags, while telling Shui Fei to get the first aid kit. Master was preparing to remove the bullet. Hearing Master's voice, I slowly opened my eyes. Master comforted me, saying it would be fine once the bullet was out, and told me not to talk. The worried Master scolded Shui Fei. "Why are you as slow as a turtle today?" He reminded him not to forget his duty. I took out the precious sword, the mission objective, and handed it to Master. This time, I finally didn't disappoint Master and Father. Master looked at me with a pained expression, thinking, "Silly girl, silly apprentice, silly little fool." Master had said that compared to these things, my life was more important. But in my heart, what I wanted even less was to disappoint Father and Master. Shui Fei had the tools for removing the bullet ready. Master carefully cut open my clothes with scissors and threw them aside. Master looked at my body in silence, realizing I had grown into a young woman. After covering my chest, Master took a deep breath to calm his disturbed mind and prepared to start removing the bullet. At this time, having fallen into a coma, my mind kept replaying images of Old Wu and Mu Fian, constantly blaming me for harming them. Old Wu was so close to going home to see his wife and daughter. Why did he have to die? Mu Fian was so good to me. Why did I have to harm him? They were all asking why. Why wasn't I the one who died? Master questioned Dr. Wu about why there weren't enough blood bags. They were urgently needed here, but Dr. Wu's clinic didn't have that much either. Even with B-type and O-type blood combined, it wasn't enough. Even if they tried to get an emergency supply from other hospitals, there was no guarantee. But Master looked at my condition and knew I couldn't wait that long. He decided to draw his own blood. Master's blood type was also B-type. Dr. Wu praised Shui Fei. Luckily, he found suitable blood bags. Otherwise, her condition would have been critical. Now, as long as she doesn't get a fever in the next 2 days, her condition should basically stabilize. Shui Fei happily replied that it was what he should do. Master sat by the bed, looking worriedly at me, still in a coma. He asked Dr. Wu when I would wake up. Shui Fei suddenly realized he might have been happy too soon. Dr. Wu thought Master was too impatient. With such a serious injury, she would need to sleep for at least a few days. Hearing Dr. Wu's explanation, Master was visibly relieved. Dr. Wu hesitated, but finally spoke his mind. He felt that I was a girl, after all. If the bullet hadn't hit a vital spot, and if I didn't have a strong constitution, I wouldn't have escaped danger so easily this time. Seeing Dr. Wu beating around the bush, Master asked him directly what he wanted to say. It turned out Dr. Wu felt that I was a young lady from a wealthy family, after all. But compared to others, my circumstances were too poor. Seeing Dr. Wu so concerned about me, Master was dismissive of this so-called concern. Just as Dr. Wu was about to persuade Master, he was interrupted. Master reminded Dr. Wu that he was talking too much today and thanked him for his concern. Then he had Shui Fei see the guest out. Master twirled my hair with his fingers, while poking my cheek, thinking, if one day you find out that all my kindness toward you is fake, what will you do? Will you hate me so much you want to kill me? Just as Master was kissing my forehead, he heard the click of the door opening. It was Shui Fei, who had returned after seeing Dr. Wu out. Seeing the scene before him, Shui Fei quickly and incoherently explained that he hadn't seen anything. Master told Shui Fei to go and rest. He had worked hard today, and Master would take care of me personally. Shui Fei asked Master nervously if he had fallen in love with me. Seeing his Master look at him with a puzzled expression after hearing the question. Xue Fei quickly explained. It was because he saw Master's attitude towards me and the things he sometimes did. Because I was different from the original plan, he thought Master might have fallen for me. Master interrupted Xue Fei, asking him how many years he had followed him. Do you still remember the oath we made together back then? It turned out Xue Fei had been with Master for 23 years and 4 months. Back then, Master was 5 and Xue Fei was 4. They had made a blood oath together, making a solemn vow before Ouyang Kang's grave. Thinking back on the scenes from that year, Xue Fei apologized to Master with a face full of regret for saying what he shouldn't have. Master said it was fine and told Xue Fei to leave first. At the hospital, by the bedside, Auntie Mei asked Uncle Lin why Mu Fian's father hadn't come to visit him after so long. Mu Fu is so angry with Mu Fian right now. He probably wishes he could kill him with his own hands. How could he possibly come? But there's no overnight feud between father and son. The mine had a huge incident, and Mu Fu is just angry. It'll be fine after a while. Mu Fian woke up and opened his eyes, finding the sunlight so dazzling. Auntie Mei was overjoyed to see Mu Fian awake. She quickly prepared things to help Mu Fian sit up while asking him how his eyes were. Although the doctor said there was nothing seriously wrong with Mu Fian's eyes, Mu Fian felt they were okay. He learned from Auntie Mei that he had been in a coma for 3 days. Auntie Mei brought Mu Fian some hot water and was about to have him drink some, when they heard a commotion outside the hospital room. Auntie Mei instantly became irritable. Let old Lin see what's going on outside. Is it those annoying reporters again, trying to harass Fian? Hurry up and get rid of them. Mu Fian guessed it. These reporters were here because of the jade mine explosion and his injury. Auntie Mei told him to just rest well and not worry about these troubles for now. She also planned not to tell Mu Fian about the Yun family's matter yet. Seeing Auntie Mei worried about him, Mu Fian comforted her a little. Afterwards, he learned from Auntie Mei that his sister was doing well at home. Mu Fian then thought of me. He wondered where I had gone and if I had become a stranger again. Just when they had finally gotten a step closer, everything was back to square one. Mu Fian instructed Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei to tell the reporters outside, as well as Mu's father, that he was still unconscious. Then he wondered why Mu's father needed to be told this as well. Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei went out. Mu Fian needed a rest. Mu Fian thought that if I had even a shred of conscience, I would come to check on his condition after learning he was still unconscious. Wavering between hope and fear, he made up his mind. Even if I didn't come, he would find me, even if it was like fishing a needle from the sea. On the other side, Shifu looked at me, suddenly sleeping restlessly, and wondered if I was about to wake up. 3 weeks later, many reporters were still gathered around, asking about Mu Fian's condition, whether Miss Yun's disappearance was true, when the Mu family would respond to the private mining issue, and whether the rumors of discord between the Mu father and son were true. Beixing angrily scolded these reporters for having no humanity and for not doing any real work all day. In the hospital room, Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei wondered why Mu Fian was so dejected, as if he had lost all his color. Mu Fian was extremely annoyed. It had been a full 3 weeks. Reports of his serious injuries were everywhere, yet I still hadn't shown up. I was truly heartless and ungrateful to the extreme. Mu Fian instructed Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei to prepare for his discharge in 3 days. He wasn't going to wait any longer. That night, lying on the hospital bed, Mu Fian heard a noise and knew someone had arrived. He looked at the person who had appeared before him. I reached out and caressed his bandaged forehead. Mu Fian also guessed from the scent that it was me. I looked at him. His injuries didn't seem very serious, but I was very puzzled that he hadn't woken up. I squatted down and stood up again to observe him carefully, guessing to myself if there was still a blood clot in his head that hadn't dissipated and whether I needed to find a reliable doctor. Mu Fian wondered what I was doing. Had I already seen through his act of pretending to be asleep? I was about to go ask the doctor. Seeing that I was about to leave, Mu Fian quickly pretended to have just woken up and asked for water. I brought the water over. Mu Fian was still calling for Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei, asking for water. I steadily caught the water that Mu Fian pushed away. Mu Fian questioned who I was and where Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei had gone. I had drugged Uncle Lin and Auntie Mei, and they were unconscious in the next room. I let out a breath and said, "It's me," stating my identity twice. After realizing it was his fiancée, Ingio, Mu Fian looked pleasantly surprised. After I admitted my identity, I thought he should be willing to drink the water now. I handed the water to him and turned to leave. Mu Fian called out, "Wait a minute." He tried to get out of bed to chase me, but stumbled. Just as he was about to fall off the bed, I quickly rushed forward to catch him. Then I questioned what he was doing. A patient should lie down properly and not move. Mu Fian hugged me, resting his chin on my shoulder, wanting me not to leave and to stay with him for a while. It was too dark, and he was scared. Mu Fian's eyes seemed to have not recovered at all. I told Mu Fian to let go first, but he refused. He was just being a rogue. During the struggle, I gave him a light push without much force. Who knew Mu Fian had become so fragile? He fell backward, just as he was about to fall. I quickly reached out to pull him. Mu Fian was pulled down with me, and I was pinned underneath him. Oh no, I felt like my wound had split open again. I told him to get up quickly and push him hard. He pretended to be in great pain. In an encore performance, he pressed down on me again. I suspected this guy was doing it on purpose, but Mu Fian had become like this because of me. I was filled with guilt. Mu Fian's hand was not small and pressed on my wound, which was already bleeding through my clothes. Puzzled by the faint smell of blood, Mu Fian yanked open my clothes and asked how I got this. Only then did I realize this damned scoundrel wasn't blind. Mu Fian nervously tried to explain, but I didn't want to hear this damned scoundrel's explanation. I left Mu Fian behind, who was curled up on the bed, looking dejected and wanting to explain. As I walked out of the hospital room, I happened to run into a nurse on her night rounds. It was already past visiting hours. The nurse asked whose family member I was. I couldn't be bothered to answer and just walked away. Mu Fian got up and walked over, explaining that I was his family member. The nurse was surprised to find that Mu Fian, who had been in a coma for 3 weeks, was actually awake, and he could even get out of bed and walk. She immediately called loudly for the doctor. After the happy but chaotic scene, Mu Fian was discharged smoothly. I also went to find my father, Lu Feng, to ask about the jade mine explosion. Although my father tried his best to explain, stating that the person who disobeyed orders had been executed and promising that such a thing would never happen again. A shadow that was hard to dispel remained in my heart. Shifu learned from his subordinates that I had withdrawn a lot of my own money from the bank to compensate the miners who had died. He sighed, "Let her be. With such a soft heart, who knows how much more she will suffer in the future." Seeing Mu Fian being driven away as he personally delivered the money, I, carrying a heavy bag of silver dollars, began to panic. I was afraid I would be driven away too. I decided to just sneak it in. The scenes before me made me fall into deep thought. Putting family aside, Mu Fian really couldn't be considered a bad person. Half a month later, because my gunshot wound hadn't fully recovered and I had no new missions for the time being, I returned to Yanjing Women's College for classes. This month happened to be Yanjing College's biennial extracurricular exchange event. A higher education institution from within the province would be randomly selected for a joint performance. Then, they would go together to another province for academic exchanges with other schools. This year, it happened to be Beiyang Military Academy. The exchange activity would last for a month. Representatives from both schools would jointly rehearse a stage play to compete with colleges from other provinces. The winners would get extra academic credits. Everyone seemed very interested. I was completely uninterested in all of this. Lu Meng, however, had a face full of excitement. She was thrilled about going to another place with her classmates for the first time. Shifu arrived. This time, he was one of the externally hired supervising teachers for Yanjing College, mainly responsible for directing the stage play. As always, he was warmly welcomed. I could understand inviting Shifu, but I couldn't understand why Mu Fian, who had already graduated, was also here. It turned out that Mu Fian, as the only outstanding student to graduate early from Beiyang Military Academy, was also invited to be one of the supervising teachers in charge of discipline. The train to Jingling would depart in 20 minutes. Mu Fian saw me and felt I was different from last time. He guessed it might be because of my student attire. On the bustling train, Xiao Ming struggled to put away her suitcase, not letting me help. Mu Fian came over and gave it a push for her. I thought he was in the same carriage as us, but who knew that after a greeting, he said he had to go back to his own carriage. Mu Fian had just come over to get close to me. After walking away, Mu Fian was exceptionally excited because he knew from the scent that it was me. But thinking that the earring was gone made him very annoyed. He couldn't believe how it was taken off. He prepared to confirm it again later. The train rumbled forward. The students who were eating received a notice to go to the conference carriage for a meeting at 7:30 after finishing their meal. During the meeting, while everyone was gone, he secretly slipped into Lu Meng's and my room. The damn scoundrel had checked the room number in advance. Mu Fian finally confirmed that I was the person who had been lingering around him. Mu Fian wondered how the earring was taken off and if I had already thrown it away. Hearing a rustling sound from the bathroom, Mu Fian gently opened the door to peek. His eyes widened in shock at the figure before him. Mu Fian quickly turned and walked away, wondering why I didn't go to the meeting. He thought I must have been bandaging my wound just now. Mu Fian thought that a gunshot wound indeed wouldn't heal so quickly. It must have been from the gunshot he heard when his consciousness was blurred from being hit. He thought about how a girl like me could suffer such a serious injury and still attend class, as if nothing had happened. He was amazed at what kind of environment I grew up in. Hearing the sound of water, Mu Fian thought I must be taking a shower. He worried if my wound was still okay. Afraid of being discovered, just as he was about to leave quickly, he suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. Startled, Mu Fian realized it was Xue Qingyang calling for Ying, asking if I was there. He wondered why someone who should be in the conference hall was here. Shifu found the door unlocked. After entering the room, he found it quiet and empty. Just as he was wondering where his foolish apprentice had wandered off to again, the train suddenly stopped. The power went out too. The train was pitch black and in chaos. At this moment, Mu Fian was in the bathroom, covering my mouth. He said, "Pardon the intrusion," and prepared to slip away. Seeing Mu Fian turn to leave, I quickly stopped him, questioning why he was in my room. Mu Fian stammered, unable to give a clear explanation. Seeing my persistent questioning, Mu Fian, while randomly explaining that he came to get something for Lu Meng, turned his head to avoid my gaze, thankful for the power outage, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. But just then, the power came back on, and it became bright again. Mu Fian quickly flung my hand away, turned, and left, telling me to ask Lu Meng myself. His ears were bright red. After Mu Fian turned and left, closing the door, I wondered why his ears were red. I lifted the bath towel and looked at my chest. Only then did I suddenly realize I wasn't wearing my prosthetic. My face turned dark, then red. After Mu Fian ran out, he thought about how his clothes were wet and he needed to change, while also thinking that his stupid excuse from just now was about to be exposed. In his haste to leave, Mu Fian didn't notice. Someone was behind him, wondering why he came out of Lu Meng's in my room and why there was a wet patch on his clothes. At this time, people in the carriage corridor were discussing the sudden stop of the train. Mu Fian, who was passing by, was invited to check on the situation. He went to see the injured students. Just as I was wondering why Lu Meng hadn't returned, I heard the door open. It turned out to be Shifu who came in. Through Shifu, I learned that the tracks were blocked by a few fallen trees, and it would take some time to clear them. Shifu asked me where I had just been. I walked out with Shifu. We happened to see Mu Fian being stopped in the corridor, looking speechlessly at a few students arguing about the wet patch on his clothes. Suddenly, Mu Fian looked over here. After our eyes met for a moment, we both avoided each other's gaze. Seeing our actions, Shifu had a very bad feeling. After returning to his room and changing his clothes, Mu Fian sat blankly on the sofa, savoring the memory of his hand covering my mouth. He felt as if the sensation still lingered on his hand. Mu Fian thought that the current me, compared to when I was pretending to be Ingio, gave him an even more special feeling. My face was softer and my waist was very thin and soft. He thought it might be because this was my real self. Mu Fian thought about trying one more time, and he would probably be sure of what was going on. Mu Fian suddenly calmed down, shocked by his own lecherous appearance just now. He told himself not to think about it anymore. The more he thought, the more he felt like a pervert. After a night of clearing, the train finally continued towards Jingling the next morning. 8 a.m. Lu Meng, still very sleepy, wondered why I was up so early. As expected, Mu Fian was lying with a straight face last night. Xiao Ming hadn't asked him to get anything at all. I instantly became vigilant, but I had no clue what was going on. Xiao Ming, who had just gotten up, fell back down, wanting to stay in bed a little longer. Just as Xiao Ming and I sat down in the dining car, my sharp ears heard the whispers of the people next to us. They were discussing how I didn't look special at all, and my hairstyle was even tacky. Was I really having an underground relationship with Mu Fian? I didn't even go to the meeting yesterday, and someone saw Mu Fian coming out of my room with his clothes wet. They said I was trying to climb the social ladder and deliberately seduced Mu Fian with cheap tricks. Xiao Ming also sensed that something was wrong. The atmosphere was strange, as if everyone was whispering. I said that maybe everyone had just discovered something interesting. I didn't know who started the rumor. Shifu asked Mu Fian why he didn't go to the meeting yesterday. Mu Fian thought to himself that this guy, Xue Qingyang, didn't go either and even got him caught. On his face, he calmly explained that he wasn't feeling well last night and took a short nap, which made him late. Shifu said sarcastically that as the discipline teacher, Mu Fian should lead by example. Mu Fian also sarcastically thanked Shifu for the reminder. Mu Fian asked Shifu what was said at the meeting last night. Shifu said that due to the sudden power outage, almost nothing was said. On the surface, everything was calm, but inwardly they were both cursing each other, one an old fox, the other a little fox. Mu Fian then asked Shifu why he gave me special attention. Shifu casually explained that it was because Lu Ming and I were frequent patrons of the opera house, so he wanted to take extra care of us. Mu Fian felt it wasn't just simple care. He thought about Xue Qingyang's lover-like private meeting with me at Lu Ming's birthday banquet and Shifu's intimate address, eyeing last night. No matter how he thought about it, he felt our relationship was not simple. The moment I walked over and my eyes met with Mu Fian's, I felt incredibly annoyed. Mu Fian also felt extremely awkward, his mind a tangled mess. Seeing that Shifu was about to walk far away with me, Mu Fian subconsciously stood up, wanting to follow. He thought that not only would he not know what to say if he followed, but it would also make the scene very awkward, just like last night. Mu Fian crouched down on the spot. Unexpectedly, the rumors about me and Mu Fian escalated within a day, becoming more and more unpleasant. They became more and more outrageous, known to everyone. Facing Shifu's questions about the rumors, I calmly stated that I had only heard the discussions this morning myself. I had a feeling of not considering myself the person involved at all. It wasn't until Shifu asked me what exactly happened between me and Mu Fian that I instantly became embarrassed. Thinking of that scene in the bathroom was simply too humiliating. I didn't even know how to talk to Shifu about it. Seeing Aing's rare blush. Although Shifu couldn't guess what exactly happened, he was sure that something had definitely happened between Aing and Mu Fian that she was unwilling to mention to him. Shifu felt that Aing acting like this meant she had developed feelings for Mu Fian without realizing it. Seeing my dazed and cute look, Shifu thought, so this foolish apprentice likes Mu Fian's type. I was stunned for a moment first. I'm not foolish, and even if I like someone, how could I possibly like Mu Fian? Did Shifu misunderstand something? Shifu said I could like whomever I wanted, and he would be on my side. But didn't Shifu once ask me why I wasn't falling for him? What's with him now? But thinking about it carefully, Shifu had always been able to easily say ambiguous things to anyone. He seemed amorous, but had never truly given his heart to anyone. After so many years, it seemed I never understood what kind of person Shifu really was. Seeing that I had gone quiet and looked preoccupied, Shifu said I could tell him whatever was on my mind. Looking at Shifu like this, I felt a little angry and excused myself. I deliberately slammed the door shut. Xue Qingyang took out a cigar and lit it, not understanding why Aing was angry. Clearly, he was the one who was never taken to heart. Xue Qingyang lamented that knowing each other for decades was not as good as a young brat she had only known for a few months. While smoking, he thought melancholically about the matter between Aing and Mu Fian. He felt that Mu Fian also had some feelings for Aing. This was a two-way street. Xue Qingyang struggled with whether to help them get together or to nip Aing's thoughts in the bud. He thought about what would happen after Aing and Mu Fian became lovers, and then the hidden secrets between the Mu and Lu families, those dirty deals, were torn open. Right now, the Mu and Lu families were in a relatively peaceful state on the surface, but they would inevitably return to a state of fighting to the death. At that time, what would become of Mu Fian and Aing? Would they choose each other or their families? Xue Qingyang thought that he would inevitably be the one to reveal this secret and let Aing and Mu Fian know about this matter. At this moment, a person appeared in Xue Qingyang's mind, saying that these were not the things he wanted to do. He didn't want to hurt Aing. Why not follow his own heart? Xue Qingyang wondered what his own heart was. That person said that Xue Qingyang's true heart was buried deep inside him. He could find it as long as he wanted to. Hearing Xue Qingyang curse, get lost, that person said that Xue Qingyang would regret it and disappear unwillingly. After a 3-day train ride, we could finally rest for a night in a small town. Just as Xiao Ming and I were about to go for a walk, we were stopped by someone from behind. She was very angry and demanded that I explain clearly whether I had actively climbed into Teacher Mu's bed. She grabbed my clothes and wouldn't let me go. Xiao Ming also rushed over angrily, swatting away the hand grabbing my clothes. Lu Ming loudly accused these people of slandering someone without any proof. What did Xiao Ying and young Master Mu's affairs have to do with them? This person not only pushed Xiao Ming, making her stumble, but also arrogantly pointed at her. What are you to dare to interrupt here? I grabbed this person's wrist and twisted it hard. These people didn't dare to question Mu Fian and only dare to trouble me. Did they think the Lu family was easy to bully? That I, Lu Ming, was easy to bully? They only bully those who seem weaker than themselves. Pathetic. I flung the person's hand away. These people just want to know about my relationship with Mu Fian, don't they? The truth is, I'm not interested in Mu Fian. But these people clearly didn't believe this. They thought Mu Fian wouldn't be interested in someone like me, who was dull and plain. They insisted on some kind of proof. It was something these people could find out by asking Mu Fian themselves. Yet they had to bother me. I prepared to leave with Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming thought that what I did just now was really cool. Just then, Mu Fian walked over and said that if they had any questions, they could ask him directly. He had seen the act of stepping on the lowly to praise the high just now. Since they were all girls, he would let it go this time, but he asked them to restrain themselves. Then Mu Fian publicly announced that he was indeed trying hard to get Miss Lu to take a liking to him. I didn't expect Mu Fian to be so cooperative, and he even insisted on using the same words I had used. Mu Fian was about to explain the widely rumored bed climbing incident. The bed climbing incident was a rumor. Mu Fian said it himself. Although he didn't know where this rumor came from, he was here now. If anyone had any questions, they could confront him. Hearing Mu Fian's words, everyone started discussing where the rumor came from, but no one seemed to know. Xiao Ming was thinking with stars in her eyes that Mu Fian really was interested in me. Just then, the person who had been belittling me before suddenly stepped forward and mentioned that Mu Fian had just with his fiancée. Before she could finish, she was pulled back by the person next to her and couldn't speak. Mu Fian asked with a smile, "No one has any more questions, right?" Standing beside him, I showed no courtesy at all. They were puzzled. Mu Fian had just broken off his engagement with his fiancée and was already pursuing someone else. I thought from Xiao Chan to Xiao Jiao, he's truly a scumbag. And Mu Fian was thinking aggrievedly that I was probably bad-mouthing him in some way again. We both unanimously felt that we had thought too highly of each other before, seeing that the surrounding people had dispersed and left. Mu Fian asked if I wanted to know who spread the video. He had a way and invited me to join him. We went back to the room. I was stared at strangely by Xiao Ming, whose gossip fire was burning fiercely. She demanded that I honestly confess the situation with Mu Fian. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Xiao Ming instantly wilted, her face full of disappointment. Xiao Ming explained that Mu Fian used to have a fierce, unapproachable look, and she had always been a little afraid of him. He had changed his personality recently, and even helped her push her suitcase. He had become more approachable lately, probably because he was pursuing me. Admitting it in front of so many people today didn't make him seem like a frivolous person. I quickly refuted Xiao Ming's words. Who said Mu Fian wasn't a frivolous person? He had a fiancée, Yun Jiao, who had just gone missing, and he immediately broke off the engagement. There must be something wrong with his character. Xiao Ming felt that there was no real affection in a family alliance marriage, so Mu Fian's attitude was understandable. Xiao Ming sighed, wondering if she too would marry someone she didn't like in the future. I comforted Xiao Ming, saying her parents doted on her and would definitely not marry her off casually. Just then, I heard a knock on the door. After opening the door, I only saw a note. It was from Mu Fian asking me to meet him at the warehouse next door at 10 p.m. tonight to discuss something. Thinking who would meet him in a warehouse in the middle of the night, I crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can. I was about to go to sleep, but for some reason, Xiao Ming went to the bathroom and hadn't come back. It was 9:30. Xiao Ming arrived at the warehouse to meet someone. Just as she was asking where the person was, she suddenly saw a shadow in front of her. Someone was behind her with a stick. She turned to look. Thud! She fell unconscious. I came to the warehouse, searching everywhere for her. Mu Fian covered my mouth and dragged me into a corner to hide with him. It seemed there were people outside. It turned out someone had used our names to send fake notes to each other, luring us to the warehouse. In that case, the plan had to be moved up. Just as I was about to go out first, Mu Fian pressed his left index finger to my lips. Someone was coming. We'd talk later. and it looked like there were quite a few of them. At this moment, I just wanted to break Mu Fian's finger. I squeezed his hand hard. He wondered what I was doing. It hurt like hell. I turned and walked away angrily. Mu Fian was even more confused about how he had offended me. I was simply unpredictable. After walking out, I saw 4 men standing outside. I pretended to be harmless and asked them. Young Master Mu asked me to come. Where is he? The scene went quiet. Then the 4 men burst into crazy, mocking laughter. She actually came. They were preparing to defile me. I pretended to be purely scared and ran away. At this time, a woman was hiding behind a crack in the door, concentrating on secretly taking photos. She was preparing to capture the scene of me being defiled by several men, to make Mu Fian not want me. She didn't notice at all that Mu Fian had already walked up beside her. Mu Fian asked, "How many pictures have you taken? Are you the one who secretly spread the rumors?" Then he snatched the camera. Over here, I was still running and shouting for help. I wondered why Mu Fian hadn't come over yet. I was shouting so loudly, but I didn't want him to see me beating people up. Otherwise, the guy would ask a million questions and be super annoying. I didn't notice Mu Fian was waiting nearby for me to make a move, waiting until he was almost sleepy, seeing that I was cornered by these scoundrels, and they were cursing so horribly. I finally couldn't take it anymore and dealt with 3 of them in a few moves. Mu Fian also walked over, carrying 1 person. While praising my good skills, he took credit for helping me deal with 1 person. How dare this scoundrel, being the one involved, say he was helping me? This guy was deliberately late. Mu Fian had already warned the person pulling the strings behind the scenes, then let them go. He was prepared to report it to the school with me tomorrow morning for the most severe punishment. Mu Fian handed me the camera. It turned out Zhang Xinxin wanted to take indecent photos and then spread them around. Truly vicious. Seeing that my skills were not bad, Mu Fian extended a hand, inviting me to spar sometime. I slapped his hand, imprinting my acceptance of the challenge. Mu Fian wanted to strike while the iron was hot and set a time for the spar. After waking up the 4 people who had been knocked out, we learned that it was Zhang Xinxin. Afraid that I wouldn't come, she used a note, claiming to tell me who was spreading the rumors, to lure Lu Meng over, preparing to use Lu Meng's safety if I didn't come. I fiercely asked these people where Lu Meng was. Learning that Lu Meng was at the very back of the warehouse, I found the unconscious Lu Meng. There was a large bump on the back of her head. She should be fine. I handed Lu Meng to Mu Fian and prepared to go deal with those 4 scumbags. As a teacher, Mu Fian helplessly turned away, pretending not to see. He felt it would be fine as long as no one was killed. Over here, Zhang Xinxin was still overjoyed that Mu Fian had taken the initiative to ask for her name. With a blissful face, she thought that Mu Fian must like her. The doctor said Lu Meng was fine. Mu Fian also took his leave. I hid behind the door and called out to Mu Fian. Mu Fian turned around and looked at me with confusion. After some hesitation, I still said thank you to Mu Fian. Mu Fian, smiling as bright as the sun, looked so handsome. After saying a word to Mu Fian, I said goodbye again. Then I slammed the door shut. Through the window, I suddenly saw Zhang Xinxin. I chased after her. Then I was puzzled. Why would she come to the male dormitory so late? I saw Zhang Xinxin enter a dorm room. I thought she must have arranged to meet her accomplice here. 3 male teachers lived on this floor. First, I ruled out Mu Fian and my master, Xue Qingyang. I prepared to catch them in the act. I quietly approached the door. Pressing my ear against it, I heard Zhang Xinxin's voice saying, "Young Master Mu, be gentle, it hurts." No, I was completely stunned. I suddenly realized this was Mu Fian's room. This scoundrel really is a player. Then I subconsciously kicked the door open. Inside the room, Zhang Xinxin was tied up, curled up on the floor. Mu Fian stood beside her, holding one end of the rope. The situation became awkward. Mu Fian was confused as to why I was here. I was confused about what he was doing. Mu Fian told me to quickly close the door, questioning if the door was broken. With lightning speed, I used a cabinet to block the broken door. Mu Fian, with a dark expression, explained that this Zhang Xinxin was audacious enough to come to his room late at night to attack him. Zhang Xinxin, on the floor, explained with a wronged expression that Mu Fian had misunderstood. This wasn't an attack. This was her expressing her love for Mu Fian. She said Mu Fian had previously responded that he liked her too. Mu Fian was shocked and confused. I was shocked and curious. Seeing my suspicious stare, Mu Fian shook his head frantically. I still didn't believe him, and I was inexplicably furious. Mu Fian quickly questioned Zhang Xinxin, asking when he had ever shown that he liked her. Zhang Xinxin, extremely agitated, quickly answered. I watched from the side with a blank face. I realized it was because he had let Zhang Xinxin go and had also taken the initiative to ask for her name, which made Zhang Xinxin mistakenly feel that her long persistence had finally been reciprocated. Mu Fian was utterly speechless, regretting why he had let her go before. From now on, he would never let anyone go again. He would just throw them to the principal. Moreover, Zhang Xinxin had started liking Mu Fian a long time ago. An entire wall was covered with Mu Fian's photos. They were her motivation in life. Seeing Mu Fian's photos when she got home made her feel happy. Zhang Xinxin was exceptionally excited. This time, she finally got to have Mu Fian talk to her. I was extremely displeased and said sarcastically, "Young Master Mu is truly popular." Mu Fian, his face dark, felt a chill run down his spine. I continued with my taunts, telling Mu Fian to comfort Zhang Xinxin properly, lest he break the little girl's heart. Mu Fian grabbed my collar and pulled me right in front of him. His heart was racing wildly, wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Under Zhang Xinxin's shocked gaze, he pushed me forward and began to frantically shift the blame, stating that he was already taken. Zhang Xinxin wouldn't have a chance even in her next life. Then I saw Zhang Xinxin, with her limbs tied to her body, actually spring up from the floor. She actually bounced up. I turned around, intending to flee. Mu Fian, his face full of grief and indignation, wasn't planning to leave. Just then, Zhang Xinxin struggled and bounced up again, lunging towards Mu Fian, shouting that Mu Fian liked her and couldn't be fickle. Although Mu Fian quickly dodged, he didn't dodge completely. He was still caught by the falling Zhang Xinxin, whose mouth grazed his hand. Then she frantically rubbed against Mu Fian's foot. Zhang Xinxin was exceptionally excited. She had actually touched young Master Mu's skin. She felt so happy she was about to faint. Mu Fian, his face dark with frustration, let out a miserable scream. I witnessed a horrifying scene from the side. At this moment, my master, Xue Qingyang, heard the scream and came and knocked on the door, asking what had happened. Mu Fian still hadn't come back to his senses. As for me, I was afraid. If my master found out I was in this scoundrel's room so late, it would be impossible to explain. I told Mu Fian to open the door. After Mu Fian opened the door with a terrible look on his face, he pushed Zhang Xinxin out and asked our master to help send her back. After Mu Fian explained the whole story to our master, Zhang Xinxin was finally carried away obediently by our master. After the door was slammed shut, Mu Fian rushed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and frantically washed his hands and feet. On his way back after washing, I followed behind, deliberately touching on his sore spot, delivering relentless blows. The skin on your feet is all washed off. I looked at Mu Fian, who was sitting on the bed and starting to withdraw into himself. I said goodbye again, preparing to slip away. A pillow was thrown over. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Mu Fian blamed me for not helping just now. I calmly picked up the pillow and explained nonchalantly, "Wasn't it just a girl crazily pursuing you? I thought you could handle it alone." Just then, another pillow flew over. This time, I couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the face. Mu Fian continued to accuse me. "You just didn't want to help. Was it fun watching from the sidelines?" I got angry too. I ignored the pillow on my face that had fallen to the ground. I forcefully threw the one in my hand at Mu Fian's head, who said I had to help you. Then we fell into a pillow fight. We frantically threw pillows at each other's heads until the pillows were torn and the feathers inside leaked out. Mu Fian sneezed. Both of us seemed to be in a better mood. On the other side, our master told Zhang Xinxin that he had already notified the principal. This time, Zhang Xinxin's punishment was unavoidable. Tomorrow, someone would take Zhang Xinxin back to school to see the principal. Zhang Xinxin listened from the side with a blank expression. When they arrived outside the girls' dormitory building, our master told Zhang Xinxin to go back. He also turned to walk back. Looking at our master's back, the expressionless Zhang Xinxin's face finally showed some color. She thought to herself, after all these years, Qingyang still hasn't changed. I felt that something was very wrong. How could I have let my guard down with that scoundrel just now? I even felt like I had a lot of fun. I was filled with regret. But on second thought, on this trip, Mu Fian, who doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, had already helped me twice. On the other side, the two people guarding by Jiujiu were driven to their wits' end by her. The young master hadn't arrived yet and was hard to contact. One of them really couldn't take it anymore. Big Sister Bai would start a ruckus as soon as she had eaten her fill and woken up. He yelled at Big Sister Bai, telling her to know her limits. He was kicked in the face and got a lecture in return. Big Sister Bai questioned them. How much longer are you going to keep me locked up here? The two men grabbed Big Sister Bai from both sides, threw her onto the bed, then went out and shut the door, no longer paying her any mind. Big Sister Bai was melancholic, not knowing what was happening outside or if anyone was looking for her. Then, pathetically, she thought that if she was really going to die here, she just wished she could see the handsome monk, little Kong Kong, one more time. On the other side, the little monk Yuan Kong sadly asked his senior brother, "We've been down the mountain looking for Big Sister Bai for so long and haven't found her. Could something have happened to her?" As he spoke, he started to cry, blaming himself. If it weren't for protecting him, Big Sister Bai wouldn't have been taken by bad guys. Sighing beside him, Shifan Jing patted the little monk's head, comforting him. "Benefactor Bai will be fine. I feel like we'll find her very soon." After staying for a night, they arrived smoothly in Jingling at noon the next day. Free time in the afternoon. Rehearsal at the theater tomorrow at 9 a.m. The script will be sent out tonight. Then they were dismissed. I asked how Xiao Meng's head was, telling her not to trust others so easily in the future. Xiao Meng explained a bit and then apologized to me for making me worry again. Mu Fian instructed those 4 people not to cause trouble. They still wanted to ask more about the matter. Mu Fian glared at them with a dark face, and they were scared away by me. I signaled for Mu Fian to go to a place over there where no one was, as I had something to discuss. After we went over, I grabbed Mu Fian's tie and smiled gently. Then, one of my attacks was blocked. Just as Mu Fian was wondering if we were going to spar now, I hit him with a right hook on his left cheek. Then, without any hesitation, I turned around. Facing Mu Fian's confusion, I stated that he no longer owed me. The matter with the crazy female fan was also settled. Then I took my leave. Mu Fian was completely baffled, unable to understand what this was all about. I also let out a helpless sigh of relief. My intuition warned me not to let my guard down with this guy. I increasingly felt that he wasn't a bad person, which was a dangerous thing. Just then, Xiao Meng was looking for me. I explained to Xiao Meng that I had just been looking around. I thanked him for helping with the luggage. Our master was nearby and had helplessly witnessed the entire scene just now. Our master walked over, saying he had been to Jingling a few times before. If Xiao Meng and I had no plans this afternoon, he could take us around. I looked at my master speechlessly, while Xiao Meng was overjoyed, quickly saying, "We'll have to trouble Boss Xue then." My master secretly handed me a note, taking the opportunity to squeeze my hand firmly. After that, he took his leave. When I was in a place with no one around, I opened the note. Seeing the words on it, my face instantly darkened. After returning home, Zhang Xinxin took off her disguise and returned to her original appearance. It turned out this wasn't the real Zhang Xinxin. The real Zhang Xinxin was still lying quietly in bed. A call came from the fake Zhang Xinxin. The person on the other end asked, "Madam, have you seen Xue Qingyang and his little apprentice?" The one impersonating Zhang Xinxin was the previously mentioned madam, Gao Helling. At this moment, Gao Helling was on the phone with Peng Zhu, discussing the relationship between Xue Qingyang and that little apprentice. It was obvious that they were both very dismissive of what the other was saying. Just then, a noisy sound came from Peng Zhu's side. Peng Zhu said it was a small problem. He would go find Gao Helling after solving it. Then he hung up. It turned out that Mu Fian's men had come to capture Peng Zhu again because of the wedding bombing incident. Although Peng Zhu found it annoying, it was clear that he didn't take these people who had broken down the door seriously. He calmly took off his glasses. After hanging up the phone, Gao Helling walked to the bedside, tilted her head, and looked at Zhang Xinxin, who was lying on the bed still in a deep sleep. She thought that helping this little sister express her love for young Master Mu was worth it, even if it meant being punished or expelled from school. An evil laugh echoed in the air. Xiao Meng, who had finished shopping, was laughing heartily with a happy face. I walked in the middle with a helpless expression. Xiaoming's suitcase couldn't fit so many things. Xiaoming calmly said that it was a rare trip far from home, so she would just buy another suitcase. Xiaoming thanked Boss Shui for carrying things for him. Then she asked about what Boss Shui had said before, that Xiao Ying was his close female confidant. Did that mean he liked Xiao Ying? I scolded Xiaoming, saying that such a question would put Boss Shui in a difficult position. Our master calmly said from the side, "Of course I like her, but not in a romantic relationship. Ying is a very special person to me." I was speechless, thinking my master was bluffing people again. Since when did I become his most important person? He was just using me as a shield. Lu Ming didn't understand what most special person meant. Just as she was about to ask further, I quickly interrupted and told her to change the topic. If she continued to be so nosy, I would make her carry her own things back. Seeing that I seemed a little angry, Xiaoming quickly apologized and offered to buy me a cake to ask for my forgiveness. She walked away to buy the cake, not noticing her master's gloomy and helpless expression. The next day, lots were drawn to decide the roles for the Sleeping Beauty script we received last night. Lu Ming was very scared because of her bad luck. When it was my turn to draw, I only hoped to get an insignificant role. Who knew that after opening the slip of paper, my face would instantly darken? Shui Qingyang was puzzled that there were still slips in the box. Mu Fian explained that someone was punished and couldn't participate, and a replacement would only arrive in a few days. After understanding the situation, Shui Qingyang invited Mu Fian to join the performance. Mu Fian calmly agreed. Then Mu Fian also drew a lot. Students who drew a stood on the left, B on the right, and C in the middle. Those with S stepped forward. It happened to be me and Mu Fian. We were to play the main characters of this performance, the Prince and Sleeping Beauty. I didn't want to act, and especially not with Mu Fian. I decisively raised my hand to apply to Teacher Shui for a role change. I stated that I had no acting experience and would find it difficult to take on the lead role, afraid of dragging the academy down. No acting experience? Mu Fian was furious. He stated that he had no interest in playing some prince either. Shui Qingyang quickly offered to switch roles with Teacher Mu. Seeing that my master would play the prince, I also quickly said I could act. Mu Fian questioned, "Why can you act if Teacher Shui is playing the part?" Of course, it's because Teacher Shui has rich acting experience and can guide me. Then the atmosphere fell into a strange state. After that, everyone was arranged to go backstage to get their performance costumes according to their corresponding roles. The main characters' costumes would only be delivered tomorrow. For now, they could only familiarize themselves with the script. My master climbed through the window into my room. Because Mu Fian also lived in this building, he was afraid of being discovered by him. My master handed me the things he had prepared, reminding me to be careful tonight. Mu Fian received intelligence from Mr. Wells. File number 0. The transaction location is Pier 1, Taiping Road, Jingling. The time is 12 a.m. tonight. It told him that if he wanted revenge tonight, he should also go check out Pier 1, Taiping Road. At the transaction time, I exchanged briefcases with the other party. The other party seemed unable to stand some kind of smell. After the exchange, I walked back into a forest. I seemed to have a strange feeling. Just then, a small black cat jumped out. I squatted down to see if this little black cat was lost. At that moment, my foot seemed to step on something. Then I was caught in a net and hoisted up. Mu Fian walked out, happy that he had finally caught me. I realized I had been careless. I was betrayed by Wells' side. Then I struggled frantically. Mu Fian advised me not to struggle, as it wasn't that easy to get free. How could I possibly listen to him? I continued to struggle frantically. Mu Fian couldn't be bothered with me and turned his back. I acted innocent and asked why he caught me. I was clearly feigning ignorance. Mu Fian said he would let me go if I gave him the case. What if he silenced me after getting the case? I prepared to wait it out with him and find a way to shake him off later in the night. Just then, Mu Fian started roasting chicken wings on the ground below. It was making my mouth water. It felt like this guy could hear my thoughts. Mu Fian tore off a drumstick and asked if I wanted to eat. Although I was dying for it, I still said no. I needed to pee. This guy, Mu Fian, told me to hold it. If I couldn't hold it, I could just relieve myself on the spot. This guy is such a pervert. If this drags on, it will be dawn. Dawn would be troublesome. I quickly pretended to be pitiful, saying I was just taking money from Uncle Zixasusu to run an errand. Mu Fian was indeed curious about who I was working for. I said I didn't know who I was working for either. I just wanted to earn some money for a few full meals. I'll give the case back to Mu Fian. I begged him to let me go. Mu Fian finally let me down. He tied my hands and told me to lead the way. This guy was disgusted by the smell on me and even deliberately let the rope out a bit longer, complaining about how many months it had been since I last bathed. This guy was leading me like a dog. Mufian knocked off my hat and told me to lead the way. Then he suddenly realized the person in front of him was the little beggar who had tricked him out of things before. Who knew this guy would still remember after half a year? Little beggar, huh? Mufian was angry. He gripped my shoulders tightly, his face dark as he said, "You're really good at acting pitiful." I laughed, pretending to have just remembered. Mufian was the big brother who gave me a silver dollar back then. I wrapped my arms around his neck to thank him. Because of him, I didn't go hungry for a long time. I really have no way to repay you. Then I kissed Mufian on the mouth. While he was stunned, I timed it perfectly and prepared to make my move. But it didn't go as planned. Mufian was easily pushed to the ground by me, but he was still pulling me down hard. Then I noticed this guy looked like he was about to throw up. I told him to get away and not puke on me. He bit me. It hurt like hell. Is this guy a dog or something? Mufian tried hard to hold it in and ultimately didn't vomit. Then he cursed, angrily yelling if I was deliberately messing with him. He looked really mad. I continued to play dumb and act cute, saying I just wanted to repay the big brother and had no bad intentions. Mufian was disgusted just because I was a man? He couldn't accept it. That's so heartbreaking. Taking advantage of the moment Mufian was stunned, I, with lightning speed, snatched the rope he was holding. I grabbed the case at the other end and took off running. Just then, the sky began to rain. As I ran, I untied the rope from my hands and threw it away. At this moment, a group of people blocked my path ahead. Mufian was gloating behind me. I drew my dagger and charged forward. Mufian praised my skills on one hand, while telling me to throw the case to him for safekeeping on the other. I couldn't stand Mufian's gloating, so I ran behind him and used him as a human shield. Mufian pulled out his pistol. This guy actually brought a pistol to ambush me. Thinking this, I quickly took to my heels and fled. By the time Mufian finished off those people with his gun, I was already gone. Mufian continued to pursue me relentlessly, looking like he had no intention of letting me go. The rain grew heavier. Just then, more people caught up. Mufian was speechless. How many people did you piss off? I didn't know either. Mufian told me not to just stand there and to help him. He was out of bullets. What a pain. I went forward to help, and together we took care of the few people hassling Mufian. Then I grabbed him and ran. This time, it was me and Mufian running in front, with a group of people chasing behind, also looking like they had no intention of letting us go. In the dark, rainy night, we ran randomly without knowing the way. Mufian was afraid of getting lost. I scoffed at how delicate he was. Just as we were arguing, danger struck. A nearby tree was struck by lightning and fell. Seeing me on the ground, Mufian was sarcastic, with a look of wonder as to why I wasn't crushed to death. This scoundrel, even if he died, I wouldn't. That was close, it almost landed on my neck. After I stood up, Mufian reached his hand out towards me. I didn't know what he was trying to do. Neither of us had noticed that we were now standing on the edge of a cliff. At this moment, another lightning strike hit the ground nearby. The cliff cracked, and Mufian and I fell. On the other side, my master was extremely worried. He thought that since Aang hadn't returned after so long, something must have happened. He got up, dressed, and slammed the door shut, preparing to go out and find Aang. Waking up in the morning, with my head on Mufian's leg, it was quite miraculous. We weren't dead. However, Mufian's leg seemed to be broken. I said I would go first to find someone to rescue him. In my heart, I was thinking that I couldn't let my master worry and had to bring the item back soon. Mufian took out his gun and pointed it at my head. I questioned if the gun was out of bullets, but Mufian said this was his escape plan. I didn't dare to gamble. I could only take Mufian to a nearby cave and start a bonfire. When I returned from gathering firewood, I was shocked to see Mufian taking off his clothes. It turned out this guy was afraid his wound would get infected by his dirty and smelly clothes, so he was preparing to dry them. And this guy even blamed me for not getting clean water, saying I was completely useless. He had no attitude of someone asking for help. This arrogant guy stated that he was threatening, not asking. This guy was so annoying. His leg was broken, yet he was still so arrogant. And just when I came in, this scoundrel noticed my blush. He even questioned me, asking if I was thinking of something dirty just now, finding it quite disgusting. For some reason, my heart was pounding like crazy. I'm so mad. This guy is being a vain peacock, so full of himself. I can't be bothered with him anymore. I turned to arrange the firewood. So what if it's the scoundrel's naked body? I've seen it before, and it's not even as good looking as my master's. I don't know what I'm so nervous about. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and the faster my heart beat. Can this stupid heart please stop beating? So pathetic. Mufian lay on the grass behind his clothes, using the case as a pillow. He said we were now grasshoppers on the same rope. He couldn't get out without me. If I dared to run off with the case, he would shoot me dead. He also told me not to get sick and drag him down, or else he would still shoot me dead. He wasn't wrong about that. I really couldn't fall ill before handing the case to my father. Hearing the little beggar's rustling sounds, Mufian thought that since he hadn't been back for a day, the school must have sent people to look for them. But he didn't have much hope for their efficiency. Then he thought of shouting again. He wondered if I was worried about him. Thinking of our unhappy parting, Mufian lost hope again. The naked Mufian sniffed the air hard, a look of disbelief on his face. He secretly lifted his clothes and glanced over. I prayed that this whole thing, from start to finish, wasn't my deception. The wound had opened again. I had to get back as soon as possible. But Mufian was still nearby. As I was poking the clothes to dry them, I didn't notice that behind the clothes, Mufian was fumbling around with a dazed look in his eyes. I got the gun in my hand. One day, I woke up Mufian. While chewing on a fruit, I thought we should hurry and find our way back while it wasn't raining. I handed the fruit I had picked to Mufian. That scoundrel Mufian didn't want to eat it. I tried to persuade him again, continuing to offer him the fruit in my hand. With an extremely nice attitude, I told Mufian to just make do and eat it. I don't know what was wrong with that scoundrel. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. But he slapped the thing in my hand to the ground. I don't know why he was throwing such a big tantrum. I slowly picked up the fruit that I had gone through so much trouble to find. If he doesn't want to eat, so be it. It's not me who'll starve to death. I knew that scoundrel would say his leg hurt and he couldn't walk. I had prepared a homemade crutch in advance. This scoundrel is just impossible. Even this wasn't good enough. I decided to go scout the path myself and let the scoundrel rest here. I come back for him once I found the way. But that still wasn't good enough. This won't do, that won't do. I don't know what this scoundrel wants. The scoundrel took out his gun and pointed it at me, indicating that he had to follow me. Having a gun makes you so great. He insisted that I carry him. There was no choice but to carry this scoundrel and walk. He looks thin, but is dead heavy to carry. I suddenly stepped on a rock and stumbled. That scoundrel was startled and told me to be careful. I took the opportunity to complain that this scoundrel was dead heavy. Mufian actually said that I could carry him anyway. This guy is infuriating. I've never seen such a shameless person. Actually, Mufian also knew that his behavior was very shameless. He definitely wouldn't have done something like this in the past, but he was just too angry right now. Angry that he had been fooled by someone for so long, and he couldn't even bring himself to shoot the person who fooled him. At this moment, I heard Mufian's stomach rumbling. I had a look of, I told you so. Mufian told me to shut up. Taking advantage of Mufian opening his mouth to speak, I accurately tossed the last one in. Lucky him. This guy still thought it was astringent and hard to eat. We came across a river with quite a few live fish in it, as well as some small trinkets washed downstream. After Mufian and I finished eating the roasted fish, we prepared to walk along the stream. We might be able to find a small village. This guy Mufian was completely ignoring people. After the fish was roasted, I handed it to Mufian, but he still paid me no mind. I thought it must be because his injury was more severe than mine, and he felt it was unfair. After giving him the fish, I took off his tie. I sprinkled the last bit of medicine on Mufian's leg and bandaged it up for him. The sky was gloomy, and it seemed like it was about to rain. I told Mufian to hurry up and finish eating so we could go. Mufian stared blankly at his newly bandaged leg. Carrying Mufian, the rain finally came as expected. The wound on my stomach split open again, and blood seeped through my clothes. Mufian seemed to sense something and told me to put him down. There seemed to be signs of life ahead. It didn't look far. I thought we could make it before dark, but we still walked a very long way. By the time we reached the village, it was already very dark, and the rain had become very light. After knocking on the door, an old woman with her son came out. Just as we finally finished negotiating and were about to go in, I finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The old woman touched my body and felt it was very hot. Mu Fian turned back, watching this scene with a strange expression. Lying on the bed was Lu Minjing, his disguise now removed. Mu Fian asked the old woman about his companion's condition. He learned that his current situation was not optimistic, and the village doctor was temporarily away, not expected back until tomorrow at the earliest. After Mu Fian thanked the old woman, she left the room. Mu Fian stood guard by the bed alone. Mu Fian was furious with Lu Minjing for repeatedly impersonating people around him to trick him for the Lin Hao file. He didn't want to give him medicine. Thinking of how he had been deceived multiple times and how the Mu family had suffered significant losses, he wanted to take advantage of Lu Minjing's feverish and unconscious state to finish him off and prevent future trouble. But then Mu Fian thought about everything that had happened between them in the past and how he had even helped him. He couldn't bear to do it and hesitated, unable to strike. Mu Fian sat helplessly by the bed, angry with himself for being unable to strike. Then he leaned down and bit down hard on Lu Minjing's neck. He even left a bite mark. Although Mu Fian couldn't bear to strike, he decided to let him suffer a bit more. He still softened. He picked up the soup to feed Lu Minjing, but he couldn't get it into his mouth no matter what. Just then, Mu Fian thought of a way. He drank the medicinal soup. He fed it into Lu Minjing's mouth by kissing him. During this, as usual, he forcefully kissed the fragrant lips of the person before him. In the theater, the actors' morning rehearsal had ended. Xue Qingyang sat in the audience, taking a cigarette out of his pocket, looking as if something was troubling him. Pang Ju saw that he was in a bad mood and came over to greet him. Xue Qingyang was puzzled as to why Pang Ju was also at the theater. But Pang Ju didn't answer the question. Instead, he sat down next to Xue Qingyang. In a teasing tone, he asked if Xue Qingyang was the one who orchestrated the Mu family's pursuit of him. Xue Qingyang didn't answer the question. Instead, he ignored Pang Ju, stood up, and tried to leave. Pang Ju suddenly mentioned the whereabouts of Xue Qingyang's apprentice. Unexpectedly, Xue Qingyang dropped his cigarette, forcefully grabbed Pang Ju's collar, and then pressed him about his apprentice's situation. Seeing Xue Qingyang's fierce look, Pang Ju told him to go find Gao Helling. The two arrived at Gao Helling's residence, but Pang Ju was held back by security. As Xue Qingyang was about to enter, Pang Ju, worried about the madam, instructed Xue Qingyang not to harm her. But Xue Qingyang didn't give a clear promise, responding instead in a threatening tone. Pang Ju was helpless seeing Xue Qingyang's demeanor. He could only let out a curse. Gao Helling saw that Xue Qingyang had already entered. My head was still groggy. It seems I'm in someone's home now. That old woman brought a bowl of water. From her, I learned that I had been unconscious for 3 days. I didn't expect it to be that long. The old woman also praised how well my man took care of me. But who is my man? I suddenly realized my original hair was showing and my entire disguise had been removed. Have I been exposed? I quickly borrowed a mirror from the old woman, wanting to see my current face. Unexpectedly, that guy came back just then. Now I have to hide under the covers. What should I do next? Just then, I heard Mu Fian speaking in this direction. I reluctantly turned my head. Xue Qingyang demanded that Gao Helling tell him his apprentice's whereabouts. But Gao Helling wanted Xue Qingyang to play a game. First, she told him to take off his clothes. Xue Qingyang refused this request. Instead, he demanded that Gao Helling compensate him for the losses to his plan. Gao Helling wasn't angry. Instead, she was puzzled why Xue Qingyang couldn't be as obedient as Pang Ju and the others. She and Xue Qingyang had practically grown up together. It turned out that when Xue Qingyang was very young, he was a servant in the Gao family. When Gao Helling was a child and made a request to be ridden like a horse, the servants all scrambled over to win the extra food. When Pang Ju tried to persuade Xue Qingyang to join in, Xue Qingyang refused. Pang Ju found it strange that Gao Helling was so good to the servants. So why wouldn't Xue Qingyang go? Xue remained true to his own ways. He just didn't like Gao Helling. Just like when he was a child, Xue Qingyang was unwilling to submit to Gao Helling. But Gao Helling still liked him, even proclaiming that Xue Qingyang was her favorite dog. Suddenly, a servant came to report that the old master was critically ill. Upon hearing this news, Gao Helling quickly left home to see her father. It turned out this was a story deliberately fabricated by Pang Ju to lure Gao Helling away. Xue Qingyang once again asked about his apprentice's whereabouts, but Pang Ju still didn't answer. Xue Qingyang then used Gao Helling to threaten Pang Ju. Pang Ju was helpless and finally told him. Mu Fian came in, leaning on his crutch. But neither of us knew what to say. We just stood there awkwardly. The old woman at the side left immediately after Mu Fian came over. Only the two of us were left in the room. Is this guy waiting for me to confess on my own? We spoke at the same time. Mu Fian let me speak first. I didn't know how to begin, so I just asked about the box. Mu Fian seemed dissatisfied with these words and left on the pretext of getting food. He really does want me to confess myself, doesn't he? But how come he's not surprised at all about my identity? It's as if he knew beforehand. Mu Fian left the room and saw a mysterious person talking about something with the old woman and her husband. That person gave off a bad vibe. As I lay in bed trying to sleep that night, the more I thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Excluding Yu Xiao, how did Mu Fian's attitude towards Xia Chan and Yun Jiu suddenly become so good? This study trip, too, he suddenly came over to get close. Mu Fian isn't the type to meddle in other people's business. Could it be that he had discovered me long ago? I knew Mu Fian wasn't asleep. This guy discovered me a long time ago. Was it fun playing me like a monkey? Mu Fian was actually still dissatisfied. Back then, the targets of Xiao He and Xia Chan were never him in the first place. He suddenly stuck his nose in and ruined a lot of things. But this Mu Fian thinks I was the one who lied first. He must have been getting revenge on me these past few days. Mu Fian didn't deny my thoughts. But this guy probably wanted to take advantage of me even before, right? I want to give him a heavy slap, but Mu Fian grabbed my wrist first. He explained that it was an uncontrollable impulse. Who would believe such nonsense? I kicked hard at Mu Fian's injured leg. This time, he finally subdued me. Sitting on top of Mu Fian, I could easily strangle this guy right now. But unexpectedly, this guy actually took the opportunity to grab my waist. I could only grip Mu Fian's neck tightly. The commotion was probably too loud, and it brought the old woman and her family in. Now I had to let go. I pulled my hand back and wanted to explain. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. After I apologized to the old woman, I sent them away. Mu Fian yanked me down and actually took over the bed. There was no choice but to sleep on the floor mat. I couldn't be bothered to say anything. The next day, while we were eating breakfast, Mu Fian planned to leave after his injury was mostly healed. Looking at him, I thought he could walk now, couldn't he? But Mu Fian still decided to wait a bit longer. He even wanted to ride on my back in his dreams. After he finished talking, he put the shrimp into my bowl and asked about my injury. Is he trying to apologize? It's so funny seeing him look so awkward. Although I was also in the wrong and wanted to apologize to Mu Fian, seeing him like this, I decided against it. Eating is more important. Because of Mu Fian's sudden disappearance, the Mu household was in a state of panic. Naturally, their watch over by Jiu also weakened, and this created an opportunity for Shi Fanjing to rescue Bai Jiu. Bai Jiu didn't expect Shi Fanjing to actually come and save her. As they were leaving, Bai Jiu took off her high heels to run faster. On the escape route, the few guards were taken down by Shi Fanjing. After escaping the Mu residence, Bai Jiu saw Yuan Kong. The two hugged happily. Bai Jiu didn't expect Yuan Kong to actually call his senior brother to come and rescue her. But Yuan Kong expressed his guilt. Shi Fanjing handed over a pair of shoes, telling Bai Jiu to put them on first. Bai Jiu didn't expect him to be so rich and considerate. The three of them hurried away. Shi Fanjing wanted to ask Bai Jiu about the details of her abduction. Why is the box nowhere to be found? That cup is from a farmhouse. How can there be a cup of this style? Mu Fian actually came. Didn't he go to find a horse cart or an ox cart? Mu Fian knew I was looking for the box, but he didn't put the box here. I'll get my hands on this thing sooner or later. Just then, the old woman called us for dinner. She actually made such a big table of food. We really owe our thanks to this family for taking us in. The old woman poured the fruit wine into the cups. I was just about to taste it, but it was snatched away by Mu Fian, who used the excuse that I couldn't drink. Could there be something wrong with this wine? Forget it, I'll play along for now. After dinner, I saw Mu Fian suddenly collapse on the bed. I hurried over. Why was his body in so much pain? The wine from just now really had a problem, didn't it? Why does this guy still want to drink? No, I have to go ask. Mu Fian grabbed me. He suspected there was a problem with his family. Actually, I had noticed it long ago. This guy actually thought I was foolishly kept in the dark. Just then, Mu Fian curled up on the bed, weakly asking me to help him. Help with what? We don't know their background yet. We can't possibly go and ask, can we? Why did this guy bury his head in the quilt? Is he even listening to me? This shy look of his is making me nervous too. Seeing him like this Could he have been given some dirty drug? I followed Mu Fian's words and secretly brought back a bucket of water. Seeing Mu Fian like this, I really want to bully him. Just then, Mu Fian actually told me to get out. I'm not going to miss this chance to see him make a fool of himself. I used the reason Mu Fian mentioned before, being afraid of being exposed, and refused. Mu Fian saw through Lu Minjing's thoughts, but given the current situation, he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, he saw the Lu Minjing before him acting out of character, actually holding his hand to help him. Is this guy hallucinating? Why is he holding his hand up like that? It's so confusing. Mu Fian once again asked me to get out. I still chose to stay in the corner. It's fine as long as I don't look at him. Suddenly, Mu Fian grabbed my hand and put on his lower body. This damn pervert. And he still says he didn't take any unclean medicine. I'm so angry. I angrily left the room, leaving only Mu Fian alone. Late at night, I sat alone on the roof eating an apple. This Mu Fian is so shameless, putting my hand in that kind of place. Looking at this hand, I suddenly lost my appetite. I'll get back at him for this sooner or later. This guy drank the wine, even though he knew there was a problem with it. Trying to be a hero and drink for me. I'm not going to thank you. But this guy is always able to discover some hidden things. Standing on the roof, I suddenly saw the old woman and the others whispering with a mysterious person. I don't know what they're up to so late at night. Speaking of which, why didn't he have any questions about me cross-dressing as a man? He didn't ask about the wounds on my body either. It's a good thing they don't want to kill us yet. But why did they put drugs in the wine? And who instigated it? The mysterious person instructed the old woman and the others that before receiving the madam's order, they must find a way to keep Mu Fian and Lu Minjing there. It turned out this was all Gao Helling's plan. She sent people to hunt them down until they were forced into this village. Going to such great lengths was all to test Xue Qingyang's bottom line. In her eyes, she would absolutely not allow her toy to have anything more important than her. No matter what their purpose is, we have to find a chance to leave first. Huh, what's wrong with that guy Mu Fian? It should be fine to take a peek. How did this guy roll off the bed? What is he doing? I shouldn't be looking at this indecent sight. What a disgusting guy. The old woman's daughter, Arya, came back and wanted to see the two newcomers in the village, but the old woman refused. Late at night, Arya looked at a note in her hand. It turned out someone was coming to rescue Lu Minjing. She was asked to find a chance to get the person away. At night, Xue Qingyang looked at his apprentice's photo alone. It seemed he had a plan to save him. But unfortunately, Xue Qingyang couldn't go and pick up his apprentice himself. After discovering that this family had ill intentions, I quickly went to find Mu Fian. We have to slip away quickly. But looking at Mu Fian's state, we probably can't leave. That old woman came again, probably to check on the situation under some pretext. The old woman said she was here to deliver hangover soup. I had no choice but to go open the door. I'll take off Mu Fian's clothes first to avoid being suspected. Wrapped in a quilt, I pretended to be very embarrassed and went to open the door. The old woman said she put a filling in the wine. Looking at the effect, I'm afraid it was some kind of dirty drug. The old woman stared at the soundly sleeping Mu Fian inside, but fortunately, she didn't notice anything unusual. I quickly sent the old woman away, then told Mu Fian to get dressed. I decided we would leave the village tonight. Why won't this guy get up after I've been calling him for so long? Believe it or not, I'll leave by myself. I'll go to the village first and see if I can find a cart to escape in. There happens to be a horse cart there. I gently stroked the horse, hoping it would be obedient. That's Arya. She's not going to call for people, is she? I don't want to lay a hand on a child. At this moment, Arya also noticed the escaping Lu Minjing. I helped Mu Fian out. There's no other way now. I can only trust this child. I suddenly remembered, where's the box? Mu Fian said he hid the box in the woods and made a mark. Arya was still wondering why it was now two people leaving and what they needed a shovel for. There's no box here at all. Mu Fian isn't playing tricks on me again, is he? Mu Fian also didn't know where the box went. Arya looked at the two of them bickering and was speechless. Arya saw the villagers chasing after them and told the two to run quickly. Hearing Arya say that, we quickly blew out the lantern, got on the horse cart, and left. Arya led us out of the village. I didn't know how to thank her, but she said she had already been paid. This child is really strange. Mu Fian seemed to already know who had arranged this. After the child said goodbye to us, Mu Fian strangely asked what Arya had just said. I couldn't be bothered with him. I casually replied that the little kid doesn't like Mu Fian. I called for Mu Fian to hurry up and go. I didn't expect this guy to want to carry him. in his dreams. At this time, the Mu family and the school were still searching for the two of them. Xue Qingyang walked across a suspension bridge. He looked down at the time. His apprentice should be arriving soon. After walking for a while, I decided to part ways with Mu Fian. I don't want to go back and be gossiped about by others. Mu Fian agreed to this request. Mu Fian, all mysterious, suddenly wanted to tell me something. What? That's impossible. Before I could react, Mu Fian's lips moved closer. Master, why are you here? Upon seeing my master, I quickly pushed Mu Fian away. Where'd he go? Did I see wrong just now? Mu Fian was puzzled by my recent behavior. I told him to continue what he was saying just now, but Mu Fian refused. Unless I kiss him. So shameless. Mu Fian brought up the time I was disguised as a little beggar, saying I was quite bold then. Are these two things the same? Seeing that I was unwilling, Mu Fian prepared to leave. I rushed over and grabbed him. I stuck out a finger between our lips. This counts as agreeing, right? I told Mu Fian to finish what he was saying, but he said he had already finished talking. How did this guy trick me again? I was just about to teach Mu Fian a lesson, but he ran off with his crutch. He also told me to watch out for a spy around me. This cripple runs pretty fast. Hearing Mu Fian's words, I thought back. The only ones who knew about the deal were father, master, and at most, Xue Fei. There can't be a spy. But Arya was clearly Master's person, which means Master knew our situation all along. If it was Master, how could he have let Arya send me out? What's wrong with me? Suspecting Master just because of a few words from Mu Fian. Forget it, whatever. After A Ing and Mu Fian returned to the school's theater, they each found excuses to cover for their return. They finally managed to fool everyone. Upon returning to the theater, Mu Fian was quickly surrounded by friends asking him all sorts of questions, leaving him speechless for a while. After I came back, Xiao Meng expressed her concern for me and also said that Master had been looking for me these past few days. I improvised a reason about helping an old lady to the hospital and not having time to return to school. How could I come up with such an absurd reason? I must have learned it from Mu Fian. Master seemed to have seen me, but I felt that he was a bit strange. With the return of the two lead actors, rehearsals for the play Sleeping Beauty continued. But due to Mu Fian's leg injury, Xue Qingyang had to swap their roles. The people on the side let out a gasp of surprise seeing Mu Fian dressed as Sleeping Beauty. Mu Fian felt that Xue Qingyang did this on purpose. I went to Master's room. Master pulled me into a hug. I snatched the cigarette from Master's hand and told him to smoke less. Master thought I was being nosy. Now Master reeks of smoke, not fragrant like before. Master replied perfunctorily that he wasn't food. As for the matter of the box, I've also sent people to search the vicinity. I really hope Master won't be angry anymore. Xue Qingyang thought to himself that the lost box was the real issue, yet he was angry about his apprentice kissing Mu Fian. He didn't know when he had become so easily swayed by his emotions. Master didn't blame me. Instead, he thought my safe return was a blessing. But with the box gone, I don't know how to face Father. I told Master that Mu Fian already knows my identity. Gao Helling returned to find Pang Ju. She believed Pang Ju had lied to deliberately lure her away. Pang Ju was angry that Gao Helling accused him right away. Why didn't she suspect Xue Qingyang? But Gao Helling didn't believe Xue Qingyang did it. The only one who would do such a thing was Pang Ju. She threatened Pang Ju that if it happened again, she would get rid of him for good. Pang Ju suddenly grabbed Gao Helling's wrist and pulled her into his arms. Pang Ju didn't listen to Gao Helling's words to let go. Instead, he kissed her directly. Gao Helling slapped Pang Ju across the face, then took the initiative to kiss him back, ordering that everything about Pang Ju could only be controlled by her. Pang Ju willingly obeyed Gao Helling's command. A servant of the Mu family brought the box that Mu Fian needed. Mu Fian looked at the documents in the box, thinking about the many small, covert actions the Liu family had recently taken against the Mu family. One would think the two families had some deep-seated hatred. He recalled that the head of the Liu family, Liu Feng, was a cautious and even somewhat weak person. But for such a person to secretly train his own daughter as an undercover agent, perhaps his usual demeanor was just an act. Mu Fian planned to ask his father if he had some private grudge against Liu Feng. At this moment, a servant came to report that the performance costume was ready. The servant was very pleased with the princess dress. But Mu Fian was furious at the thought of having to dress up as Sleeping Beauty. In the morning, Pang Ju sat on the edge of the bed, getting dressed. Looking at Gao Helling, who was still asleep, he seemed to want to kiss her again. But Gao Helling stopped Pang Ju. She told Pang Ju to remember what he said yesterday. Out of obedience to her command, Pang Ju had to give up. Pang Ju told Gao Helling to come find him if she ever wanted company in the future. But Gao Helling told him to get out. After Pang Ju left, he thought to himself that if Gao Helling found someone else for company, he would kill them. At the theater, everyone else praised Mu Fian when they saw him dressed as Sleeping Beauty. Mu Fian appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he had already broken down. But this prince's outfit is quite nice. The play has begun. I slowly walked to Mu Fian's bedside. This guy can't have really fallen asleep, can he? Shut up quick, I'm about to start. Although I was a bit nervous, I still went in for the kiss. Mu Fian wondered why it was taking so long for the kiss to come. The thought of me being the prince coming to kiss him was so funny to Mu Fian. He really couldn't hold it in. Master saw this and had no choice but to call for a 15-minute break. During the break, Mu Fian said someone wanted to give me an envelope. This guy is still trying to play dumb. Who else could it be but him? Mu Fian suddenly asked out of the blue, is this in the play or outside of it? What does he mean? This guy actually said that Sleeping Beauty needs a kiss from the prince to be able to speak. What a smooth talker. Since Mu Fian has already seen the documents, it's impossible for us to coexist peacefully anymore. Mu Fian stared straight at me and actually called me an idiot. After reading the documents, Mu Fian learned that the person behind Lu Ming was Lu Feng, and that Aang was a tool used by Lu Feng to deal with the Mu family. I couldn't figure out what Mu Fian meant. This guy said that the things I do are particularly strange. Compared to Lu Ming, he's like a person from another world. Lu Ming doesn't know about these things. Since his mother's death, aside from his sister, Mu Fian had never cared about anyone else. Until Aang appeared. Mu Fian himself greatly enjoyed this process of mutual struggle and was sinking deeper and deeper. Mu Fian continued talking about his father yielding his position. I didn't want to listen anymore and stuffed the documents right back at him. In the process of getting along with Aang, Mu Fian also learned that Aang was actually a soft-hearted person. It wasn't particularly hard for him to accept her. He was more afraid that if this continued, Aang's favorable impression of him would vanish completely. It seemed Mu Fian had a plan. What else is this guy up to? He's actually going to give me the documents unconditionally. The break was over, and it was time to go back to rehearsal. Suddenly, Mu Fian's clothes got snagged. As he was about to fall, he grabbed onto Lu Minjing's clothes. I ended up falling right on top of Mu Fian. Why did Master have to come in at this moment? Today's rehearsal was over. I was about to go home, but I found my father had come to pick me up. My father took me and Master away under the pretext of having a meal. We arrived at our destination. I handed the documents to my father. He was very satisfied with this operation, but he seemed to have other ideas about my relationship with Mu Fian. In the evening, I returned to Master's place and learned that Xiao Meng had gone out. Master saw the distressed look on my face and asked about the conversation I just had. I had no choice but to tell Master. Father wants me to officially date Mu Fian, but this is also part of the plan to infiltrate the Mu family. I asked Master about my mother. Master didn't understand why I suddenly asked about this. I didn't answer. Instead, I asked Master if I should continue with the Mu family. I didn't want to deceive Mu Fian's feelings anymore. Master comforted me, saying it was just like usual, just a mission. What Master said was very infuriating. This time, I wouldn't be approaching Mu Fian in the guise of someone else. Master asked if I couldn't bear to do it, or if I was afraid I had fallen for Mu Fian and wanted his help to dissuade my father. Master's words hit the mark. On the surface, I just told Master that I didn't want to deceive people anymore. But Master saw right through those words. Master comforted me, saying that as long as I guard my heart, no one can defeat me. Although I was still hesitant, I accepted it. I don't know if Xue Qingyang's words were for his apprentice or for himself. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Thinking about the conversation with my father during the day, I directly asked him if there was a conflict between the Mu and Lu families and why I still had to get close to Mu Fian. Father was silent for a moment, then said that my mother was killed by Mu Tsanchi. Since my mother was killed by Mu Fian's father, then there was nothing wrong with my father's actions. The Mu family must pay the price. The next day, I took the initiative to ask Mu Fian out for a meal. He noticed that I hadn't slept well last night. Mu Fian thought that my asking him out to eat must mean I had another motive. I handed him a box. Inside were the earrings Mu Fian had once given me. Mu Fian didn't understand how the earrings were taken off and refused to accept them. He even said to dispose of them myself. I stated my attitude again, but Mu Fian resolutely refused to take them. Mu Fian said he had always been serious about giving me the earrings. I stepped forward, held Mu Fian steady, and took the initiative to ask that we officially start dating. It's settled just like that. There's no turning back now. Mu Fian seemed a bit dissatisfied with this approach, saying that he should have been the one to do it. But what difference does it make? Then Mu Fian pulled me in his arms and kissed me. I didn't expect to be seen by people nearby. How embarrassing. Let's run first. I quickly pulled Mu Fian and we hurriedly left the restaurant. Mu Fian thought that Lu Minjing's sudden change in attitude definitely meant there was another motive. Xue Qingyang had just returned home, only to find Peng Zhu and Gao Helling already waiting for him. Xue Qingyang wondered why these people were looking for him. He said he didn't want to see any guests today, but after hearing that Gao Helling and the others were here to discuss his apprentice, Xue Qingyang's interest was immediately piqued. Gao Helling revealed that Lu Minjing and Mu Fian had shared a bed and traveled together in the mountain village. Xue Qingyang was furious. He smashed the teacup in his hand, then grabbed Gao Helling by the neck, forbidding anyone from slandering his apprentice. Peng Zhu at the side panicked and pulled out his gun, pointing it at Xue Qingyang's head. Only then did he let go of Gao Helling. After being released, Gao Helling glared fiercely at Xue Qingyang. Xue Qingyang, however, put on a smiling face, saying he had just lost control for a moment. To make amends, Xue Qingyang offered to treat Gao Helling to a meal, but Peng Zhu disagreed. Xue Qingyang said if they weren't going, he would leave by himself. Before leaving, he told the two of them to get out of his house. After Xue Qingyang left, Gao Helling suddenly burst out laughing. She hadn't expected Xue Qingyang to actually lose control. Xiaoming got up early in the morning and started picking out clothes for tonight's date. I can't believe Xiaoming already knows. That guy's mouth is really fast. However, Xiaoming thinks Mu Fian is actually quite nice. It's just that, aside from me, he has a deadpan face for everyone else. Soon, Xiaoming threw a pile of clothes at me. I had no idea what to do on a date with that guy. When we got to the night market for our date, Mu Fian immediately grabbed my hand. In front of so many people, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Mu Fian pulled me along, wanting to see the fire-breathing performance over there. What's so interesting about that? Where did he go? I just turned my head. A stick of Tonghulu was brought to my lips. Mu Fian. He thought of the scene of our first meeting. Speaking of which, how do we meet for the first time? But this Tonghulu tastes pretty good. They're selling fruit tea over there. It looks pretty good. I handed a cup to Mu Fian. This guy isn't scared to drink it, is he? Mu Fian seemed to want to say something, but a little monk suddenly ran over and interrupted him. I feel like he looks a bit familiar. Isn't that Big Sister by next to the little monk? For her to see me shopping with Mu Fian again, how awkward. Big Sister by then said to Mu Fian, "Thank you for your care a while ago." I felt there was a hidden meaning in her words. Mu Fian was also very nervous, understanding that by Jiujio must already know that he was the one who sent people to kidnap her. We found a bar. Big Sister Bai talked about what happened these past few days. So Mu Fian is actually that ruthless. Mu Fian awkwardly started chatting with Shi Fanjing, and every word Shi Fanjing said was like a needle piercing Mu Fian's heart. Big Sister Bai found an excuse and left first with Shi Fanjing. After hearing Big Sister Bai's words, I saw Mu Fian's true colors and just wanted to leave alone. But that guy kept trying to explain. Just then, I saw two people coming out of Master's house. One of the women had a very strange look in her eyes. So they were people Master knew. Isn't that man the person Yinjiu met? Does he know Master too? For the next few days, I completely ignored Mu Fian. The play Sleeping Beauty was finally about to be performed. Mu Fian kept feeding me grapes, trying to ask for forgiveness. In his dreams, this guy just wanted to use Big Sister Bai to get information out of me. Mu Fian admitted his actions. Now that she has been rescued, his plan has also failed. This guy seems quite pleased with himself. Mu Fian leaned in and apologized again, promising that from now on, my friends would be his friends. I'll have to think about that. After all, this person is full of bad intentions. This guy, how could he suddenly snatch the grape away with his mouth? And he even said he bought it. He's so infuriating. This guy, Mu Fian, is becoming more and more impossible to figure out. Mu Fian suddenly said that he had never liked anyone before. He asked me to take good care of him in the days to come. He said it so seriously, I didn't even know how to respond. It turns out he likes the various personas I've disguised myself as. Afterward, Mu Fian said he would never leave again. Although Mu Fian might have other intentions, this feeling of being accepted is quite nice. The play, Sleeping Beauty, achieved the best results since the school's founding. With that, the study tour came to an end. That evening, Mu Fian returned home, not expecting his father to be there. His father was very dissatisfied with Mu Fian's attitude towards him. Mu Fian ignored this and instead asked about the relationship between Lu Feng and the Mu family. His father didn't answer, but instead told his son not to get too involved with the Lu family. Suddenly, a commotion was heard from outside the door. It turned out that Yun Jio had been found. She was as noisy and boisterous as ever, complaining that the Mu family sent a bunch of brutes to pick her up. As soon as she entered and saw Mu Fian, she was reminded of the little devil from the past. Father Yun and Mother Yun were very happy to see their daughter return. Yun Jio, however, didn't know how to explain why she had been away playing for so long. Suddenly, Mu Fian pulled her into his arms. She couldn't understand why. Mu Fian acted as if he was very familiar with her. Mu Fian secretly told her to do as he said from now on, or else she would be taken back by her parents, and she could forget about even thinking of handsome men. Mu Fian acted very happy and immediately introduced his fiancée to his parents. Yun Jio was shocked. She had no idea when she had gotten engaged to Mu Fian. They barely managed to get through the day. At night, she asked Mu Fian what had happened these past few days. But Mu Fian took out a VIP ticket for the Yushin Pavilion and made a deal with her. In order to get the VIP ticket, she had no choice but to temporarily not pursue the truth. I was still asleep, but I sensed a danger. I raised my knife and stabbed down fiercely. Unexpectedly, the person caught my hand. It turned out to be Mu Fian. What was he doing here in the middle of the night? Mu Fian just said he wanted to come and see me. He even wanted to do something exciting. I'm in no mood for anything exciting in the middle of the night. I just want to sleep. But Mu Fian said the real person has returned, so she didn't die. The real fiancé is back. Mu Fian must be very happy, right? So Mu Fian came to find me in the middle of the night just to tell me not to believe a single word of tomorrow's news about Yun Jio. All right, this guy should leave now, right? I still need to sleep. Why is this guy leaning over me, saying something about how my affection is far from enough? So annoying. Then don't like me. After hearing these words, Mu Fian leaned down and bit my lip. Blood even trickled from my lips, and he didn't let go for a long time. Mu Fian actually warned me not to say such things again, that he would absolutely not let go of what is his. I still want to talk, but Mu Fian told me to sleep. Weren't those words a bit hurtful? After Lu, Minjing fell asleep. Mu Fian stroked her hair, hoping Aang would like him more. The next day, Yun Jio looked at the news in the newspaper, both confused and angry. Even the photo was taken so ugly. She thought to herself that since she had been wronged so much, she should ask Mu Fian for more benefits. Early in the morning, Yun Jio was taken to the temple by her mother to fulfill a vow. Ever since her daughter went missing, Mother Yun had been coming to this temple to pray. As it turned out, her daughter really did come back. Mother Yun hoped that gods and Buddhas really existed. It seemed she had something on her mind. While her mother was praying, Yun Jio wanted to wander around the temple. Shifan Jing caught her attention. Bai Jiujio was startled to see the real person Lu Minjing was impersonating. After Mother Yun finished praying, she came across her daughter talking with a woman. Upon seeing Mother Yun, Bai Jiujio seemed to think of something and left immediately. Mother Yun wanted to call out to Bai Jiujio, feeling like there was something she wanted to say. Bai Jiujio hurried away and bumped into Shifan Jing on the path. Shifan Jing wanted to ask her what was wrong. Unexpectedly, she started crying as if she had been greatly wronged. I can't believe that guy left the earrings again. Mu Fian is actually serious. But the more this happens, the more uneasy I feel. I think Master is here. I was so startled the earrings almost fell. I quickly put them away. Master saw my panicked look and was also very puzzled. I said I wasn't thinking about anything and hurried to pour tea for Master. I was so worried Master would notice the bite mark on my neck. It turned out Master just came over to see me. I asked Master to stay for dinner, then used the excuse of going back to school to get something. wanting to leave. Unexpectedly, Master actually pinned me against the wall. I didn't know what he was going to do. It turned out Master was giving me a scarf, but the weather isn't even cold. Master must have seen the bite mark. Shueqingyang had just arrived. At the Yushin pavilion, a servant told him that the young lady of the Yun family had specifically requested him. Shueqingyang thought about how she had delivered herself to his doorstep, and a plan formed in his mind. Shueqingyang acted as he usually did. Arriving by Yun Jio's side, he instantly charmed her. After sending the others away, Shueqingyang started drinking with Yun Jio. After the two finished drinking, she fell unconscious because of the drug in the wine. Outside, I actually ran into Mu Fian. He wanted to take me to school. How troublesome. Didn't we just see each other that night? Mu Fian seemed to have noticed the scent of someone's perfume on me. I just met with Master. I hope he didn't find out. Shueqingyang brought Yun Jio back to the room. Looking at her unconscious form, Shueqingyang seemed to have a bold idea. I opened the door, panting heavily and shouting for Master. But I saw the unconscious Yun Jio. A bright red liquid was flowing from beside her. My vision suddenly went black. I couldn't believe Master would actually kill her. I was about to help Yun Jio up, but unexpectedly, her body twitched a few times. Then she turned her head with a comfortable look on her face. What the heck? This girl was actually sleeping. Then the bright red liquid next to her was... It was just spilled red wine. Before I could react, a familiar voice reached my ears. I saw the overturned wine bottle in my peripheral vision. My heart finally settled. Seeing Master arrive, I quickly tried to cover it up with the excuse of returning the scarf. Unexpectedly, my little trick didn't fool Master at all. Master saw through what I was just thinking. I quickly explained that I didn't see Master as that kind of ruthless person. My worry for Yun Jio was just because I didn't want tragedy to repeat itself and let an innocent person die in vain. Hearing my words, he seemed to think of something. He taught me that in this world, the number of wrongful deaths is countless. This kind heart of mine will surely prevent me from achieving great things, and might even get more people killed. After hearing these words, I was speechless for a long time. I only remember the way Master looked at me then, as if looking at a stranger. The next day, after I got up and washed, I was eating breakfast, picking up today's newspaper to browse the news. This is infuriating. What nonsense are those paparazzi making up? What kind of ridiculous expose is this? A love triangle? Palace intrigue? How can this news get more and more absurd? I heard a commotion downstairs. Opening the window, I saw a huge crowd of paparazzi swarming the entrance. Needless to say, they must be here because of these rumors. I thought for a long time, it's better if he and I don't meet for now. Yun Jio had just come downstairs and learned that her mother was going to Jingyan Temple again. She looked at her mother's disappointed expression from not being able to see that woman and didn't understand why her mother was so insistent on finding her. Although in her opinion, that woman didn't seem like a bad person. As Yun Jio was pondering, she heard a servant urging her to leave. Yun Jio quickly said goodbye to her mother and headed to the auction with Mu Fian. At the antique auction, the sounds of bidding echoed incessantly in Yun Jio's ears. Yun Jio looked around, searching everywhere for handsome men. I saw Mu Fian in a corner of the auction hall, and he seemed to have seen me too. I hurriedly ran out of the auction hall, but tripped and fell at a corner. I actually fell into his arms. Our lips naturally pressed together. Just as I was about to complain, a tingling sensation spread through my whole body, and my body leaned against him uncontrollably. He considerately asked if I had missed him. I didn't want to reveal my thoughts, so I immediately replied, no. He cupped my cheeks, kneading my face with his fingers, and stared at me affectionately, repeating the question from just now. Although I looked unwilling on the outside, I was secretly delighted. I didn't expect him to have held me so tightly just now. I still wanted to deny it, refusing to admit it no matter what. But a hand blocked my side. This shameless guy just assumed that I was the one who missed him. Our heads rested on each other's shoulders. He seemed to feel happy, glad that the current me no longer detested him. Was my past dislike that obvious? Just as we were about to get closer, I heard someone coming. Those two people saw us embracing. This guy actually scared them away with just a single glance. I really hope those two don't know us. Otherwise, it'll be the talk of the town again. Fian wants to find a time to hold a press conference, annul his engagement with little Yun Jio, and then introduce me to his family. But I understand that once I enter the Mu family, I will be stepping into my father's plan with absolutely no way to retreat. I quickly persuaded him not to rush things, but he was still uneasy, worried that I would leave one day. I stood on my tiptoes, held his face, and kissed him, hoping this would comfort him. I didn't expect this guy to push his luck, actually wanting me to do it again. The final auction began. A man in sunglasses was whispering with a certain lady. After the auction, they would have high-level members go to a secret location to auction the remaining mysterious items. The man in sunglasses saw Yoon-jio, who was dozing off alone in the auction seats. He thought to himself, isn't that the girl who was with Shue Qingyang before? The man in sunglasses watched Mu Fian and Yoon-jio leave together and couldn't help but admire him. Young Master Mu can actually tolerate being cuckolded. He's truly not an ordinary person. Inside the mansion, Gao Helling asked Shue Qingyang to go with her to ship a batch of mysterious goods. After he agreed, she took off her outer coat, unable to resist hugging Shue Qingyang from behind, crying out her hope that Shue Qingyang would give her a chance to pursue him. But Shue Qingyang was unmoved. He had promised her father to take care of her, but only like a sister. Gao Helling directly expressed her love for Shue Qingyang, but Shue Qingyang always saw her as a sister. She suspected that Shue Qingyang had fallen in love with Yoon-jio. As Helling flew into a rage, Shue Qingyang calmly stated that he would not love anyone, including her. After he finished speaking, Shue Qingyang took off his own coat and draped it over Gao Helling and saw her to her car. As they were parting, Gao Helling hugged Shue Qingyang and kissed him on the cheek. I happened to see all of this. That woman couldn't be Master's lover, could she? Gao Helling looked into Shue Qingyang's eyes and said this was the last time. But he pushed her into the car. Looking at the unyielding Shue Qingyang, Helling's competitive spirit grew even stronger. She vowed to conquer him sooner or later. After I saw Master send that woman off, I silently turned and left. One day, Yoon-jio invited 2 friends to eat, hoping they could help her carry things. Her friends readily agreed. After her friend agreed, Yoon-jio went to the restroom. Just as she was leaving the restroom, she encountered an exquisitely dressed little girl. The little girl hugged Yoon-jio with a panicked look on her face. At this moment, 2 servants appeared before Yoon-jio. The servants said they were just looking for their young miss. The little girl was about to cry out to Yoon-jio for help, but was carried away by the servants. Seeing the little girl's nervous expression, Yoon-jio blocked their path. She suspected they were human traffickers and threatened to shout for help if they didn't let the little girl go. But there was no one else around at that moment. She had no choice but to dramatically announce her own name to stall for time. But unexpectedly, she was knocked unconscious and taken away by them. While I was out shopping for groceries, I heard that a group of outsiders had forced a young girl into a car. But that young girl looked like Yoon-jio. That night, I went to Mu Fian's room. I wanted to wake him up. Unexpectedly, he suddenly grabbed my arm, pinned me underneath him, and greedily sniffed my neck. I quickly had him pull me up, complaining about his bad habit of pouncing on people. But he seriously believed that I was the only one he couldn't possibly mistake for someone else. He grabbed my arm again, and his lips also pressed forward. Just like before, he laid me on the bed, asking me to lie with him. But it seemed I was also getting more and more used to being with him, which also made me a little worried. Suddenly, I felt something touch my body. I quickly got up. He was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly pulled up the blanket, vainly trying to use the excuse that he couldn't help himself to explain what had just happened. Mu Fian was becoming more and more infatuated with me. But given our current relationship, I had no choice but to tell him to control himself a little. Oh no, I forgot about the important matter. I hurriedly asked him about Yoon-jio's whereabouts, but Mu Fian didn't know either. At this, a bad thought slowly rose in my heart. Outside the Lotus Root Cave Villa, a group of children were standing downstairs, waiting for something. And in a room inside the building, a man in a black jacket lamented that if it weren't for Gao Helling's business, he, an orphan, might not even be alive. However, the words of the man in the black jacket drew Shue Qingyang's ridicule. The man in the black jacket didn't understand why Shue Qingyang was so disgusted with his own benefactor. He grabbed Shue Qingyang's collar, cursing him for being ungrateful. But Shue Qingyang pried his hand away. In Shue Qingyang's view, if there were no human trafficking business, there wouldn't be so many orphans, nor would they suffer such tragic fates. This disgusting business didn't need to be glorified. The man in the black jacket retorted that if he didn't do the human trafficking business, someone else would. Besides, some children were abandoned anyway, so they might as well be with rich people. At least they wouldn't starve to death. But when faced with Shue Qingyang's question of whether these children would later suffer a fate worse than death, the man in black chose to remain silent. Shue Qingyang stated that the man in black could speak up for the person he loved, but he shouldn't try to change his mind. Mu Fian and I followed a vehicle to the entrance of this villa. Yunjio is truly star-crossed. Bad things always happen to her. Under the cover of night, we plan to sneak in and bring Yunjio back. Let's move out. In a room somewhere in the villa, Yunjio was still unconscious. Gao Helling lifted Yunjio's head, scrutinizing her features. Seeing that she was good-looking, she wanted to make her a complimentary gift for tonight's special auction. But the servant was worried. Yunjio already knew their secret, which would likely be disadvantageous to their side, so they wanted to eliminate her directly. Without a word, Gao Helling slapped the servant across the face. She scolded the servant for being incompetent, saying they were only discovered because they let the little girl escape. She wasn't worried that this young girl would leak her secret. After the servant left, only Yunjio was left in the room. It turned out she had already woken up. After hearing Gao Helling and the others leave, she opened her eyes, annoyed at why she always encountered such misfortune. Yunjio pushed the window hard, only to find it was locked tight. She could only resign herself to fate here. Fian and I secretly snuck into the villa. After hearing footsteps, we slipped into a room. From the conversation of the villa servants, I learned that they were actually engaged in child trafficking here, selling them to rich people as playthings. As I was thinking, I noticed that Mu Fian's expression was strange. Unexpectedly, just like usual, he brought his nose close again. Damn it, he's starting again. I have to teach him a lesson. I taught him a good lesson inside the closet, to see if he'd dare to be so presumptuous in the future. I decided to look for Yunjio by myself. No matter what he says, I can't be bothered with that guy. I walked down the corridor. After hearing footsteps, I quickly jumped onto the chandelier. Why did the back of one of them look so much like Master? But when that person turned his head to the side, I was certain that person was my master. Why was Master here? How many more secrets did he have? Before I could come to my senses, a hand covered my mouth. This was Mu Fian, who had entered the banquet with a snatched admission ticket. He thought about Yunjio's whereabouts while observing his surroundings. At this moment, a young man in a suit appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Mu Fian looked at the man greeting him and thought to himself that perhaps he could get some information out of him. He learned from a man in the suit that the clients here were basically rich, ugly old men. The man in the suit himself was also understanding of this special fetish. Mu Fian was secretly furious after hearing this. Next, the man in the suit told Mu Fian that this event was hosted by Gao Helling and that a special complimentary gift had been added for tonight. Mu Fian learned that Yunjio was upstairs and invited the man in the suit to go upstairs with him to take a peek. It was also at this time that Gao Helling noticed Xue Qingyang had not yet arrived and ordered her subordinates to go find him immediately. After Master pulled me into a room, he first asked me why I was here. But I still wanted to ask Master how he could be in a place that traffics children. But Master didn't answer and instead insisted that I leave. I strongly demanded that Master answer my question. Master seemed a little angry about these questions, but I was determined to find out what his relationship with this place was. After hearing my resolute questioning, Master softened up, but he still refused to tell me the truth and repeatedly told me to leave. Seeing that Master was always hiding things from me, I left alone in disappointment. I hadn't taken more than a few steps when Master suddenly hugged me from behind. He decided to tell me the truth after the auction ended. Unable to resist Master's complete surrender, I believed his words just like I always had. Then I quickly asked about Yunjio's whereabouts. Mu Fian had already gone upstairs and, together with Yunjio, had knocked down all the guards. The man in the suit cowered in a corner, looking at the two in terror. Yunjio picked up a wooden stick and angrily sent the man in the suit flying. Mu Fian suddenly sensed someone was coming and immediately pulled Yunjio to hide. Master led me to the room where Yunjio was being held, but the guards had already been knocked unconscious. Yunjio was also nowhere to be found. Could it be that Mu Fian had already rescued her? The two people hiding behind the bookcase listened carefully to the conversation over there. Yunjio felt that it sounded like Xue Qingyang's voice. At this moment, Master asked if anyone had come with me. I denied it without thinking, although I didn't know why I lied. Hearing the noise, Mu Fian peeked out. He was surprised to find that I was actually with Xue Qingyang. At some point, Yunjio had come up behind Mu Fian, but she was discovered because of the noise she made when she tripped over a stick. Seeing this, Mu Fian felt completely helpless at Yunjio's clumsiness, but he could only accept the fate of being exposed. Master discovered the two of them, so Yunjio really had been rescued by Fian. Master seemed to have known Fian for a long time, but it was obvious their relationship was not good. Seeing Master, Fian also showed hatred and mocked Master for actually being involved in child trafficking. But Master retorted tit for tat, stating that the Mu family's business was not so simple either. But I always felt that these words weren't serious, as if Master was just having a tiff with someone. Fian didn't beat around the bush, but got straight to the point and demanded if he would let them go or not. Of course, Master also agreed readily, but hearing Master's emphasis on my identity as Mu Xiao's fiancé still made Fian and me feel awkward. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Master took a step forward and apologized to Yunjio for today's events. This hopeless girl, as expected, she loses her head when she sees a handsome guy. She accepted without a second thought. After settling the matter, Fian planned to leave with me. Given our relationship, I still told him to take Yunjio and leave first. Fian seemed a little angry after hearing my words. Without another word, he pulled Yunjio along and left. After a few steps, Yunjio seemed to have something more to say to Master, so she ran back. The man in black, following Gao Helling's orders, was searching for Xue Qingyang everywhere upstairs. He keenly discovered that there were outsiders on this floor and followed them. Xue Qingyang suddenly appeared at the corner. The man in black immediately told Xue Qingyang to go find Gao Helling. He then asked if there had been anyone else here just now. Xue Qingyang left on his own, denying that anyone had been there. However, his statement was still met with suspicion by the man in black. Outside the villa, Yunjio was still worried about whether I had left safely. Unexpectedly, she turned around and saw Mu Fian, looking like he was overflowing with resentment. But after all, Mu Fian had saved her. She thought that Mu Fian did have some good points. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes. It was quickly discovered by the sharp Mu Fian. It was me, coming out in disguise. I led Fian and Yunjio towards the car that Master had prepared for us. Upon learning that it was Xue Qingyang's help again, Mu Fian's resentment grew even stronger. After everyone drove away, Yunjio, already exhausted, fell asleep in the car. Mu Fian was driving, occasionally staring at my face through the rearview mirror. He looked at my melancholic expression and thought of the mysterious relationship between me and Xue Qingyang. Mu Fian remembered the past. The man said he had smelled on me was Xue Qingyang's, but she actually denied it and instead lied to him. Mu Fian had wanted to ignore those things, but today he discovered that the relationship between the two of them was indeed not simple. This made it impossible for him to choose to ignore it any longer. After returning, I begged Master to save those children. But Master, with a calm expression, said he was powerless to help. He even said the police had long since let these matters slide and advised me not to take it to heart. I was unwilling to accept this and could only choose to leave helplessly. Master still taught me as usual. He believed that only by becoming strong could one avoid being controlled by others. Seeing Master's evasive look, it seemed he had his own difficulties. But now, I only asked that Master could tell me everything after the matter was over. After speaking, I pulled the door shut and left in anger. The car stopped at Yunjio's doorstep. I told Yunjio to go home first by herself. Then I took Mu Fian's hand and walked towards the street corner. Before I could even speak, he suddenly wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed me. I was completely fed up with this kind of behavior. I slapped him across the face. I pushed Mu Fian away. I don't want to do this kind of thing right now. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian actually mentioned Master. He questioned my relationship with Master. Of course, I couldn't tell Mu Fian everything. I only said that we just knew each other. But Mu Fian didn't believe what I said. His tone suddenly became solemn, as if he knew everything. After hearing these words, I didn't want to say anything more. I quickly left. Seeing Lu Minjing running away, Mu Fian was very annoyed, but he had no choice and immediately chased after her. How did this guy pick me up and carry me on his back? Let go. Our noisy clamor woke up the surrounding residents. The residents' curses kept coming to my ears. I had no choice but to shut up. This guy actually had to push his luck. He smacked my butt. It hurt so much, that hooligan. Mu Fian carried me all the way to Yushin Pavilion. He chose the room that Yunjio had booked before. Of all places, this guy had to come to the shop opened by Master. I'm afraid he did it on purpose. Mu Fian took me to a room and started taking off his clothes. He actually wanted to sleep with me here. When Mu Fian was taking off my shoes, he touched the sole of my foot. A tingling sensation instantly spread through my whole body. Mu Fian seemed to have discovered that my feet were my weak spot and even held one up to kiss it. I was both shy and angry. The guy actually said he wouldn't fight back if I hit him. Looks like I have to teach this guy a lesson. I raised my foot to kick, but every attack missed. I can't believe I attacked for so long, and this hooligan dodged every single one. It's infuriating. Mu Fian stated that he should be the one who's angry. Recalling what I had done these past few days, I decided not to say anything more. How did this bastard pounce on me again? That evening, Xue Qingyang came to the front desk of Yushin Pavilion. The staff was wondering why the boss would come over so late at night. Xue Qingyang learned from the staff that Mu Fian had taken a girl to Yun Jiu's room. Hearing this news, Xue Qingyang's brow furrowed, as if he had a bad premonition. The staff also found it strange that the boss would actually bring a little girl to the inn. Looking at this well-behaved and cute little girl, they strongly suspected she was the boss's illegitimate daughter. They quickly went forward to ask after her well-being. Xue Qingyang went upstairs to the room Yun Jiu had booked. After knocking on the door a few times, there was no response. This guy Mu Fian is tickling me to death. Ha ha, stop tickling me. This guy's face changed in an instant. He demanded that I not laugh. He was still angry. All right, as you wish, I won't laugh. Mu Fian again asked me to explain my relationship with Master. He also told me to consider other people's feelings. But my relationship with Master couldn't be revealed. I desperately denied Mu Fian's thoughts, but I still admitted that I had known Master for over 10 years. Mu Fian let go of my hand. He actually asked me why I didn't like Master. Mu Fian couldn't imagine what Aang looked like over 10 years ago. He suspected that she and Xue Qingyang had been in it together from start. Everything between him and Aang was their premeditated plan, but he was unwilling to let go. Mu Fian's question just now made me fall into deep thought. Usually, Master always has a smile on his face. I sometimes feel that he is a dangerous person, as if everyone around him were pawns in his hand. Maybe I'm also one of those pawns. I directly told Mu Fian that I don't like Master. Mu Fian thought that Aang and Xue Qingyang hadn't gotten together after so many years. Maybe he was overthinking it. But Xue Qingyang was always hard to read, and he always seemed to exude a dangerous aura. This guy even wanted me to kiss him to prove my innocence. He's really pushing his luck. Fine, a kiss it is. I told Mu Fian to close his eyes. After taking off his glasses, I took the initiative and kissed him. Unexpectedly, this guy complained that it was too short. He even wanted to do it in another special way. Mu Fian pulled me into his arms and kissed me proactively. Things seemed to be getting more and more troublesome. Then again, how come I don't find this guy so annoying now? After the kiss, Mu Fian told me not to do any more deceitful things. But this relationship started with a lie. Although I don't want to be a liar, these feelings are bound to be shattered one day. The next morning, Mu Fian and I went downstairs. Seeing Master made me feel uneasy. Master seemed a little angry, but he still asked if we slept well last night. Mu Fian looked very smug. He even asked how I felt. I forced myself to say it was fine. Next, Master told us to take the child we rescued that day back. It's getting late. You should be going. Xue Qingyang watched the child being taken away, secretly glad that he had escaped the clutches of evil. Not long after, I came to find Master. Seeing the smile on Master's face, I was still a little nervous, but I still wanted to know about Master's past. Then, Master picked up the red wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Inside the Mu residence, Mu Fian brought the child home and saw a weeping Yunjiu. She thought that the great beauty in her heart would actually be involved in child trafficking. She was now so sad she could die. It was only with Mu Fian's reminder that Yunjiu discovered the child had returned. Seeing the child brought out, she felt again that everything Xue Qingyang did was for a reason. Her favorable impression of him instantly returned. Suddenly, Mu's father called Mu Fian away. Mu Fian's association with the young lady of the Lu family made the newspapers, bringing a bad name to the Mu family. Mu Fian asked his father why he was so concerned about this matter. His father thought that since the Yun couple were still around, they should pay attention to their image. But Mu Fian said he was serious about Aang and told his father not to interfere. Mu's father was resolute in not letting his son get entangled with the Lu family. He stated bluntly that anyone was fine except for the young lady of the Lu family. After hearing these words, Mu Fian remembered. When he was a child, his father always brought other women home, without any regard for his mother's feelings. He and his sister were also raised by their mother since they were young. Mu Fian said in a sarcastic tone that he was not like his father. He would not let the person he loved suffer a tragic fate like his mother. These words angered Mu's father. But Mu Fian said that he was not worthy of being a father at all. Just as they were arguing, Yin Hao arrived. Seeing them argue, he was about to step aside for a moment. Unexpectedly, Mu Fian actually proposed to break off the engagement with the Yun family. At that time, the 12-year-old Xue Qingyang was still a servant in the Gao family. While he was eating a steamed bun, he was bullied by others who threw stones at him. The other servants were jealous that Xue Qingyang was appreciated by Miss Gao, and even insulted him as someone who used his face to seduce people. After hearing these words, Xue Qingyang ignored them and continued to eat his steamed bun. A child who was the leader of the group saw that he had a meat bun to eat. He thought it was stolen and wanted to teach Xue Qingyang a lesson. But Xue Qingyang stated that he would never be a thief. The person got angry hearing Xue Qingyang's words and threw a punch. Unexpectedly, he was no match for Xue Qingyang. A full-force blow was actually blocked by Xue Qingyang casually raising his hand. The person quickly called for the others to attack together. At this moment, Pang Ju arrived. He wanted to help Xue Qingyang teach these guys a lesson. The group of people saw that Pang Ju looked like someone not to be trifled with. Knowing they couldn't beat the two of them, they all left. As they left, they even made some harsh threats, as if they still wanted to find a chance to teach Xue Qingyang a lesson. Pang Ju picked up the steamed bun from the ground and handed it to Xue Qingyang. But Xue Qingyang gave the steamed bun to Pang Ju. Pang Ju learned that the bun was given to Xue Qingyang by the Annie from the back kitchen. Pang Ju, however, thought it was a gesture from Miss Gao. Xue Qingyang didn't deny it. Pang Ju didn't understand why Xue Qingyang always endured the bullying. With his skills, he could definitely beat everyone up. But Xue Qingyang didn't do so in order not to cause trouble. He just wanted to leave this place and see the outside world. Pang Ju thought that there might be even more terrifying things outside and wanted to scare Xue Qingyang. However, Xue Qingyang was insistent on leaving. Only by leaving might he have more choices. I never thought Master had such a story in his past. One day, Pang Ju saw Xue Qingyang and the Annie from the back kitchen, not knowing what they were going to do. Suddenly, he heard other servants talking. They had deliberately led Xue Qingyang to the back kitchen, wanting to use that pervert's hands to teach him a lesson. After Xue Qingyang finished delivering the flour and was about to leave, the warehouse door closed. That pervert tore open Xue Qingyang's clothes with ill intentions. As he was saying something, hearing this, my hands trembled uncontrollably. The cup in my hand also fell. Master actually went through something like that. I learned from Master that not long after, he was taking a fancy to buy old Master Gao and became his adopted son. I had no idea Master had experienced these things. I knelt on the ground in sorrow. I didn't mean to bring up those unbearable past memories. Although the current master has left the Gao family, old Master Gao is still his adoptive father, and Gao Helling is his younger sister. I quickly explained that I never thought Master was dirty, nor did I ever doubt him at all. Master gently stroked my head, saying it was all in the past. Looking at Master's smiling face, I still felt very guilty. In the future, I would never again press Master about things he was unwilling to bring up. After Ying left, Xue Qingyang thought that he could use this matter to make his apprentice trust him more. It was also very necessary to show weakness appropriately. Whether it was for the plan or for other things, he had to occupy a place in his apprentice's heart. Xue Qingyang thought, even if his apprentice noticed something was wrong, it didn't matter. After all, what he said was the truth, just not the whole truth. The man was unbuttoning Xue Qingyang's clothes while telling him to cooperate obediently. Xue Qingyang pretended to agree, but secretly pulled out a knife. He suddenly turned his head and slit the man's throat. Having learned of the conspiracy, Pang Ju was heading to the warehouse with Gao Fu and Gao Helling. By the time they arrived, Xue Qingyang, covered in blood, had already walked out of the warehouse. He was silent. Everyone was shocked by his actions, but Gao Fu seemed quite satisfied with Xue Qingyang's actions. He walked forward and gently stroked Xue Qingyang's head. He praised Xue Qingyang for a job well done and for his good skills. Old Master Gao believed that in this era, only those who dare to risk everything are qualified to survive. However, Xue Qingyang's actions were far from enough. Old Master Gao decided to have him do something. Following Old Master Gao's words, Xue Qingyang quickly killed the children who had harmed him. Now, only the auntie from the back kitchen was left. Seeing Xue Qingyang's blood-stained face, the auntie was terrified. She hoped he would spare her life for the sake of the steamed bun she had given him. Hearing these words, Xue Qingyang seemed moved and hesitated to act. Beside him, Pang Ju repeatedly told Xue Qingyang that it was this auntie who had tricked him into going there. urging Xue Qingyang to act quickly. The auntie kept begging for mercy, claiming she was forced to do it. After speaking, she ran away. Xue Qingyang clutched the knife in his hand and suddenly threw it. It stabbed her directly in the back, killing the auntie completely. After the auntie's death, Xue Qingyang actually buried her. Pang Zhu didn't understand this behavior. Old Master Gao had already given the order, just kill those people and don't worry about the rest. But Xue Qingyang said that he wasn't burying the auntie, but the steamed bun from back then. Yunhao was furious, not expecting Mu Fian to want to end the engagement. He angrily questioned Father Mu about what this meant. Mu Zangqi told Yun how to calm down and planned to call for Yunjiao to ask about their thoughts. He then ordered a servant to find Yunjiao. When Yunjiao arrived with Xiao Tong, she didn't know what was going on. Father Yun quickly grabbed his daughter's hand and anxiously asked what was this about agreeing to dissolve the engagement with the Mu family. Yunjiao didn't deny it, but boldly admitted to it. Yunhao didn't expect his daughter to admit it so openly. He thought his daughter was being threatened by Mu Fian and even wanted to go find trouble with him. Yunjiao ignored her father and instead introduced her new daughter, Xiao Tong. Father Yun was momentarily shocked upon hearing this news. When did his daughter have such a grown child? Yunjiao took Xiao Tong back to Mu Fian's room. She said that both their fathers disagreed with canceling the engagement. The obedient and well-behaved Xiao Tong at her side also made Yunjiao feel that having a daughter like this was indeed quite nice. Mu Fian planned to keep at it until both families agreed, and if that didn't work, he'd just hold a press conference himself. Yunjiao agreed, but with one condition. If anyone asked, they must say that she was the one who dumped Mu Fian. I looked at this quarter's business performance. Unexpectedly, the income of several stores had declined. I learned from Zhuang Shui that someone was deliberately lowering prices to snatch business from the Liu family. After investigating, and Kuei discovered that it was actually the Mu family's doing. The Mu family again. Why are they always going against the Liu family? The most important thing now is to stabilize the customer base. I hope the suppliers can lower their prices a bit more. We should offer some discounts for regular and major clients. Also, check who the Mu family suppliers are. Why are their prices so low for goods of the same quality? Zhuang Shui also doesn't know why the Mu family suddenly started doing this. The Liu and Mu families haven't had a conflict in a long time. I guess the Mu family is trying to make me leave Mu Fian. That's why they resorted to this tactic. Let's go first. Mu Zangqi is really a tough hurdle to cross. Mu Fian hasn't even introduced me to him yet, and the attack on the Liu family has already begun. It seems the days ahead will be difficult. Why is Hua Hua here? Why are all these words coming from Zhuang Shui? Seeing him come over, my eyes lit up. Are these two developing so quickly? I went to Mu Fian's place. Unexpectedly, he said that Yunjiao has already adopted Xiao Tong as her daughter. That's quite fast. Mu Fian also said Yunjiao's actions were reckless, but it did help him get out of the situation with his father. Hee, serves him right. Who told this guy to be so bold as to announce the end of the engagement in front of Father Yin? How did he not get a beating? Why is he standing up? What is he going to do? Mu Fian says this is all for me. At the engagement banquet, to cover up the matter of the dice, he had to admit that we had slept together. Now Father Yin thinks he's not taking responsibility. Well said. Even if that's the case, it wasn't my idea. It was this guy acting on his own. After hearing these words, Mu Fian seemed to want to do something more. Inside the Yushin Pavilion, Xue Qingyang was instructing a servant to attend to other guests. He saw Pang Zhu and Gao Helling appear in the shop. They seemed to have ill intentions. Pang Zhu, seeing that Xue Qingyang was completely ignoring him, smashed a wine bottle to try and get his attention. Xue Qingyang pretended not to know the purpose of Pang Zhu and the others' visit. This infuriated Pang Zhu. Gao Helling directly asked Xue Qingyang if he was the one who took Xiao Tong. Xue Qingyang admitted it openly. Gao Helling stated that Xiao Tong was someone the police chief had taken a fancy to. After Xiao Tong disappeared, their plan to build connections fell through. Gao Helling wanted Xue Qingyang to explain clearly why he took Xiao Tong. Pang Zhu guessed that this must be related to Xue Qingyang's apprentice. Xue Qingyang didn't speak, but instead mixed a drink and handed it to Gao Helling. This act made Pang Zhu jealous. Xue Qingyang pointed out that the girl they previously captured is the Mu family's fiancée. The matter with Yunjiao cannot be blown up. The Gao family is not yet established, so he had no choice but to release her. But he demanded to take Xiao Tong with him. As for the police chief, he has to give face to the Mu family. Gao Helling agreed with Xue Qingyang's view, admitting that they indeed cannot have a direct conflict with the Mu family right now. But Pang Ju was not convinced. He thinks the police chief extorted a large sum of money, and the matter shouldn't just be dropped like this. Gao Helling hoped that Xue Qingyang was truly thinking for the Gao family's sake and praised the drink for being very good. I'm taking a shower in the bathroom, looking at the hickeys on my body. That guy Mu Fian is really like a dog. Thinking back to that time is so embarrassing. No, this habit of biting people needs to be corrected. Otherwise, he will definitely push his luck even further. I came out after my shower and found Mu Fian was still here. Didn't he leave? Why is he sleeping here? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. Is this guy really asleep? I want to pinch his face, but he rolled over and dodged it. I accidentally fell onto the bed. I didn't expect Mu Fian to still be asleep. Could he be faking it? Why has this guy's alertness suddenly become so low? I could trust others, but as for this guy, could he be trying to trick me? Is he secretly digging another trap? He looks very suspicious. I kicked Mu Fian, and he was kicked off the bed. As expected, he admitted he was pretending to be asleep. He even complained about me kicking him. Didn't you go back? Why are you occupying my bed? Mu Fian was mumbling something. I couldn't hear clearly. Suddenly, my foot was grabbed. My body was pulled into Mu Fian's arms. My head hurts from the impact. So this guy was retaliating for my kick just now. What a scoundrel. Mu Fian actually asked me if I had the heart to let him walk home in the dark. This is clearly just being shameless. Go back quickly. Mu Fian insisted on staying here, even saying he's afraid of the dark. Seeing him like this, I softened. Fine, you can stay. I told Mu Fian that whether it's tomorrow or the day after, he's not allowed to come looking for me. Then I kicked that guy out. Seeing Mu Fian's dejected look was hilarious. Really, why am I laughing like a fool? Whatever, time to sleep. The next day, my master and I met at a coffee shop. He asked how my relationship with Mu Fian was progressing. Actually, our relationship hasn't really progressed. After old Master Mu found out about our relationship, he has already started putting pressure on the Liu family. This is indeed a difficult hurdle to overcome. Master said not to worry about business matters. He and my father will handle it. Suddenly, Master seemed to want to say something, but he was interrupted by a phone call before he could speak. I breathed a sigh of relief. I had a feeling the question Master was about to ask wouldn't be easy to answer. Luckily, he was called away. I looked out the coffee shop window. Isn't that person father? Who is the woman next to him? Xue Qingyang came back after finishing his call, but he found that his apprentice had already left. I secretly followed father to the hotel where he and that woman were staying. After knocking out a waiter, I changed into the waiter's uniform. With this disguise, even father probably won't recognize me. I pretended to be a room service attendant, wanting to check on the situation in father's room, although I don't want to interfere in his private life. After all, mother has been gone for over 10 years. It's understandable for father to act this way, but I'm still very curious about this woman. Why have I never heard father mention her? Room 417, this is it. I went in with the dessert. Seeing the woman's arrogant look, she's completely different from mother. I was arranging the dessert on the side and overheard them talking about a plan. That woman said that the way father acts in front of me is just a pretense. But before they could finish, they told me to leave. After I pushed the cart out, why did they start arguing? I didn't expect that woman to actually mention mother's name. She even said she had betrayed her for father's sake back then. That night, just as the woman went upstairs, she was locked up by a person in black. I brought her into a room. I decided to get some information out of this woman's mouth. Mu Fian, carrying the cake that Aang loves, decided to go to her house again. He hoped that for the cake's sake, he wouldn't be kicked out again. Just then, the shop assistant called out to Mu Fian, asking if the cake was for his girlfriend. If so, he could also get a rose. Although Mu Fian denied it verbally, when he left the cake shop, he still took a rose with him. Looking at this rose, Mu Fian felt that giving a rose was still too cheesy. He quickly hid the flower in his clothes. Suddenly, Mu Fian saw Ying. She was wearing men's clothes in the middle of the night. He couldn't figure out what she was doing and decided to follow her secretly to see. He didn't expect Lu Minjing to come to the cemetery alone. And in front of grave, she had been sitting for over an hour. I was squatting alone in front of mother's grave, thinking about everything that had happened. Suddenly, I felt a coat draped over my shoulders. Why is Mu Fian here? He wondered what happened, but I didn't want to say. I wanted to be alone. Mu Fian looked at the name on the tombstone. He seemed to realize this was my mother's grave. He hugged me from behind, saying that no matter what happens, he will always be with me. Xue Qingyang looked through the window and saw that it was already raining outside, but he still hadn't found his apprentice's whereabouts. The servant thought that at the young Mrs. age, it's normal to be out of contact for a while. He hoped Xue Qingyang wouldn't worry. Xue Qingyang thought about how his apprentice left without a word. She still hasn't contacted him. She must have run into big trouble. The servant saw Xue Qingyang's worried look. He decided to send more people out to search. But Xue Qingyang said he would go alone and didn't need anyone to accompany him. He seemed to know where A Ying had gone. Mu Fian said that sometimes I should rely on him. I didn't expect this guy to be so nice to me. He even said it was only natural. I stood up and said that nothing is a matter of course. I'm not a good person here. Why is this guy laughing? I'm talking about something very serious. But Mu Fian said that he's not a good person either. We're a perfect match. Even so, this guy seems a bit better than me. Why did this guy suddenly start talking to Mother's grave, saying things like he will take good care of me, and that he would protect me on Mother's behalf? Mu Fian hoped that when I'm with him, I wouldn't be too fierce, and he didn't want me to be too strong-willed. That was a bit embarrassing to hear. I didn't expect Mu Fian to also say he wanted me to become a bit dumber in front of him. I'm speechless. After listening to the vow Mu Fian made in front of Mother's grave, I was actually a little moved. I turned my head and covered my face with my sleeve. I was both shy and sad. Hearing Mu Fian say, with a straight face, that Mother had already agreed to us being together, I quickly changed my attitude again. This guy just knows how to talk nonsense. I didn't realize the rain had stopped. I told Mu Fian that he would definitely regret what he said tonight, even be disappointed, but he said he wouldn't regret it. He even told me to do things that wouldn't make people regret. But this is really hard to do. Our identities are completely different. I threw myself into his arms, crying and cursing Mu Fian. These words seemed to be cursing myself as well. Xue Qingyang arrived at the cemetery and saw his apprentice and Mu Fian hugging each other tightly. He seemed lost in thought. Then he left without a word. Mu Fian walked me home. I accepted the cake and the rose and said goodbye. I actually wanted to tell him to get some good rest too, but I didn't say it. As he was going downstairs to leave, I secretly followed him. I gently tapped Mu Fian's shoulder. Then I kissed him directly. Mu Fian seemed to want to say something. Forget it, I should run. He tried to call out to A Ying, but then stopped. I feel like this kiss was somehow different. I ran back home. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode and wouldn't stop. It's all that guy's fault. So embarrassing. Mu Fian thought about the name Lu Xiu. He felt that the name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Mu Fian suddenly remembered. Once, when he entered his father's study, he found some old photos. Before he could look closely, his father chased him out. Mu Fian suspected that those old photos must hold some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why would his father be so afraid of him seeing them? Tonight, Mu Sanchi happened to not be home. Mu Fian wanted to see what secrets were hidden in these old photos. He went to his father's study, guessed the safe's password, and planned to find out the truth. Inside the safe was a box. It contained photos of him as a child with his mother and sister. Among them was a woman he had never seen before. Sure enough, the name printed on the back of the photo was A Ying's mother, Lu Xiu. There was also a letter in the box. After reading it, he seemed to have learned something. At the press conference the next day, Mu Fian and Yun Jiu announced that they had broken up amicably, but would remain friends in the future. Regarding the reporter's question about why they would break up after getting engaged, Mu Fian stated that their personalities were incompatible, so they had no choice but to break up. As for Yun Jiu, facing this question, she answered that they are still young, yearn for freedom, and don't want to be tied down by marriage. But the real reason was that Mu Fian offered too much. The reporter then asked if their breakup was related to the interference of the Lu family's young miss. When asked how they felt about the rumors about Mu Fian and Lu Minjing, Mu Fian's expression turned exceptionally ugly. Yun Jiu, seeing Mu Fian's ugly expression, also became a little scared. Mu Fian took the microphone, looking very angry. He pointed out that his breakup with Yun Jiu was entirely for personal reasons and had nothing to do with anyone else. He even threatened the reporter's present not to make an issue of this matter again in the future. After hearing Mu Fian's words there, the reporter who asked the question instantly cowered. Suddenly, Mu Sanchi pushed the door open. He directly stated that the engagement between the two would not be canceled. The reporters next to him, seeing this scene, quickly asked for Father Mu's opinion. Mu Sanchi's face was ashen. He made his attitude clear. The Mu and Yun families had not canceled the engagement at all. His son and Yun Jiu's actions were just a spat, and what they said were words of anger. The rumors about the Liu family's young miss were even more baseless. The marriage contract between the Mu and Yun families is still valid. Seeing this scene, Yun Jiu was so frightened by Father Mu's appearance that she quickly hid behind Mu Fian. Mu Sanqi stated again that this farce of an engagement was completely over, and the Mu family would not respond to this again. Back home, Father Mu couldn't understand why his son was so set on the Liu family's young miss. He didn't understand if his son was deliberately choosing Liu Minjing just to defy him. Today, he must have Mu Fian give him an explanation. Mu Fian didn't answer. He seemed to know everything his father had done. Then he directly said that it was his father who killed Liu Xiuxiu. Mu Sanqi instantly understood. His son must have secretly looked at the things in his safe. And he also told Mu Fian that the Liu family's young miss approaching the Mu family definitely had other intentions. Mu Fian was shocked that his father didn't explain at all and admitted to what he had done. Father Mu told his son not to do anything stupid, to be careful not to get himself involved. But Mu Fian refused, saying their feud had nothing to do with him. Mu Fian hoped the Liu family truly felt it had nothing to do with his son. Mu Fian stated that he would handle his relationship with the Liu family himself. He hoped his father would not interfere in this matter. Before leaving, Mu Fian said that he would definitely not let Liu Minjing hurt him. After all, Mu Sanqi was also his father. Then he slammed the door and left. After hearing these words, Mu Fian slumped into the chair. He seemed to be regretting something. I saw my father off to his car. He instructed me that this business trip would take at least a month. If anything happened, I should go find my master. I asked my father if he was taking anyone else on this business trip. He said without hesitation that there was only one person. Why not take your lover along? Father remembered that next week is the anniversary of Mother's death. He instructed me to bring Mother's favorite white roses and snacks to pay respects and to talk to Mother more on his behalf. I secretly clenched my fists. On the surface, I calmly agreed to my father's request. The thought of my father's sanctimonious appearance disgusted me. I recalled the scene of interrogating my father's lover that day. The woman was tied to a chair by me. I learned from her that she had been my father's lover for over 20 years without my mother's knowledge. I didn't expect her to be my mother's good friend. I didn't expect my mother's friend to do such a thing. The lover explained that she and my father were originally in love, and that he and my mother had long lost their feelings for each other. Enough! I don't want to hear this anymore. I pulled out a knife and placed it in front of her. The only thing I want to hear now is how exactly my mother died and whether my father was involved. I didn't expect her to not know about the murder, nor did she participate. The only thing she knew was that my mother had an argument with my father before she died. It seemed they also mentioned my father's younger brother. Father has a brother? Why have I never heard him mention it? And father's lover was also puzzled about where this younger brother came from. If it's true, then do I have an uncle? So it was all fake. For so many years. It turns out his feelings for my mother were all an act. He had a lover the entire time before my mother died. Did father want me to get close to Mu Fian just so I could take down the Mu family? The thought of my father's final instructions. I instantly rushed to the bathroom and threw up. How exactly did my mother die? Is all of this related to Mu Sanqi? And why would Mu Sanqi kill her? Was my father's kindness to me when I was a child also fake? Am I just a tool for him to use against the Mu family? These questions constantly plagued me. I called Mu Fian. I wanted to talk to him. Mu Fian arrived very quickly. I sat in a corner, wiping the tears from my eyes. I felt sorry for calling him over in the middle of the night. After learning so much, I suddenly had a strong urge to see Mu Fian. Seeing my distressed expression, Mu Fian pulled me into a hug. Mu Fian was here to be with me. He kissed my cheeks. He gently stroked my back, trying to stop my tears with his tenderness. I hugged him tightly, crying to him about my father's deception. In my heart, Lu Feng had always been the image of good father. Only now did I understand. Beneath his hypocritical exterior was a man full of endless, cruel lies. Mu Fian played with my hair, letting me cry my heart out in his arms. When my emotions had calmed down a bit, he slowly began to speak. Every family has its own problems. Mu Fian's family was no different. His father had lovers since he was young, and even brought them home. It was only when he grew up and became more sensible that the old man reined it in a little. I think I understood. Perhaps most people find it hard to be faithful for long. That's why the scholars and beauties in storybooks are so enviable. Mu Fian lowered his head and suddenly apologized to me. He said that for business reasons, he was preparing to go to Europe. That way, he could get away from the old man and also take on the family's work. It was so sudden. This made me feel terrible. Mu Fian admitted that he would be gone for a year or so Such a long time. Could it mean he wants to break up? I wanted to use Hua Hua to persuade him to stay, but he said he would help my sister take care of everything before he left. The heartaches just kept coming, one after another. But on second thought, it might be good if Mu Fian left. I wouldn't have to face him during my missions. That way, when I find out who killed my mother, no matter who it is, I can seek revenge without reservation. Before, I had approached him for the purpose of revenge. Now, slowly cutting ties like this should be the best choice. Seeing that I had no objection to this, Mu Fian seemed a little unhappy. I knew he couldn't bear to leave me, but I couldn't bring myself to say a single word to persuade him to stay. To my surprise, Mu Fian took my hand, his eyes firm, and made it clear he wanted me to leave with him, to escape everything and start a new life. This decision was very surprising to me. Beyond the shock, I also felt a bit of warmth. I started to waver. I couldn't make a decision for a long time, so I told Mu Fian that I needed time to think. The next day, I sat at my desk, loading bullets into my gun while thinking about what Mu Fian had said last night. If I leave with him, can I really cast everything aside and live for myself? He put the right to choose in my hands. At this moment, I was filled with hesitation. I heard the sound of something shattering behind me. I turned my head to look. My master had a dejected look on his face, staring at the shattered teacup on the floor. Blood was dripping continuously from his hand. I asked him what happened while busily getting the first aid kit to bandage his hand. I joked with old Shui, telling him to be more careful and not get hurt so often from carelessness. Otherwise, his crazy admirers would be heartbroken. Old Shui's face darkened, and he retorted that I had been distracted these past 2 days. I gave a casual reply. But then old Shui grabbed my hand, stared into my eyes, and asked if I was lying. I didn't know what was wrong with my master. At that moment, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, making me panic inside. I denied his accusation. Old Shui tightened his grip and then pinched my face. He told me to look him in the eye and answer his question seriously. I was now both confused and scared, but I didn't know where these feelings were coming from. I wanted to stick to my answer and insist that I wasn't lying. I opened my mouth, but before I could say anything, old Shui shoved me away. The books on the table were knocked to the floor. I knelt on the ground at a loss. Old Shui frowned and yelled at me. He accused me of developing feelings for Mu Fian, while saving the lies for my own master. I trembled all over, wanting to speak, but not knowing how to start. I could only deny everything old Shui was saying. My master lowered his head and glared at me with disappointment. He walked over step by step, mocking Mu Fian and calling me foolish. His hurtful words stabbed my heart like knives. I didn't know why my master was saying such things. My mind went blank. I was speechless, sitting stunned on the floor. Old Shui became even more aggressive. He smugly touched his own face and asked me how he was inferior to that liar Mu Fian. At that moment, I could understand every word old Shui said, but I just couldn't grasp his meaning. I could only feel his unprecedented anger. It burned me like fire, making me feel pain as well. The atmosphere was exceptionally cold. Old Shui suddenly brought up my mother, saying that I, in my current position, was falling for the son of my enemy. It was a complete betrayal of my mother. I sobered up a little. So my master also knew about my mother's matter. I'd asked him before, and I remember he said my mother died of illness. I suddenly understood. Old Shui had been keeping me in the dark all along. Even the person who was most important to me had used lies to deceive me. At this moment, my feelings turned from panic and disappointment to anger. I raised my head and shouted back, vehemently accusing old Shui of his lies and manipulation. Regardless, what I said was also the truth. My master had also deceived me for certain purposes. He had never been completely honest with me. The reason the old man was so angry about me being with Mu Fian wasn't just because Mu Tsangqi killed my mother. He definitely had selfish feelings for me. My outburst seemed to have reversed our previous dynamic. Now, old Shui was silent, his eyes just staring straight at me. With a crisp sound, a burning pain spread across my face. Just now, Shui Qingyang, the master who had been like family to me for years, had actually hit me. I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Right now, I just wanted to leave quickly to get away from the man in front of me. I walked straight towards the door. Old Shui stared blankly at his reddened hand, as if in disbelief. I brushed past him and left without a single word. As I opened the door, Shui Fei happened to arrive at the doorway, holding a plate of pastries. He greeted me and asked me to stay for dinner. I ignored him. Out on the street, I was still distraught, moving through the crowd like a giant empty shell. I accidentally bumped into a man. The guy flew into a rage, asking if I wasn't watching where I was going. As he spoke, he even tried to grab my hair. At that moment, I was like a firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest touch. The man's actions were a death wish. I turned around and landed a punch on his face. The guy fell to the ground, too stunned to utter another word of complaint. The surrounding pedestrians watched him cautiously, but didn't dare to gather around. I didn't waste any words. After hitting him, I left. That evening, I went to the pool hall. As I pushed the door open, I saw a big bald man with a few underlings sitting on the sofa, threatening Zhuang Xian. The shop was in chaos. Hua was hiding fearfully behind Zhuang Xian. I walked in, wanted to ask what was happening. Hearing someone enter, the big bald man immediately put on an annoyed expression, yelling that they were closed for the day and telling me to get lost. Zhuang Xian called out my name. The big bald man was stunned for a moment, then probably realized I was the eldest miss of the Liu family. I sized them up, thinking they were probably from the Mu family. Sure enough, the bald man warned me not to pester their young master anymore. He stressed that Mu Fian was already engaged, telling me not to be shameless and become a third party. After saying this, the bald man, as if not satisfied, threatened me with my business. As he spoke, the guy reached out and patted my face. As he was leaving, the damn bald man gave me a hard shove. I was already filled with rage. Now, there was no way he was leaving peacefully. I told the bald man to stop. Before he could even open his mouth, I suddenly lunged, and in a few quick moves, I took down this bully who preys on the weak. I pinned his face with my knee so he couldn't move. Curses came from beneath me. With a cold expression, I told his underlings to come at me together. In the middle of the night, a book fell from a chair, startling Shui Qingyang awake. He had just had a nightmare. In the dream, old Shui's hands were covered in blood, and I was lying in his arms covered in wounds. The old Shui in the dream was frantic. I was seen blaming him for his mistakes as I slowly closed my eyes. Old Shui's face was ashen. He could only mechanically cry out for me not to leave. Finally, he woke up. There's a saying, what you think about by day, you dream of by night. It seemed that in reality, facing me again, old Shui no longer knew what to do. Back at the pool hall, the few lackeys had been thoroughly dealt with by me and thrown out the door. Molly happily ran over and hugged me, calling out Hua. I thought, he should only recognize me as Yinjiu, right? Could it be that he recognizes me now too? I looked at Zhuang Xian with a questioning gaze. He shook his head helplessly, then asked how things were between me and Mu Fian. I said that Mu Fian and I were fine. Then I told him to take Hua back first. I would find someone to clean up the shop. The next day, I met Mu Fian in the park. Autumn had arrived, and all the leaves on the trees had turned yellow. He bought me a bouquet of poppies. Suddenly, the scene felt a bit familiar. I remembered receiving the same kind of flowers when I was disguised as Xiachan. Mu Fian immediately broke into a smug smile, saying he sent those too. He saw that I seemed to like them back then, so he thought of buying another bouquet. I asked him why he sent the flowers so secretly back then, without even leaving a card. Mu Fian pretended to be all proper, acting a little shy. The guy just kept staring at me and smiling. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. He lifted my chin and asked what happened to my face. I explained that I bumped it by accident. He didn't believe me and insisted on taking a closer look. After examining it for a moment, Mu Fian asked if my dad hit me. I didn't want to tell him the truth, so I just nodded perfunctorily. So he took my hand, wanted to take me out to eat, drink, and have fun, to forget all the unhappy things. Our hands were clasped tightly together. At that moment, I made a decision. I stopped walking and told Mu Fian that I was willing to run away with him. Mu Fian smiled, a very happy smile. It seemed he had finally gotten the result he wanted. He excitedly touched my face, telling me not to tease him. I nodded solemnly, indicating that I had made up my mind. Mu Fian leaned in and suddenly kissed me on the lips. The people around us gasped and gathered to watch the spectacle. This made me very embarrassed. I wanted to push him away quickly. Honestly, he has no sense of shame. Mu Fian was immersed in his own joy, unable to pull himself away. He told me not to mind those people. He even wished they would watch to their heart's content. As he spoke, the guy kissed me again. I suddenly felt that this decision to leave with him might be a new turning point for both of us. The next day, a man was sitting on a sofa, slamming the table and shouting curses. This person was none other than Yunjio's father. He was furious because of the newspaper on the table. Today's headline read, Young Master Mu and Miss Lu's tryst on the street. Looking at the photo of his prospective son-in-law, Father Yun could no longer bear it. He swore to make that rascal pay. Mother Yun, however, was calm. She calmly picked up another newspaper, suggesting it would be better to let the two children dissolve the marriage. Perhaps the two of them were simply not a good match. Father Yun, still angry, wanted to argue. But then he saw the headline on this newspaper about Yun Jio frequently visiting Yushin Pavilion. The old man's face showed an even more speechless expression. It seemed none of these kids were any good. Father Yin planned to ask Xiao Jio when she got back. But on second thought, why was that brat Mu Fian allowed to fool around, but his own daughter couldn't? Regardless of whether the engagement is broken off, they shouldn't let Mu Fian off the hook. That bastard. Father Yun's expression was proud, but in his heart, he felt it was unfair to his daughter. No matter what, he didn't want his family to be the one to lose out. The line of customers at Feng Ji Pastries was endless. The owner poked his head out of the window to apologize to everyone. Today's pastries were sold out. He had to turn customers away. Business was too good, and the lady boss couldn't make that much on her own. Many customers could only leave in disappointment. Just then, a voice spoke up, telling the owner to figure something out, that he absolutely had to sell him one more pastry today. The lady boss, wiping her sweat, was about to refuse. But when she turned around, she saw that the visitor was Boss Xue. On the way back, Xue Qingyang handed the pastry in his hand to Xue Fei. He told him to deliver it to my apartment upstairs. The old man probably figured I was still angry and didn't dare to face me. Xue Fei looked completely bewildered. He couldn't understand why we had argued so fiercely. After Xue Fei left with the pastry, Xue Qingyang stood stunned for a moment, then also prepared to leave quickly. Two passers-by walked towards him, seeming to discuss today's newspaper headline about me and Mu Fian kissing on the street. Old Xue's face turned ashen. He pricked up his ears and listened quietly. As he listened, a strange anger appeared in his eyes again. Xue Fei handed me the pastry and left. Because of his master, I didn't really want to talk to him. Looking at the treat on the table, I hesitated. I really wanted to taste it, but my heart still felt heavy as a stone. That wretched master probably wanted to apologize, but did he think he could buy me off with a pastry? I decided not to eat it and went to bed in a huff. But after a while, my stomach started growling with hunger. On second thought, the person was at fault, not the food. Why should I take it out on delicious food? So I quickly got up, opened the pastry box, and started enjoying the treat. At this moment, in the Mu residence, young Master Mu sat irritably at his desk, thinking about what I had said to him today. Because before we left together, I had mentioned that I still needed to investigate some things. Mu Fian guessed that the most important thing for me right now was to find out who murdered my mother. Although he didn't know why, he had probably figured out that I already suspected his father. To ensure that I could leave with him peacefully, without the matter of revenge causing further complications and turning into a life-or-death struggle, Mu Fian thought of a plan. He opened a box, took out some photos from inside, then took out a lighter and set them all on fire. For the sake of this hard-won love, he decided to destroy all the evidence and the people who knew the inside story. In the following days, I gradually realized that the investigation into the truth of my mother's death could only be done in secret. I used to believe my father unconditionally, although he told me the murderer was Mu Sanqi. Because the old man has now deceived me about so many things, my belief about the real cause of my mother's death has also been shaken. Too many unexpected things have happened. Perhaps at some point, I also hoped in my heart that my mother's death actually had nothing to do with the Mu family or Mu Sanqi. Through my memories and investigation, my mother should have passed away on New Year's Eve 15 years ago, which was 1905. The death of the mistress of the Liu family would definitely have been reported in the newspapers. So I went to the archives, planning to use past records to investigate and see if I could find any clues. I couldn't tell my master about this either. My master had also hidden things about my mother's matter. Now, there was no one left to help me. Late at night, I was dressed in my stealth gear, using a flashlight to search through various documents and publications. I followed the labels and found my way to the newspaper rack for January to March 1905. I thought the truth was about to surface, but after searching for a long time, I discovered that the newspapers from the 7th and 8th had been torn out. The key information was completely lost. I realized someone must have gotten here before me, sabotaging my plan. At this moment, a woman was pacing back and forth in an apartment building. This person was Lu Feng's lover, Xian Qi. She was considering whether to tell Lu Feng that someone had threatened her and asked about Lu Xiu. Because Miss Xian Qi had been feeling extremely anxious lately, it seemed someone was constantly watching her. As she thought about it, she was about to call Lu Feng. The current situation was too frightening. To be safe, Xian Qi needed Lu Feng's protection. But with the phone to her ear, Xian Qi froze again. She calculated that if Lu Feng found out, she had already revealed the matter. he might silence her first to protect himself. That ruthless man was definitely capable of such a thing. But Xi was also afraid. What if that person in black found out she hadn't told the whole truth about Lu Xiushu and came looking for her again? Just then, there was a knock on the apartment door. Miss Xi was puzzled. Who could be so late? A strange voice from outside said that Mr. Liu had a gift to be delivered. At this, Xi recalled the ruby necklace she had taken a liking to when she met Mr. Liu the day before. She thought to herself that this Liu Feng really knew how to put on an act. Although he seemed reluctant, his actions never slacked. She muttered under her breath as she went to open the door. The door opened to reveal a strange man standing there, wearing a hat and holding a gift box. The man tipped his hat low, obscuring his face, and greeted her. At this point, Miss Xi still didn't know that this man was Mu Fian, who had come to silence her. She put on a displeased expression, complaining that it was too late to be delivering things. Mu Fian stared coldly at the woman before him, quickly pulled a gun from his pocket, and pulled the trigger. The next day, I was walking down the street when I suddenly saw a crowd of onlookers ahead. They were clamoring that it seemed a woman had died. Several police officers were dispersing the crowd, not letting them get close. I walked over and took a look. A body was wrapped in a white cloth on the ground. Through a gap, I vaguely saw the person's profile. To my shock, it was my father's lover, Xi. Just then, a hand tapped me from behind. I turned to see it was Mu Fian. I had planned to ask him out for a walk today. I didn't expect to encounter such an incident. I pretended to be indifferent, saying it was crowded here, so I came over to see what the commotion was about. Mu Fian took my hand and led me away, telling me to look at such unpleasant things less. This guy was getting smoother by the day. He was actually acting all doting now, chiding me that my hands were frozen from my thin clothes. I felt a warmth in my heart. I told him I had left in a hurry and didn't expect the temperature to drop so much today. Without a word, Mu Fian immediately wrapped his scarf around my neck. He even placed my hands on his face to warm them up. It was so thoughtful. I was both touched and pleased. The guy was smug, praising himself for being such a great boyfriend. He was just too good. As he spoke, Mu Fian pressed his forehead against mine, clamoring for me to dote on him a little and give him a reward. My face flushed red. I didn't know if it was from the cold or from shyness. What kind of reward did this guy want? Mu Fian. He really was a guy you couldn't help but love and hate. It's hard to imagine that we went from enemies to lovers in just a few short months. Calling this guy shameless and perverse is really not wrong at all. At this moment, he was actually acting like a child, pouting and whining to me for a reward. I was both confused and embarrassed. I quickly racked my brain, trying to think of a reward to get rid of this guy, lest he cause more trouble. The cold young master in the eyes of others was, at this moment, just a disgustingly clingy pest in front of me. They say love really makes people stupid. I was deeply feeling it at this moment, because no matter how much I schemed, I just couldn't figure out what on earth Mu Fian wanted. To be honest, when it came to feelings, this guy really had me wrapped around his finger. He had taken every advantage. Seeing that I couldn't come up with a reward, Mu Fian pressed closer again. Passers-by whispered and pointed at us. I suddenly realized we were still on the street. I quickly told him to let go. How could this guy be so shameless? Always hugging and cuddling in public. He's a prominent figure, after all. He really didn't care about his image at all. We came out today just to have fun. Afterwards, like any ordinary couple, we had dinner together, went shopping, danced at a dance hall, and went to see a movie. I truly cherished every moment with him. By the time evening came and we had finished the last movie, it was time for us to part ways. It was clear that Mu Fian seemed very happy today. It seemed only in front of the person he liked could the great young master Mu show more smiles, like a child. By the time I got home, it was already late. I immediately changed into black clothes, becoming a walker in the dark night once more. I had just received news. My subordinates had already helped me find the target. He was a reporter named Li Yin, male, 58 years old this year. He had previously followed and reported on my mother's death. Not long after the interview, he resigned for health reasons. Since then, there had been no trace of him. This couldn't help but arouse my suspicion. Tonight, I had to find him before anyone else did. However, what I didn't know was that on the other side, Mu Fian was also ready, and his goal was also to find Li Yin and kill him. Based on the intelligence, I arrived at a small village called Sunset Village. At this moment, an uncle carrying a hoe and wearing a dog fur hat stood before me. If I wasn't mistaken, this was the Li Yin I was looking for. The simple-looking uncle asked me who I was looking for with a harmless expression. To save time, I didn't beat around the bush. I directly took off my hat, called out Uncle Li's name, and said I was here for him. The uncle was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be intentionally hiding his identity. He told me with a stern face that I had the wrong person, then turned to leave without looking back. I quickly grabbed him and explained my identity, stating that I had come this time to investigate the truth of my mother's death. After hearing this, Uncle Lee seemed lost in thought, but he no longer tried to refuse and took me to his home. 15 years ago, Li Yin was at my mother's funeral, filming and conducting interviews. I was 6 years old then, carrying my mother's portrait with my small body, walking at the front of the funeral procession. Uncle Lee recalled that I walked ramrod straight back then, every step steady, exuding an air of solemnity and composure. The passers-by all seemed to be affected by this aura, remaining silent without making a sound. This left a very deep impression on Uncle Lee at the time. He never expected that after so many years, he would see that extraordinary girl again. Uncle Lee said that he didn't know much about my mother's death. After all, he was only there to report the news at the time. I understood. Uncle Lee must have been threatened in some way to choose to live in anonymity. Although my actions might put him in danger, I wouldn't leave today without learning the truth. So I pleaded with the old man, hoping he would tell me anything, even the smallest clue. Even if there were conditions, I would do my best to meet them. At first, Uncle Lee was unwilling to speak, but my attitude was sincere, and slowly, he seemed to have made a decision. The little old man took a few puffs from his dry pipe, suddenly turned around, pulled out a box from behind him, and placed it on the table. Just then, a villager passed by the door. The person shouted that Uncle Lee's little girl had sprained her ankle by the roadside and was crying for her grandpa to carry her back, refusing to listen to anyone else. Uncle Lee frowned, seeming to swallow the words he was about to say. He asked me to wait a moment, wanted to go pick up his granddaughter first. Naturally, I couldn't disagree, so I nodded. Uncle Lee followed the path to the location the villager mentioned, but didn't see his granddaughter at all. So he started shouting, hoping the child would hear his voice and respond. Suddenly, something was pressed against the back of his head. He turned to look. It was Mu Fian, who had come to silence him. Then, there was only a bang. A wisp of white smoke slowly rose from the dark muzzle of the gun. A bullet hit the ground, leaving a smoking hole. A desperate cry was heard. It was a little girl, old Lee's granddaughter. At this moment, Uncle Lee collapsed powerlessly to the ground. His granddaughter clung tightly to his leg, pleading with Mu Fian the distance not to harm her and her grandpa. Old Lee was also begging for mercy, hoping that if Mu Fian had any business, he would direct it at him and not harm an innocent child who knew nothing. The shot went wide. Mu Fian was stunned. This little one who had suddenly rushed out instantly put him in a difficult position. I sat in front of the brazier, waiting for Uncle Lee to return. A long time passed. There wasn't even a shadow outside the door. I suddenly realized something was wrong. Uncle Lee couldn't have had an accident, could he? I remembered he had gone in the direction of the back mountain, so I followed the tracks up the path. Sure enough, after walking for a short while, although I didn't find anyone, I discovered a shell casing on a patch of grass. An accident had happened after all. Other than this shell casing, there wasn't a trace of blood anywhere, nor were there any footprints from someone running quickly, nor any drag marks. I wondered why it had to be at this very moment. Just as I was about to find a clue, Uncle Lee suddenly disappeared. It was all too coincidental. Someone must be preventing the truth from coming to light, right? I suddenly remembered the box Uncle Lee had taken out. I definitely wouldn't find him now. I hurried back to his house to see what was inside that box. As expected, there was indeed a letter in the box. The letter had 5 large characters written on it, to the one it is fated for. It seemed Uncle Lee had prepared this in advance, waiting for the right opportunity to tell certain truths to the destined person. This was no place to linger. The old man might have been taken away. I could only go back and send people to investigate his whereabouts. As I walked, I prayed silently in my heart, hoping Uncle Lee was all right. Please don't let him be endangered because of my affairs. On the other side, Old Lee had already left the city with his granddaughter. The child asked where they were going. He replied that they were going to find her mommy and daddy, and then leave this place far behind, never to return. The little girl's eyes revealed a trace of sadness, saying she hadn't said goodbye to her friends yet. Old Lee gave a bitter smile and sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Just moments ago, looking at the pitiful little granddaughter, the kindness in Mu Fian's heart had made him unable to act. After a painful choice, the guy finally let Old Lee go. Mu Fian told the old man to take his family and leave Shangjing, never to return. In the future, he was not to discuss anything about Lu Xiuxiu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Old Li thought to himself. Even after more than a decade, Madame Lu's matter was still a sharp thorn in some people's hearts. The young man just now wasn't wearing a mask, seemingly determined to silence him. Thinking of this, Old Li felt fortunate to have a granddaughter and was grateful for her timely appearance that saved his life. The next day, Mu Fian drove to the entrance of Feng Ji pastry shop early in the morning. He wanted to buy some pastries while it was less crowded before heading back, change his clothes, and deliver them to his beloved. At this moment, I was still dressed in black, quickly moving through the alleyways. I hadn't slept all night, thinking about Uncle Li's disappearance and feeling extremely guilty. Unexpectedly, at a corner, I bumped right into someone. I looked up. It was actually Mu Fian. Why was this guy here so early in the morning? The boy sized up my strange attire. He said he was here to deliver pastries and was going to find Beijing later. The mere mention of that hothead made me furious, so Mu Fian didn't dare ask me to go with him. Mu Fian tossed the pastries in his hand in my arms and then took my hand. A warm feeling spread from my palm. I think I was starting to like him more and more. In the evening, while eating the pastries Mu Fian had brought, I opened the letter Uncle Li gave me yesterday. Under the bright light, the truths hidden in the darkness gradually came to the surface. In the letter, Uncle Li wrote that by the time someone read this letter, he would either be dead or have left this place far behind. No matter who it was or how they obtained this letter, as a reporter, it was his responsibility to record the facts. Many years ago, Uncle Li discovered a secret. This secret might bring trouble to the person who saw it. While preparing my mother's body for the funeral, because the mortician at the time was a good friend of his friend secretly let Uncle Li into the work area. However, the two of them discovered that my mother, Lu Xiuxiu, had actually died from a gunshot wound. Furthermore, she had 2 fatal injuries on her body caused by different weapons. That was the entire content of the letter. Reading this, I couldn't help but clench my fists. A searing pain, like a wildfire, spread through my heart. It seemed my mother was murdered by more than one killer. Because I hadn't slept all night, I went to bed very early today. Just as I was drowsily about to fall asleep, a dark figure flashed by the window and zipped onto my bed with a whoosh. I didn't even have to guess. It was definitely Mu Fian. Besides this guy, no one would dare climb through my window in the middle of the night. I was so tired and sleepy right now, I couldn't open my eyes. Mu Fian hugged me from behind, expressing his relief that I didn't try to stab him with a knife. I couldn't be bothered with this pervert. I let this pervert call himself my dear husband over and over on the bed. Mu Fian leaned close to my ear and said he'd been busy these past few days, so he didn't have time to come over. He also asked if I missed him. I said I didn't, but I felt very awkward inside, a feeling of saying one thing and meaning another. His antics made it impossible for me to sleep. Mu Fian insisted that I say I missed him, or else he would keep bothering me until dawn. I had no choice but to give in to his wishes. The night grew late. I was fast asleep, but Mu Fian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I was using one of his arms as a pillow. Even though it was unbearably sore and numb, Mu Fian didn't dare to move an inch. This act of throwing myself into his arms made him very happy. He couldn't help but think, if he could always be like this in the future, accompanying the person before him into a peaceful sleep, that would be wonderful. Mu Fian started playing with my long hair, gently caressing my ear. Suddenly, he couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. This sweetness made him unable to resist wanting more. So he became bolder in his movements, fumbling around. Gradually, Mu Fian felt something was wrong. It seemed he was too excited, and a certain part of his body couldn't be suppressed. He quickly let go of me, panting heavily and scratching his head to calm himself down. After regaining his senses, Mu Fian couldn't help but feel secretly glad. Luckily, the tigress hadn't been woken up, or he would have been in big trouble today. Then, Mu Fian got up from the bed, saying good night as he slipped out the window. He looked at me, silently praying that he could marry his beloved soon. The days passed one by one. There was finally news about Uncle Li. It seemed they had moved their entire family to live elsewhere. I thought the old man probably didn't want to be disturbed by anyone anymore. As long as he was still alive, I was relieved. In the blink of an eye, it was winter. Today was the day Mu Fian and I had arranged to go to Europe together. My father helped me pack my luggage, and old Shui also came to see me off. After that incident, my master and I hadn't seen each other for a long time. The Lu family has no influence in Europe, so my father told me to be extremely careful. He emphasized that once Mu Sanchi was dead, the few Mu brothers would no no longer be a threat. Then we could slowly clean up the rest of them, and my mother could rest in peace. I nodded solemnly. The old man probably thought I was still carrying out the plan according to his wishes. That's why he didn't object at all to me going to Europe with Mu Fian, as if controlling Fian meant the Mu family would be finished sooner or later. Actually, I had another purpose for going to Europe this time. Uncle Lee's mortician friend from back then was also in Europe, and he wasn't far from the city we were going to. That person should know more about my mother's case. I could use this opportunity to investigate. As long as I can find out the truth of what happened back then, no matter how many murders there are, I will personally avenge my mother. No matter who it is, no matter the cost, and no matter if I lose Mu Fian. It was getting late, and I thought it was time to leave. My father had my master see me off, so the two of us walked out of the house, one after the other. We crossed the street, walking in silence the whole way. After another stretch, I stopped and told my master not to see me off any further. Old Shui looked at me blankly, then sighed. He apologized for what happened before. I frowned, indicating that I wasn't angry and wanted to let bygones be bygones. The weather was really too cold. I couldn't help but wrap my scarf tighter. I told my master to go back quickly too. After saying this, regardless of the changing expression on old Shue's face, I walked towards the pier without looking back. An ill-timed love will always fall apart at some sudden moment. It was time for me to let go of my love for Mu Fian. At this moment, he gently hugged me from behind, trying to make one last attempt to keep me. Although I struggled internally, I still pushed him away, swallowing all my bitterness. The shocking gunshot wound was right in front of me, as if serving as a reminder. Staying together would only hurt the other person. I averted my eyes, turned back resolutely, and couldn't say anything more, only leaving behind a "let's just leave it at that." Moot Sanchi sat contentedly on the sofa, relighting his extinguished cigar. He glanced at the adjacent room and told the person hiding inside that they could come out. The door slowly opened, and a blue-haired woman walked out. This person was Gao Helling. Miss Gao's face showed mixed feelings. She stated that the current situation was not as Moot Sanchi had promised. Not only was Lu Feng not dead, but I was also safe and sound. This result made her a little unhappy. Moot Sanchi responded that he didn't care if others lived or died. As long as the person from the Lu family wasn't with Mu Fian, his goal was achieved. If Miss Gao wanted to get rid of my father and take over the position in Shangjing, she would have to rely on her own abilities. Gao Helling thought to herself that this old fox was indeed difficult to deal with. He took the benefits, but didn't help. Making the Lu and Mu families kill each other was indeed not easy. This sneak attack also accidentally injured Xue Qingyang, which made her feel very ashamed. But since she had received old Master Mu's guarantee that he wouldn't interfere, Miss Gao was satisfied. In the hospital, Xue Qingyang was delirious, feeling like he was in a dream. In the dream, Xue Qingyang was still a child. A woman was holding him and running through the night. He couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but she kept comforting him, telling him not to be afraid. Xue Qingyang felt he was covered in wounds, as if he had just gone through a painful ordeal. A sense of exhaustion washed over his whole body. The woman was shouting loudly. Xue Qingyang actually drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he didn't know where this woman had taken him. It seemed someone was still chasing them. The woman, in a hurry, stuffed a bundle into Xue Qingyang's hands. Then, with a flurry of gestures, she indicated that old Xue was the last bloodline of the Ouyang family. His hearing was gradually fading. The woman said one last thing, that she was going to stop some crime, then turned and left. Xue Qingyang felt very scared, and his head hurt a lot. Just as he was about to collapse to the ground, a car suddenly pulled up beside him. The car stopped, and a little girl jumped out and started circling him, looking him over. The driver in the car grew impatient and urged the little girl to hurry up. But the girl refused, insisting on taking old Xue back with them. Xue Qingyang slowly opened his eyes. That's right, old Xue was awake. Looking at my master on the bed with his eyes open, I couldn't help but cry out in joy. Half a month had passed since the Mu family sneak attack. For half a month, my master had been in a coma. I had simply stayed at the hospital to take care of this patient. Old Xue's first reaction upon waking was to call my name, then reach out to touch my face. During his coma, the old fellow had been running a recurring fever, which made me terribly anxious. Now he was finally awake, my eyes filled with tears of excitement. Just now, my master, who had been in a coma for many days, finally woke up. After a wave of excitement, I quickly grabbed a pillow, wanting to help the old man sit up. The bullet that hit old Xue had caused a deep wound. I kept saying, "Be careful," while keeping my eyes glued to his every move, afraid of another accident. I touched old Shue's forehead with my hand. He still seemed to have a slight fever. When I let go, the guy actually looked at me with a strange expression. I thought I had accidentally bumped his wound and quickly asked him how he was. My master was stunned for a moment, then put on his old, playful, smiling face again. It seemed the old boy was quite seriously injured this time. He seemed dazed, as if he hadn't fully regained consciousness. Just then, my father came in. Seeing that old Shue was awake, he also appeared very excited. So he quickly ordered someone to find the doctor to ask about the subsequent treatment plan and also to see what old Shue could eat now. After I left, my father's face turned stern. Lu Feng hadn't expected old Shue to be someone who would disregard his own life. He especially hadn't expected old Shue to use his own body to block a bullet for him. Although he spoke words of thanks, there was no warmth between the lines. He told old Shue grimly that for this one act, he could name his request. Xue Qingyang pondered for a moment, his face also turning stern. Speaking of requests, he did indeed think of one. At this moment, Mu Fian had also returned home. The events of last night had truly left him overwhelmed. He was just about to start a new beginning with his beloved. Unexpectedly, his father had to go and create such a mess. Mu Fian felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Just the thought that things were over with me made him feel uneasy all over. His shoulder was also aching faintly. It was truly heartbreaking and physically painful, as he was staring blankly into space. Muli came over. Seeing her younger brother's distracted appearance, she found it strange. So she asked why Yin wasn't leaving and why Hua Hua hadn't come either. Mu Fian sighed, saying that Hua Hua probably wouldn't be coming. Hearing this, Moli became upset and started crying loudly. Mu Fian could do nothing about this. After all, he himself hadn't recovered from his own sorrow. Instead, it was Molly who noticed that her younger brother seemed even sadder than she was. She could only go over, touch that smileless face, and comfort her dearest brother, telling him that everything would be all right. In the evening, Xue Qingyang picked up a book, flipping through it idly. Just then, someone pushed open the door to the hospital room. The visitor was surprisingly Gao Helling. She greeted him with a guilty look on her face, saying she had come to visit Xue Qingyang. Old Xue glanced at Miss Gao, then told her he was fine, at least he was still alive. The latter slowly walked to the bedside, step by step, as if she had something difficult to say. Old Xue slowly took off his glasses and asked Miss Gao, in a displeased tone, why she hadn't notified him before the sneak attack. It turned out Xue Qingyang already knew everything. The attack, which seemed to be directed by Mu Sanqi, actually had someone else behind it. As the true mastermind, Gao Helling couldn't help but feel guilty and tremble, standing before her own victim. This woman had been giving old Xue a headache for more than just a day or two. Right now, he just wanted to ask clearly why Miss Gao had acted so recklessly. Looking at the person she liked, or rather, the victim of her own subordinate, Gao Helling was overcome with shame. She said she just wanted to help old Xue save some time and energy to complete his revenge sooner. Hearing this word, old Xue gave a helpless, bitter smile. Rather than saying this woman came to help, it was more like she came to cause trouble, because Miss Gao had gone to the scene and hidden behind the gunman. At that time, Lu Feng had already sensed that something was wrong with the surroundings. If he had just looked up, he would have seen her immediately. That was why old Xue chose to block the bullet for Lu Feng, because he was afraid Miss Gao would be discovered on the spot. Such an action was simply presumptuous and reckless. Old Xue was furious about this. But Gao Helling seemed to have misinterpreted old Xue's meaning, thinking that he really did like her. So she grabbed his hand. Xue Qingyang was still angry. He shook off Helling's hand and emphasized again that he only saw her as a younger sister. When their adoptive father was not around, as the elder brother, he had an obligation to protect his younger sister's safety. Old Xue also threatened Helling, saying that if the Gao family wanted to establish a foothold in Shangjing, he would not allow her to interfere in the matters here. Rejected again, Gao Helling's face was full of grievance. But the man she loved before her was still unwilling to give her a chance, still unwilling to say a single pleasant word. This made Gao Helling very sad. Just then, a deep voice came from the darkness, stopping Miss Gao, who wanted to cause more trouble. Pang Ju was seen pushing a wheelchair in. Sitting in the wheelchair was none other than the head of the Gao family, Gao Jiangji, who was also Xue Qingyang's adoptive father. Gao Jiangji told his daughter to put away her spoiled temper and stop bothering old Xue. The latter wanted to argue, but she was dragged out by Pang Ju. With no one else to interfere, Xue Qingyang expressed his concern that his adoptive father was in poor health and asked why he had come all the way to Shanjing. Gao Jiangji waved his hand, saying he had also come to check on old Xue's injuries. Old Master Gao paused, then asked Xue Qingyang if he was going to continue like this. Old Xue looked troubled, but still nodded firmly. Gao Jiangji told old Xue not to worry, saying that he had already met the young mistress of the Lu family, which is me, this morning. He also assured old Xue that he would not make things difficult for the Lu family in the future. He even mentioned that I looked like a certain woman. At this point, old Xue became puzzled. Gao Jiangji asked old Xue if he knew why he had taken him in as an adoptive son and even helped him with his revenge. Old Xue thought for a moment, but not a single answer came to mind. However, one thing was certain. Gao Jiangji had been incredibly good to him all these years. Just as he was thinking, Gao Jiangji took out a letter. He said it was precisely because of this letter that Xue Qingyang was able to survive in the Gao family. The story had to start from Xue Qingyang's childhood. It turned out that the dream was not really a dream, but a real memory. Back then, Miss Helling met the abandoned Xue Qingyang outside. Seeing the boy before her covered in wounds, holding a bundle all alone, she felt he was truly pitiful, so she brought him back home. Xue Qingyang was well taken care of in the Gao family. That package was also placed in a corner. It was never opened. It wasn't until Peng Ju and he distinguished themselves and gained Gao Jiangji's attention that the package was sought out. And this letter was what was inside the bundle. Hearing this, Xue Qingyang stated that he couldn't remember what happened back then at all. Gao Jiangji explained that he was too weak at the time, so it was normal not to remember clearly. Although the letter was unsigned, Gao Jiangji recognized the handwriting on it at a glance. The words were written by Lu Xiuxiu. In other words, the one who rescued Xue Qingyang was my mother. After Master woke up, I no longer planned to stay at the hospital with him all night. With my anxious heart finally at ease, I decided to go home and get a good night's sleep. However, just as I was lying in bed about to fall asleep, a figure flashed past my room's window. Mu Fian was climbing my window again. Thinking about what happened not long ago and my decision to break up, I could no longer face this person head on. So I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep, hoping he would take the hint and leave soon. Mu Fian walked to my bedside and remained silent for a good while. He suddenly spoke, saying he had to go to Europe and was here to say goodbye to me. Although this guy also knew that with our current relationship, it was inappropriate for him to come looking for me. But before leaving, he was still very desperate to see me one more time. After saying this, Mu Fian gently approached the bedside. He bent down and gently kissed my cheek, as if wanting to leave one last memory. By the time I opened my eyes, that guy was already gone. I held back and told myself not to waver. This was for the best. He has his own path to walk, and I also have important things to do. It was time to say goodbye. More than half a month later, Master decided to be discharged from the hospital. Although he was recovering well, I still advised him to stay a while longer. Xue Fei was also clamoring on the side, helping me persuade his master. Old Xue got annoyed by the two of us, but he spread his hands, indicating he was already at our mercy, sitting in a wheelchair. He even begged the two of us to stop nagging and take him home quickly. Staying comfortably was the most useful thing. The old fellow's speech left me speechless. How did he become so willful? Being able to live healthily is the most important thing. Old Xue looked at me and Xue Fei and couldn't help but show that signature smile of his. However, beneath the joyful exterior hid a secretly anxious heart. Old Xue. Recalling the night, Gao Jiangji revealed the truth. The old man had a mind to avenge Lu Xiuxiu. But now, he still left the decision in Xue Qingyang's hands. Having learned the truth, old Xue already understood that I was innocent. The one who truly owed others was himself. Of course, old Xue would never say these words out loud. He was just calculating and struggling internally. Although he put on an appearance of respecting old Xue's choice, at this moment, he himself didn't know what the right thing to do was. Arriving at the gate of our home, there seemed to be a group of people causing a commotion there. I told Master to go inside first, saying I had to go handle some things. Old Xue was puzzled, not yet knowing what had happened. Xue Fei, while pushing the wheelchair, told him about the various things that had happened recently. Because I was worried about the burden on his body, I had rarely discussed the topic of family disputes with Master recently. The last shooting incident had made the brothers of the Lu family feel indignant, even feeling as if they were